It'll be fine on the re-upload. I was curious why chat was like a couple of messages. I was like, this doesn't really happen. All right, there you go. God damn it. Oh, and I guess quick update. I played Scorn, so did Rags, so did Metal. We all had very similar feelings about it.
We do. We stand united.
It
We're
was.
very, very divided on many things, of course.
Yes, of course.
Politics, religion, philosophy,
Cheese.
cheese, absolutely. But on Scorn, we stand united. We
You may
stand
just be
united on
getting a
Scorn.
secret bonus EFAP episode relating to Scorn. You might. No
Oh
promises.
my goodness.
But yes, here we are, and we will likely just kick on with doing the whole, hey, this show, it's a thing, because we got 2 rather large episodes to talk about, unfortunate. They just kept releasing them until they called what was a season was released, apparently. I don't know whether to trust that's what actually happened, because the events were so... You'd call, like, the majority of the significant things that happened were all at the end, I guess. In, like, episodes 6 and 8. If one was to call those events significant compared to the others, I suppose.
I think not coincidentally, those are probably the 2 worst episodes as well.
Yeah.
You start off at the beginning moaning that nothing is happening, and then they make stuff happen, and somehow that's worse.
Calamity ensues.
If season 2 is just all them walking around talking and doing nothing else, it would probably be an improvement.
They might just score a solid 2. Can they do it?
Oh no. They've said, what was the comment? I think one of the issues that people have is that Tolkien is about big world-altering events, and you just didn't get that in this series. So that's what we need to change. Is it? Wow. So yeah, the fate of the world will be next season.
I do like the idea that, like, we're going to take on some criticism. We're not going to listen to any of it, but we'll make random changes that we feel are important.
Oh, they felt things. Things were felt in the making of this series.
I've heard Galadriel
Not
will be
by
getting
us.
a bow and arrow in season 2, and she's going to feel cool with it. What of that?
Wow, more things for her to be very cool with.
Yay.
It was the one thing that she was missing as a character was ranged weaponry.
Where is Gareth? Where is the boomer? You will be here at an undisclosed time. You know how this works. We'll be here for like 10 billion years, so as long as he's there for one of them, he will be.
Yeah, he's just he's the wizard in the show, and he's just stumbling around. What? He can't speak. He's eating snails, raw, crunchy, the whole thing,
not, but maybe.
shell and all.
So yeah, if we're gonna get started up, we're going back to episode 7, all the way back. Last you saw us, a big volcano pyroclastic flow annihilated literally everyone and everything. Unfortunately,
You might, yeah.
didn't kill.
Unfortunately, the show didn't end there, and we got final credits.
Yeah, this right here is Galadriel. Look, she's doing okay. And you might be like, what? I got nothing for you. Nobody does. The whole internet doesn't. Nobody understands this. Everyone is very confused.
Can't explain it. Can't rationalize it. You might think that sort of thing might, vaporize a person. Well, Galadriel's too cool for school.
Well, they do make sure to show us that all the buildings got annihilated, but as you are well aware...
Yeah, the buildings, yeah.
And I'm not a scientist, but I assumed the burning point for like wood and stone was a little bit higher than for hair, for example.
Incorrect.
But not elvish hair. Elvish hair is,
or indeed human hair, given that all the plot relevant humans are also still alive.
That's true.
Although horses do get set on fire at a lower temperature.
Randomly. That was hilarious. The horses ran by on fire.
But I was expecting at the start of this just some BS excuse that didn't make any sense, but I expected them to at least have a go. And they don't even... No one talks about it, ever.
At least when Doomsday, when he set off his mega nuke flemetisms in the Snyder movie, at least Batman took cover under a rock, even though that doesn't mean anything. At least they sort of knew, Snyder knew to show that. We have to show him taking cover.
Under a rock. It's true.
You know?
Get everyone in the basement or something under the pub. You could have tried.
They could have tried.
Pub. They
didn't try. They forced us to be in this world where this shit happens. Unfortunate, but hey.
Yeah, destroys buildings, turns the roofs to cinders. It covers everything in ash. And there's random fires everywhere. But if you're outside standing and you just take it all to the face, then you're all good, really.
What I say is even
And
weirder too
they
is they show us that some people have died from this. Like, how?
how?
I don't understand.
I was
Well,
like,
a
did
lot
they
of
get
people
hit
die.
directly by the fucking meteors?
Yeah, I think stuff fell on them is probably the reason
direct
why.
damage.
It can't. Yeah, well, it can't
'Cause
be
you-
to do with the volcano. It has to be something else, like a different thing that killed them.
You find out in the next episode, like, there's only one boat and Numenorians going back, so presumably loads of them died to the volcano because they
Oh,
couldn't
yeah.
have died in that tiny little fight.
A bunch of them got wiped out by. It would have been events as a result of the pyroclastic flow. It couldn't have been flow. It couldn't have been the flow itself because we saw that doesn't do.
They all got
It
buried in
doesn't do
houses.
anything.
It was weird. Is it coats her in like ash?
Yeah.
Or Cheeto dust, as I remember, as was put. Very like, oh, it did that. Okay.
Flaming hot Cheeto dust.
It's not in the air though. It doesn't affect anyone's breathing.
No, of
I was
course not.
thinking,
No,
I was
the
going back
fact
to
that
my
you can't see is just purely aesthetic.
volcano lore from Dante's Peak with Piers Brosnan, and I'm pretty sure that breathing in volcanic dust is not good for you. But no one drowns of it, which is a bit of a shame. I kind of just imagined as the the big pyroclastic flow was coming towards them, all the Numenorians turned around and sort of stared at it, and they thought, "Shit, does my character have a name?" And all the people without names were terrified because they were fucked. But
Yeah.
everyone who at least, oh shit, well at least I've got a name. There's a chance I might survive this.
I have no idea what the show wanted me to think like about any of this in terms
Oh,
of
well-
the nature of this volcanic eruption because
Well, I'll
it
tell
just
you.
so defies like what you would presume would actually happen.
This is one of your like it's that low point without I guess that's what it's trying to be. Like this is our oh no moment. This is our things aren't done after all. There's still there's still so much more to do. Our victory was robbed from us. Our horses are on fire. Oh my god, it's madness, absolute madness. They had the slow-mo and then they had the weird music things. We had the horse on fire. We had the random wailing. We'll get to that. But you could tell it's so transparent with how they wanted this to think and feel. They knew everything to do, to try and make this like the oh no kind of moment.
It was really funny that there was a
Why-
fire horse, by the way.
I think it's hilarious that they put a horse on fire and it just runs past her.
It doesn't even.
I don't even know.
Is the
A really
saddle
specific
on
part of its
fire? Is that
back,
the
though.
idea?
Yeah, because it's only a
it's-
really specific strip of its back that's burning and not the rest of it. So either like there's a specific part of a horse which is more flammable than the rest of the horse, or it was the
Well, there was a
saddle.
guy on top of it drinking wine, and he was like, "Oh my
That's-
god!" and drops the wine.
Oh, so
as
it's
we
some of the
know,
Numenorian
very
wine
flammable.
Yeah.
spilt on it.
Yeah, it's not pressurized, so it won't like explode like if it's in a cask or something. It'll just
Mhm.
burn, vehemently.
But maybe the show's aware of the whole fire horse meme, where you say that about films that are good, and they're like, "We better put a fire horse in." Won't know if.
Otherwise, people might mistake our brilliant show for something less than that.
This is one of
It's
those,
so
"Isn't-
casual.
isn't
The horse
this
just like,
amazing?"
"Hey," and you're like, "Oh, wow, that looks.
Yeah,
You okay? that looks bad." Poor guy.
And then
I'm
the
fine,
last
it's on
episode,
fire, don't worry.
they went to such effort to show you that when a horse fell over, it was perfectly fine. They don't care about this one at all.
Yeah,
This
that
one-
is
this one
strange.
got
That's true.
This one will be fine.
We'll see him
He'll
later, he'll be
okay.
fine.
Someone will pat him down. Someone will just take a bucket and
Yeah.
pollution it.
Galadriel looks all around her, where she is, and there are several dead people, and it's like, oh, I guess they got
How'd
hit
they
by
die?
bullets from some of the volcano's guns that I dodged or something. I don't know.
Guess.
I
Do not
actually
know.
assumed they died to the orcs and just got covered in some ash. I didn't know they were meant to be killed by the flow.
Well, they had the party, remember? They had the party in town and they were having a good time, so they would have taken all the bodies away. 'Cause
Oh, yeah.
The show they never had that moment of, oh, like people have died. Like, yeah, we were victorious today, but like we're peasants and farmers and stuff, and my lifelong friends, some of them died and horribly from orcs like this. Like, there's no funeral for anybody. There's no like
Just a
let's
celebration.
let's remember them. We'll lift up a cup and we'll
No.
give them a toast. None of
Leave.
that. They're just having a great time. All's well.
Look at that building, just to the right. That used to be a house. Look at it now, and it's like meters away from where she was. What happened to it that didn't happen to her? How?
What I have a question. My question is, why don't they make houses out of elves?
Exactly. Your dead elves need to be
they
turned into
made-
buildings. They're very strong.
If they made houses out of elves, not even dead ones, they just stand around and hold hands, and everything just line up. I mean, there you go. The employment problem solved. They're indestructible.
So she's wandering around and she's like, Elendil, Hullbrand, my friendos, and she just chooses to ignore the screams of a woman and a baby. That was weird. I don't know why
That's strange.
like, you didn't have to make it that way, but you chose to. Sure. Okay. You'd think a baby crying would be something of an alarming thing in the middle of this situation to a point where you want to go help, but she's busy. She's gonna go find Hullbrand.
Well, she doesn't think
would
highly
think
of
that a
mortals.
good character generally would, yeah.
Is she meant to be a good character though? Like, has she done anything which is morally
The show
good?
thinks she's very good, I think.
But the reality is no. She's quite selfish, arrogant, and driven entirely by her passion to want to execute things. That seems to be all.
She doesn't help people. Anyone in trouble, she's left loads of people in trouble before as well. So
Yeah,
this isn't new.
but
We
that's
are
the
in
thing.
this slightly strange world where in-universe morality and out-universe morality have an inverse correlation to each other, if they have a relationship at all. So, this isn't the first example of it, but it is a very good example of where the show clearly thinks that its main character is a paragon. And in the real world, she would be something slightly below Hitler. But the show's morality determines otherwise.
I can believe that the people who made this have no idea how evil she comes across a lot of the time.
There is a that article that I put in our little chat here on one way the Rings of Power outdoes the Lord of the Rings movies, that Slate thing.
And what is that way?
Oh no.
It's female empowerment mostly. So yeah, what's interesting is that very, very poorly received article, and I'll cover it later. But this, interestingly, was in the comments. The comments are horrifically negative, and that was specifically pointed out in the comments as well regarding Galadriel. You make her seem like a really. Remember, when you're writing characters, it's not just what you have them do that characterizes them; it's the things that they don't do. And if you're in a village and you hear babies crying and people, calling out for help, and you don't help them, and instead you just sort of wander off into the woods, that might impact your character, especially
Just a
if
little
you've been
bit.
around for like 6 trillion years old and you're some general who's commanded armies and warfare is supposedly something that you're just used to. I don't know how much I should think that this is a shock to you. Um, Whenever I see an elf shocked, I suppose, or super surprised about something, there is that element of me where I'm like, I don't know. Should anything surprise you at this point? You've been alive for 1,000 fucking years.
It's also probably not a good idea to juxtapose it so quickly, because at the same, I think the next scene after Galadriel goes around refusing to help anyone except a main character, the next scene has one of the Númenórean soldiers going around doing what Galadriel should have been doing, and they're in roughly equivalent positions as commanders of armies with experience. And she goes around looking for her dead soldiers and trying to help the civilians, while Galadriel's just like, oh, well, I found the kid who's important to the plot, so we're off now, and
It's
screw
so
you
weird.
all.
Is he even important to anything? Why?
Well,
So
I
yeah,
hope not.
I think
to
they're going to
clarify
make him
for people listening
in the future.
Galadriel just casually bumps into Theo and decides, you and I will go on a private adventure in the woods. And it's like, what? There's screaming. There is actively screaming for people who need help. What is I didn't understand that at all. I thought that, like, I'd missed something. Like, did she need to protect Theo because he is the one or something? I was so lost with that.
The actual reason is that he's supposed to be sort of her mirror. So by talking to him, she realizes her own flaws and, I've got to put down the sword and stuff. I've got to let all this go. So literally, they needed the two of them alone so they could have these kind of emotional conversations.
Right.
That was the end point. They didn't even think how they could get there responsibly. They just, this needs to happen. So coincidentally, it's happened.
I just remember thinking, like, oh, several scenes of these too. Like, but then again, it's like, what characters do you want to see? It's like, I don't know.
So they really just wander off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
There is
Yeah.
people
And
screaming
remember,
as they're walking off.
Yeah, it pans over. There are 2 meters to the right of them is a man screaming on fire. And he's like
Yeah,
trying to
that's
get
right,
from
yeah.
underneath some kind of like. It's absolutely unreal that they would show this to us.
That's
It really
wild.
perplexes
They
me
just
that as well,
leave.
'cause, like, how long has he been burning for? Like, how much time has passed since that? Has he just
I
been
mean, he's
lying there
probably
crawling
at least
around
medium
on
at
fire?
this point.
At least medium.
He's probably
It's
just like,
crawling
oh,
away.
You going? You going? Okay.
Yeah, guys, please, Theo,
Like-
please, we grew up together. You know me. Oh no. Oh no, you're taking the elf bitch with you to the woods. You're not going to the woods, are you? I need help.
Please help me.
It's so
I
weird then,
can't,
because
I have no time.
we then
It's
pan a
annoying as
little
we're
bit
right about
further,
the elves.
and we're off to already like the other characters, the other main characters. You got Isildur, his friendo, and the Queen, and it's like, wait, so Galadriel was right next to them at one point, but she just wanders off into the woods.
They both do. They just fuck
Logistically
off.
speaking, like, this part is bizarre because you might be thinking, well, wait, how is Isildur here? Where's Elendil? They were together, weren't they? And it's like, that's a great question. Keep that in mind for later. Because
We
Elendil ends up
reset
somewhere
between
else.
episodes. We shuffled the board. You are where you are.
Yeah,
That's the way of things, I guess.
it is quite literally that. They shove people in places they really shouldn't be. Oh, and Guy died. The guy who was like, oh man,
Yeah, guy from Place.
he was
The
one
friend
of
of
the
people.
friendo guy.
He had a few
Yeah.
lines of dialogue, and now he's gone.
It was really
forever.
sad.
It was sad because he
Oh,
wasn't
yeah,
made
definitely.
for war. He wanted to go and do other things, but now
Uh-huh.
Mount Doom has robbed him of the chance to do that.
Dawn. I'm gonna miss Guy.
First, he
Yeah.
got
Anyway.
to-
Anyway, one less mouth to feed.
Yeah. So the queen is like, guys, come on, there's a bunch of innocent people trapped in this house. And then they're like, help us, we're trapped in this house. And they're all screaming, and
Oh
our heroes
no!
collectively try and get them all out of there. And I guess, in conclusion, all of the innocent people are saved, but Isildur the whole house falls on him because a stone, was it part of the stone, like, chimney displaces?
It just fell over or something.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, and he fires her out of the door he's holding a big, massive pillar, and he just pushes it towards her slightly, and she flies out of that door as if
Yeah.
she's been shot by a cannon. And
Yeah.
what are these bodyguards doing, letting the queen go into a burning building when their only job is to protect the
But do
queen?
you understand? She's very, very selfless. Okay? She's not like Galadriel.
She at least cares more about people than Galadriel does. She gets fucking rewarded for it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens to people who try to save each other. But yeah, so he gets a building fall on him, and everyone's very sad, and we presume dead, which is an odd choice. We've talked about this before. We're going to put certain characters in peril. Isildur is one of the ones where you don't really want to bait him for being dead for several episodes. It's like, well,
Can they kill him?
oh.
No.
Well,
well,
no. Here's
hang on.
here's why I ask: if you're Amazon and you just can you kill him? 'Cause they killed Celeborn, right?
Well, that's what we are led to believe, is that he is dead. The only reason I would say
could
hang on
they?
is that, well, would you put it past them?
It's pretty
And
That's
having
why I'm
watched these two
asking.
episodes, I wouldn't put it past them.
They could have
why
him
I'm
have
bringing it
another
up.
kid and call him Isildur.
It seems like the sort of thing where they just might be like, yeah, we're doing our own thing. We're killing Isildur. It's probably gonna be some very strong independent woman, and she's not gonna be like the other girls, of course. And she's gonna get the ring, but she's not gonna get corrupted by it. And instead, it'll be like an opposite Isildur story. But I don't know. But I was thinking they might have fucking killed him.
It's the kind of
Just-
nonsense they would do, but there is a horse-related reason later, which would
Yeah.
suggest that they're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
doing that.
I would also
Oh,
go as
yeah,
far as
that's
saying,
right.
even Celeborn they might bring him back. It
I
might just
imagine
be
they
a
will
bait.
bring it. Well, how can they not bring it back if, they're nicking lines wholesale from the Jackson films and they're calling forward to the Jackson films all the
I
time?
don't give a
You
fuck.
can't kill off a character who appears in the films that you're claiming
It's
are
a
your
bit
sort of
strange.
direct
That's
descendants.
for them to do
Because the
that,
writers
yeah.
are following their nose.
That smells shit. Let's go down that way.
Was Celeborn one of the three ring bearers for the elves, or was it?
No, he's so Galadriel
he
has
was.
one, Gandalf has one, and is it Legolas's dad has one? Or do they move? Maybe Celeborn does
No.
get one in the end. I don't know. But he has to be alive because he is with Galadriel. It's the first time we see her. He is kind of king
Yeah,
of
he's
He's
Lothlorien.
kind of
King of
there and
Lothlorien.
alive, yeah.
He has
cause
lines
issues.
and everything in the film. He's the king of Lothlorien.
Oh, Elrond has the third, is it?
What's the one?
Yeah. If they want to go full soap opera, they'll have her fall for Sauron after they find out, and then that's when Celeborn will come back after they're together. Yeah,
And then you get the EastEnders drum beat at the end as
Yeah.
he comes in at the
It's-
wedding.
Boom, 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 boom. It'd be great.
Just think of the worst story they could do. It's what they're gonna do.
So yeah, the whole thing falls apart, and we get this quick shot of Muriel getting splashed by some ash in her eyes, and she's like, "Yeah." That'll play into something a little later that Cat's not gonna be able to handle it. It's such a it's a
You might be thinking
distraught
everyone
thing.
would be just covered in ash, super hot ash, but
Only her.
already.
Well,
but I
if you
suppose
remember, her
not.
dad said, if you go to Middle Earth, all you will find is darkness. Get it?
No, because she only sees gray.
Oh, that's close enough. The dark grey. So,
And
back
if her father knew that was going to happen, why didn't he just say, like, actually warn her?
Well, it's because he's a vegetable, and the
Because
plot
they
can't
wouldn't-
have him do that yet.
They literally would not have a man ordering a woman around that they want to empower.
It's not even that. It's just a case of, well, if he'd had one of his weird lucid moments from his apparent Alzheimer's at a convenient moment, then you couldn't have had the plot happen. So he has to be vague and asleep for the bit where it would have been important for him to say something.
you imagine
And then he'll give the revelation to some random chick later on.
I gotta
imagine he
say,
said to his
though-
daughter, though, that you'll head into a house trying to save somebody and then you'll get blinded. Watch out for that. She's like, oh, thanks.
If you go there, a volcano will erupt and you will almost die. Don't go. And she might have changed her mind, so we wouldn't have had a story.
On
even-
my current tier list of old bedridden kings, he ranks fairly low.
Yes.
How long is that list out of interest?
It's currently it's not a very big list, but he's at the bottom of it right
He's
now.
right at the bottom, yeah.
Right at the bottom. He is second by a considerable margin.
Someone in chat said the hills have Harfoots. That's up.
Hills have Harfoots. Yeah,
new
the
scene.
cannibalism,
So, the migration is complete. They have reached the glade, I think they said, which has got wonderful orchards in it, and they're just going to be fed forever. Woohoo! Our team catches up with them. They didn't die. How wonderful. Unfortunately,
good.
the eruption sent a couple of comets over here and destroyed all of the glade.
The odds.
The
The
odds.
fucking odds.
How far is the eruption spreading? How far away are you from Mordor? Like,
I like to think of like a heat map of where the pieces of the volcano landed, and they're just like there's just this one big one for where they are, and there's nothing else for absolute miles. Like, yeah, we got unlucky on this one.
if the debris is getting sent so far that it's reaching all the way out here, then all the people who were right next to Mount Doom could literally see it. You're done. It's over.
It should be over.
When this scene in the show happened, I was reminded of something else that some of you might have, discarded from your memory. But you remember in the first Wonder Woman movie how that village gets hit by the castle's artillery
Oh yeah, there's
and
poison,
it's
right?
with a gas? And then it shocked us because like wait, that was within cannon range the whole time and they just spring that on you. It reminded me of that where all of a sudden I'm calling into question once again just basic space. Where is everyone? Which is a problem that the show has had throughout its entirety. Where people are and how they can get places, they're just sort of there. There's no sense of an actual journey that any characters need to take. Everything is right next door to everything else, and journeys are effortless and instant.
Place and time has been a persistent problem in this show because
It
this
has
is
been.
confirmation, right? Like, this has to be, like, in terms of a timeline. Now we've got a lineup. This has happened pretty close to what happened with Galadriel and the Numenorians and everything.
I'm pretty sure if you
Which
compare the start of the comet with the eruption of the volcano again from the Harfoots compared to the Southlanders, it wouldn't make any sense at all. Like,
I don't see how it could.
because the
Plus,
Southlanders plotline only
consider-
lasts a couple days, right? While the Harfoots are doing like weeks.
Exactly. Well, it has to be weeks, right? This migration. Yeah. It's
So
surely-
people
and
point
also,
out in chat, it's like, didn't Tolkien like write full-on maps of this? Like, yeah, fuck that.
They show maps in this show.
They actually do.
Tolkien went to great lengths to figure these things out.
It's a good thing to do because you need to know, like, okay, how long does it take to get from A
Well,
to
it's
B? Oh, that
that
takes this long. Okay, that's important.
It's an attention to detail that makes the world feel real and lived in.
And it may not seem like it. It makes writing
I don't even know if
easier.
it's detail. It seems so basic. Like you have to know
yeah,
where
I would
things
say-
are.
Well,
I guess in a sense,
detail would be
it's
dependent,
pretty
right?
basic.
It could be hyper detailed. It could be relatively simple. But
The point being,
pretty sure Tolkien
that
was very
things get
detailed, right?
story. he was incredibly detailed. The amount of notes that he made and maps and the efforts and lengths he went to is
I think
wrote
with
about
Lord of
the
the Rings
tides
was
and
just
stuff.
his excuse to make maps.
yeah, maybe.
He's like, people will think I'm crazy if I just draw these random maps. Oh, I
mean,
guess I'd better write like a story or something for it.
It's like
Okay.
Norma said, actually sitting down and figuring these things out, place, time, how long it takes to get to places, it just makes it easier to have all these variables. It's easier to juggle everything.
Yeah, like
You just
down
have
the
a better
line,
sense
you'll be thankful you have all this information set out because
Yeah,
it'll
you're
just
doing
answer your
work ahead
questions
of
really
time.
quickly.
Yeah, it's a good
Exactly.
shorthand reference point. So if you're name dropping places, for example, what you really need to do is give people, and you've not been to those places in narrative yet, you need to give people some kind of key to allow them to interpret it, or to have at least a vague sense of where it's placed in the world, or who lives there, or what relationship it has with the place your protagonists currently are. And so you see that through the Fellowship of the Ring, which has, it's a very linear narrative, but it drops in the names and places that become relevant when the narrative splits up in the two towers. So you've already heard of Rohan, and you've probably already seen the map as well if you've read the books, before you actually get to Rohan proper in the two towers. Same thing with, when you split it off to Isengard, you hear mention of Gondor, you know about Gondor, and you know where it is on the map in relation to Mordor. If you've been reading the books or you've watched the film, which again has the maps included, all of this stuff's just really useful for the audience because it actually minimizes the amount of exposition you need to do. And Rings of Power sort of understood that in episodes 1 and 2 when it was still doing those Indiana Jones map style sequences, but it then shoots itself in the foot because it's given people an idea of place and distance, and then it's promptly gone and forgot about that itself. But the audience, if they're paying attention, will think, well, how many thousands of miles were the Harfords actually walking on their little sing-song journey? And how close are they now to what is now Mordor, or will soon be called Mordor? And if they are that close to it that the volcano can hit them, why could they not see the volcanic eruption? Why could they not
I was
notice
about to
it in the
bring that up.
distance?
Yeah. No
Yeah, I mean,
clouds, no
yeah,
ash,
in Return of
nothing.
the King, you can see Mount Doom from Minas Tirith, which is quite a long way away. And I think the map sequence for the Harfoots puts them not too far north of the mountain range, the northern mountain range bordering Mordor. So they should have noticed something before the weird, random, fiery rocks conveniently went and destroyed their orchard.
If you didn't know like what Lord of the Rings was, and this was your first exposure to it, there's no way that you would understand like any sense.
It's
of
all
place
uphill
at
from
all.
here.
That's kind of funny though.
What?
If someone was like, "I really like this. I'll check out those Peter Jackson films." Whoa, like this is way better.
I was so wrong to like the other thing.
The weird thing,
Well,
Lenny Henry
no.
during this part says that in his books it's written down that those volcanic mountains, they've done this before and they do it when evil rises. So that same volcano has gone up multiple times every time evil rises in the first place, and yet none of the Southlanders are even worried about this as volcano. Everyone seems amazed that a volcano's even gone on in the first place, and it had to be falsely exploded with water rather than just normally happen.
Natural
So do all the evil in the
processes,
past do the same thing? Is this a plan which has been repeated multiple times?
feel like
that
it just goes
that
off every
line
once
just
in a
adds
while.
so many more questions because it also calls into question time as well, because he mentions that it was his grandfather's grandfather or his grandfather said hundreds of years ago the story was told that there were mountains in the south that would spit fire, but they go to sleep. They only rise when there's a great evil, which again that makes you say, well, how long were we told in the opening monologue had passed since Morgoth was defeated? Does that actually align with the timeline we're being hinted at because they're trying to give Lenny Henry portentous lines? I don't think that quite lines up either. And then if the volcanoes periodically did go up, why is I guess that being a relatively verdant plain makes a bit of sense, but all they wanted to do was just to give him this portentous line to tie in that narrative, however superficially, with the grander events of the story. But in so doing, they just invited loads more questions that they're not actually going to bother answering.
It's when he said it, he's like, "Volcano would go evil." Just like, shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. Like you just like assume so much shit. And don't forget, like he's along with everyone else in terms of ditching everybody. He was happy to join in blaming the toll guy for all their problems. It's like, oh, now it's the volcano. That means there's evil. It's just like, God, I would hate to be a part of these people.
It gets so
Everything's
bad.
a
I do
sign of
wonder.
everything. Like, you get tired of it.
I do wonder whether he just makes stuff up.
Yeah.
Because in the bit where he's healing the tree, they ask what's going on, and he's like, "Well, he's just using little words so that the trees understand." I mean, you literally just BS'd yourself through that. Is that how he's the leader? I don't know whether it's bad writing or that's his character.
We're supposed to figure out that he's just a fucking charlatan, just lies all the time, but there's no way to disprove him, so he's just like, haha, I'm a genius.
There was never
Three
like paths to
spooky-tism
find.
people are heroes.
Just wander around.
So then there's this really weird sequence, because they zoom out at one point, and it's like, oh, I see, there's about, I'd say, 10 trees, and it looks like 4 of them, maybe 5, have been struck so hard they're like, you know, worthless now. And everyone here keeps picking fruit off the dead trees and putting it in little baskets. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You can't eat that. And they're like, oh,
Yeah,
how
I know.
terrible.
No, they love
how
it.
ashen
Ash,
fruit. This is
yum.
like, what? Why are you picking?
Well, you
leave it on the
burned an apple to a crisp, right? To the point where it's like flaky with ash. It's really good for you. All that
I'm surprised
all
that
that carbon.
it remains as as like a solid thing when they touch it, just instead of just disintegrating.
Get off a tree. They're trying to catch it in the air, trying to eat it.
Well, someone said, well, is it for the seeds? So the thing is, there are healthy apples in other parts of this area. But they all seem to,
Yeah,
like
it's the
some of the
whole
characters are off
countryside.
grabbing those, but most are just like, oh, look at this ash apple, let me put it in my collection. It's
Yeah.
like, what?
It's 3 little meteors hit. It's like I said, it seems to be a whole little countryside of just stuff to
Yeah,
eat.
there's still plenty of stuff to eat. It's just weird.
And how fast have these characters flipped now at this point? Because
Yeah.
I thought he was going to go, oh, he's up there. Has he caused this? Is he bad luck for this? All these apple trees and stuff. It's like, no, maybe he can fix everything. The only thing that's happened between them going, we should take their wheels and leave them, and this is a wolf happened. That was it.
Yeah, and he did a ground
And that-
pound, which, what does that have to do? Like, that has now made them believe, like, maybe he can fix the forest. It's like,
But no, it's just we were saying it makes no sense given that, you know, what you want from these little weird folksy people is some kind of internal myth logic, I guess. If they associate, as they did, the absence of animals and food in the forest, bad things happening, in other words, with the stranger they've got amongst them, what's the more realistic or probabilistic outcome in their minds if random asteroids essentially destroy their orchard? Are they going to say, well, the magic man can fix it, or are they going to say this is further proof that the guy is evil and brings evil with him, and we should probably, you know, cut his legs off and eat him?
Yeah, they
Right,
don't
man.
need those.
it's
Their
very
legs,
bizarre. They
don't
all
need
seem
those.
very pro him and want him to solve all their problems now. Their opinions
Yep.
shift like the wind or whatever. No, the wind's more consistent than. So yeah, they're watching him fiddle around with the tree, and he starts yelling and doing his spell casting shit again. And they one for one do the exact same shit they did last time, where they got to interrupt him and fuck with him while he's doing his spell, and then they get hurt. And then they're all like, "Wow, he's kind of evil, huh?" And it's like, ugh. God, people. They just.
Even he kind of takes responsibility for it when they're
Yeah,
all
he looks
staring
really
at him.
sad. And it's like,
I'd be like, well, it's not my fault. You walked into the tree.
yeah, just stay the fuck away from me when I'm yelling about spell casting. He's clear, like, it was gradually looking like it was fixing stuff, and then this stupid little girl is like, whoa, and walks right up to it. It's also, like, really stupidly inconvenient, too, right? Because it's just like, oh, that one branch is falling down, it's gotta get her. And if I can show it here, I'd like to. You have Genius Nori here, is like, oh my god, Dilly apparently is her name, which is pretty funny. But Dilly, get back. So, when someone is about to
Lover
have
of
something
pickles.
fall on them, what do? You usually grab them and pull them away, right? But instead, Nori grabs her, you then tackle her forward. Why the fuck did she do that?
Till you get back, throws her forward.
Like, I hate this shit. If I saw her do that to try to say, like, my daughter did that to save my other daughter, I'd be like, why did you try and kill her? Why did you try and kill both of you? What the fuck was
we
that?
have
What are you
just,
trying to do here?
We have just established that the meteors have eliminated their food source in the area, and we know what they're like. So maybe this is one of their ways of, you know, surreptitiously creating a banquet.
Look at the dad's face, by the way, once the tree branch has fallen.
I raised that bitch. There's Nori causing problems again, like literally every day it seems. Every fucking day.
Oh, they take a while to
He
react
goes
to
to
that.
Sardok and he's like, so can or Sadak, and he's like, hey, listen, that is a spell book, right? You can summon wolves, right? Because
Very
Nori's
clear you're
listen,
behind the wolves.
Nori's
we
been a
know.
thorn in both of our sides. Just saying.
Yeah, they're like, oh my god, what a horrible experience. That was clearly Magic Man's fault, and we all hate him now. It's like, yeah, okay.
Like, all you needed to do was not stand underneath the tree as he was doing his crazy super duper spell.
I hate this. They
Once
they have
again,
shots from everybody
quit-
looking fearful of him, and it's like, could you not make sense of what just happened? He's fucking around with a tree, and a part of it fell off, and you jumped underneath it. You fucking idiots. Swear to God, if I was there, I'd just be like, you realize all of that was you guys' fault, not his, right? He was doing his thing.
Can you stop fucking around with him when he's casting spells? Seriously, quit it. It's actually getting annoying. He's probably legitimately frustrated. Like, I just want to cast a goddamn spell. Can you guys quit fucking with
Try
my shit?
Tree. I'm trying to fix the tree for you. All I ask is just step back. Come on.
So, fucking ignore the Harfoot plotline for a little bit. We're off to the Dwarven plotline now, which
Yeah.
no less frustrating, unfortunately. So, Elrond is like, hey, we're gonna give you shit tons of everything for 5 centuries in exchange for access to Mithril, which, holy shit.
Damn.
That's a crazy good deal.
That's
Gilgalad.
imagine you're a dwarf. That's like you and the next and the next and the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. It's 500 years of shit.
Gilgalad isn't going to be in Eregion until next episode. So did they clear this with him? This is all elven resources. Is Elrond just capable of making this promise?
Well,
yeah,
we
he's a
joked
diplomat
about
in
it.
this, isn't he? So he should have the power to negotiate.
I don't know, man. That's
Yeah,
like,
but
is
damn.
that's a lot. Like 500 years of pure resource provided to basically anything. And of course, you'd be like, well, I mean, it's saving the elven race, isn't it? And it's like, yeah, I know, but still, that's a big promise. You'd probably
Still,
have
that's
to.
a lot of furniture, man.
You'd think you'd
My-
have to get Gilgalad's signature on that.
My favorite bit
Yeah,
was when
he'd
he
have
said,
to
"We
sign
want
off on
something
something.
sacred from you, so I'm going to give you something sacred in return." And he just goes, "Meat, grain, and wood." It's not particularly sacred to fair
Doesn't
trade.
seem that
Hey,
special.
man.
Well,
think
500
the
years of
wood-
it is pretty sacred, maybe.
The trees, though, they are elves. Elves are kind of precious about trees, aren't they? So, and they're giving it from the specific forest. So I would,
Yeah, but
mind you, the
if
show doesn't
dwarves-
frame it this way, but
It's for 5. I still just can't get over 500 years. That is no short amount.
that's no time for an elf. And I think it's only 1.5 generation. I think dwarves live to about 300, or they,
Well,
they
but-
live a long time anyway. So it's like 1.5. It's a lot. I don't get me wrong.
Elves still
I assume
experience
that I
time in
assume
real
this-
time, right?
Well, not according to the last 2 episodes, when the reason he hadn't turned up for 20 years is because he doesn't realize that 20 years is a long time.
I don't understand
So,
how a
the hell
being can
knows?
operate in the same way that Elrond does, while also having 20 years go by like quick. I don't understand how that works. He's in the moment all the time, isn't he? He's talking just like everybody else. It's not like time is speeding past.
That's yeah.
Always been the problem with immortality, that it should still feel just as long to you. You just have like a longer memory and stuff, but people treat it as if, oh no, I'm just going to sit in this room for 1,000 years if nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's that's
Yeah.
also been one of my issues with immortality that I bitch about. Is like, yeah, you live to be 1,000 years, but a day is still 24 hours. You're not just going to be like, oh, it's just a day. No, it's 24 hours for you too.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean,
I-
I don't know.
Maybe defending the show, so that there is an observed real world phenomenon where the older you are, generally the quicker you perceive time is passing. So when you're a kid, obviously being asked to wait 2 hours feels a lot longer than if you're 40 and you're asked to wait for 2 hours. That's reasonably well established as a thing. I guess you could extrapolate from that and say, well, if you do live forever, essentially, maybe you do lose track of time. It doesn't work in this show, though, because this show periodically forgets what rules it's operating by. But in the real world, you could draw a link between passage of time or how long you've been alive and how
Yeah,
long you
I
perceive
think
time
so.
as
I would
lost.
I would agree with you, just only to an extent though, and that doesn't account for like older people having their senses dulled over time as well compared to more youthful people, which isn't applicable to elves, right? They stay.
Oh, it seems to be for Celebrimbor.
Let's ignore this universe, okay? Because this one's weird, but sure, fine. Because I'm assuming it's still worth a lot, right? 500 years. Even the dwarves are like, holy fuck, 500
Absolutely,
years.
that seems like a lot. Yeah.
In terms of
Because
resource access.
Well, that's the thing, because it's not how long they live, it's how much resource they have to give. And it doesn't matter if the elves are immortal, if the forest, you're still taking 500 years worth of resources. That's quite a lot of
Yeah.
wood and food and grain. So
Well, and they don't even
but
put a
you'd
limit
have
on
to-
it. the implication is you have access for 500 years. And it's like, can I take all of it? Like, and so, yeah, one of the things I found about this is just there's no clarification on that. It seems that Durin's made up his mind. Absolute no. And something that bothers me about this whole scene and the whole episode, this never, ever, ever comes up. But the first thought, because I watched this first time around with Fringian, we both immediately were like, so, war? It wouldn't.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
like,
yeah,
If,
if-
the offer gets turned down, you're not just gonna passively accept that, right? Like,
It just seems weird
they-
that was never addressed as an option.
yeah.
Exactly.
We-
Yeah. It should
Right,
be
like,
the
it's not-
looming threat of if these
sure.
negotiations don't work, we might legitimately have to go to war. Because the dwarves know
Yeah.
how important this is. We've told them, and if they won't negotiate with us, then like,
Well, it's
well-
not that they necessarily will take that course of action, but it should be, yeah, that there is the sense that that is a possibility. That this isn't just a matter of
Yeah,
like yes or no. That there will be consequences for this choice.
But the elves don't die without this, so they will just like leave the,
But
the place.
Isn't
So
that what they
it's
keep
not
saying,
like-
though, that the elven race will perish without this?
No,
Yeah,
well,
but
if-
essentially they just leave Middle Earth.
Yeah, they'd have to go back to Valinor, but which again is sort of questionable because it leaves open questions the show again hasn't answered, which is, well, why, if they are able, as the show has established, to go back whenever they want to, are they staying here? Like, what is their actual attachment to this place? Why are they really here? And the show hasn't done anything of that. I mean, you can go into the books and
Like-
find that stuff, but the show hasn't established any of it. So you know, they wouldn't necessarily, they would die if they remained in Middle Earth without the Mithril. But the other thing that it hasn't established, sort of, you know, in terms of backfilled information, is, well, why is King Durin so very distrustful of them in the first place? You know, he specifically asked, you know, why would you trust an elf or whatever it is?
Right.
And like that level of suspicion, which exists in the Peter Jackson films, but because that's sort of implied at a later point in history, this is the point in history when you really should be establishing why they don't like each other, or even if they don't like each other. And the show hasn't done that either. So like, there's a lot of
Yeah, this
the
is-
great thing about the books and the films is that they imply history, whereas this show is actually set in history and isn't even implying the history it's set in. It's just ignoring all of it for a setup.
Yeah, this is a time to give us some more context, because this is the biggest political event of the Dwarven and Elven alliance, quote unquote, that there could ever be, and it's just like, nah.
pretty much.
And yeah, there's a lot of, and this is the other thing, by the way. I think you are correct that they'll have to go back to Valinor and they won't be able to remain in Middle Earth. But the problem is they keep framing it as though they're going to die. The elves will die. They keep using language like, you know, it's like the elves shouldn't be able to escape death or cheat death. Like they should just accept it. And you know, Durin's like, what? But I'm just sitting here like, well, so the dwarves are under the impression that they will die, not that they will move to a different place.
It seems like it. From
Yeah.
it
speech,
seems
yeah.
to be, yeah, that seems to be what
And
the
so this-
king says.
This is part of where my frustration lies. It's not that I expect that war should break out. It's that I need these people to discuss it. Durin as a king should be like, we might want to prepare because the elves may not take no for an answer. Like, he should know that. He should be like, they might get desperate if this is going to be something that, you know, without it, it will kill them.
Yeah, if this is as important that they say it is.
And then the elves, of
Well,
course,
so
it would be
important
nice if there
that
was
they're
just
willing to
one
make
zealous
this
elf
deal.
that's like, why can't we just take it from those backward idiot people? And then, you know, Gil-galad explains something, or someone explains why that would be an absurd decision.
Yeah, to attack it's suicidal to attack them in their home base. They know the mountains way better than us. It's you know, we can't do it. But there should be that.
They should. If you wanted to go back into the lore stuff, though, they wouldn't well, large factions wouldn't even have hesitated. They would have gone to war and killed all the dwarves, because they did quite frequently, over essentially wars over jewels, which are not even as important as this is. Which again, it's not that the show is, or we know it's not trying to recreate that, but it's that you could do your own version of that kind of thing, and you would have so much scope for content going forward across 5 seasons. You could have all this political intrigue and build up. You could have the complete collapse in relations leading to skirmishes, scuffles, then war thereafter. You could depict in your own way. It still would piss off purists, but you could depict in your own way the events that lead up to the collapse in relations that means that Gimli hates Legolas when they first meet in the Jackson films. But you're not doing any of that. It is just, as you say, they're just that's what you would need for all of this to have any kind of sense of life to it, and there isn't any of that.
Well, yeah, they're squandering every opportunity
Yep.
to expand the conflict, which, when you think about like what's most interesting in stories, it's the conflict, the friction, disagreement, tension, and they're just not seizing those opportunities by having characters with different perspectives get thrown into the mix, or just expanding it a little bit more. It's kind of bizarre.
I thought it was funny when they pan over to the, I guess, the first offering from Elrond, these packages. I thought that they had Gilgalad's crowd in there. They just tossed it in. They were just like, fuck it, whatever. It's just like,
It does look
you
like
can
it,
have
yeah.
that too
His
if you
little
want. It's like, hey.
They didn't tell Gilgalad. He's still home looking for it.
You don't see my crown? It's like, we'll make you a new one.
It looks like leaves. Like everything looks like leaves. It's like, yeah, I suppose you're right.
So yeah, we don't get much elaboration beyond. It seems the king's main thing is that I don't want to endanger dwarven lives. But Elrond says like the deal would be that we have access to your mines, the elves. Like, so we're gonna give you all this stuff in exchange. You let us work the mithril. And so then I guess
Maybe
you just
that
have
would
to.
be a source of further conflict, right? Is like, because if the dwarves have a process to do this safely,
Yeah.
do they trust the elves to do it safely, or are you gonna fuck around and like dig too much and destabilize this area because really there's not that much? Like, do you know what you're doing when we know what we're doing?
There's so many
Like, what if-
conversations that
what
could have
if-
happened to better
Exactly.
understand Durin's perspective, but we don't get it.
Well, no, because the show doesn't really have characters at all. Like it's it's kind of incredible. Like there's barely any character in the show at all.
And the astonishing thing
Like,
is
they
that the
refuse to give us
closest
anything.
the closest they actually get to character is the dwarves. And so
It is
if
actually
the
the
dwarves
dwarves,
have
yeah.
this problem, you can, if you haven't seen the show, you can sort of imagine how deracinated the rest of the world is.
Well, it's just I would be surprised, just based on the way that the characters speak to each other, that like it would be even feasible for the writers to differentiate between them, or like to explain how they would write dialogue for each character and how their dialogue differs because of who they are and what they value. Because the characters don't really. There's dot points in the script or like of the series outline, all of the beats, and they know what those beats are, and they just kind of like do them without thinking about like how characters going to inform these decisions or expand the scope of the drama.
Feels
Yes,
very
it's just
first
really
drafty.
weird. Bare
The
bones writing.
The characters are like empty vessels just for whatever the story needs at the time, and especially in this episode and the next one, each character is like different people. They just randomly change. Or they had the Harfoots and how they changed about the wizard. But you've got Elendil who changes. He comes to a moment at the end of this episode, and then in the next one, he flips entirely back on it and has just changed back to who he was before. And it's
Yeah,
almost like,
his was pretty stark.
yeah,
It seemed
Deezer does the same thing for no
Yeah,
reason as well.
Galadriel.
It's bizarre.
yeah,
Our
Elrond.
our protagonist does that. These two episodes
She does that,
absolutely
yeah.
fuck with the character stuff. What little we have, and as bad as it is, they still just flip everybody. It's just a shakeup. It feels like a
It- it-
shakeup. Like new
it's
writers
kind of-
took over almost, who are equally bad, just confused.
I don't know. I think I would just like. I don't know that the show treats the characters in the way that characters. It's almost like I'm struggling to like explain like how the characters feel in this show, but you know how like I mean we're gonna compare it right in House of the Dragon, how it's a high fantasy story and whatnot, but the characters feel very real.
Real.
They feel like well-defined individuals with their own flaws, passions, interests, goals.
Yeah.
And
Before they say something, I think I know what they're going to say, and then they say it.
well,
I'm like, oh
it's,
yeah, there you go. I know this character. That doesn't surprise me at all.
it's a world that's where the characters are very comprehensible, despite living in a world that is very different from the one that we live in. They feel like people. The characters in this show don't really feel like people. They kind of feel like they're kind of like props,
They feel like
you know?
props.
Yeah, like they're not particularly. They don't seem to me like people who would actually exist, even in a world that is fantastical. They seem like they are elements of a story that recognizes that it's like a narrative rather than a. And then of course the problem there is that even in this context of that narrative, the decisions that they make don't really service the narrative very well. A lot of opportunities for drama are not recognized and squandered, and they still don't make much sense. Like it's really weak. Like that's just how I feel about the characters in this show. It's incredibly weak.
Yeah, there's a criticism that was often made of writers like, say, Michael Crichton, who did Jurassic Park and things like that. Concept writers, I guess you'd call them, where they have an idea, they have a thing they want to depict, they have a world they want to show you, and they have point A and point B in mind. You could interchange any one of the characters within the world that he's depicting, and nothing would actually change because the characters are not actually tied with the events on screen. They are just there because a story involving humans needs just nominally to have some humans present, but you don't actually need those characters. They don't even really have characters. The character isn't the point of the story being told. It's a grand vista, or it's a grand concept being depicted, or it's an excuse, as Michael Crichton often did, to depict his sort of lessons on bioethics and things like that. But it doesn't matter. That the characters are just purely circumstantial to it. And there's a really, like, the Lord of the Rings should be the opposite of that. The Lord of the Rings is that there's high concept in it, but it really shouldn't work without its characters, given how much of its world is
Yeah.
tied up with the different races of people. But we
The
don't get
characters
that.
don't seem of the world that they're in.
I think I get what you mean. I think what I would say my impression in this show is like, if you were to imagine like characters in a fable, like a fable that has a very specific point that it's trying to hone in on, and how like depending on how thorough the fable is, the characterization might not be like that strong. Like it's very much in service of the specific point of that fable, and it doesn't really give you much more than that. But the difference between those fables and what we have in this show is, one, the length of those stories, but also that like the characters are consistently characterized in those stories. Like if anything, you could say that maybe like if you looked at some fable that it's too simplistic, but like at least they're still acting in a way that is consistent with whatever goals are set out and in service of whatever story they're trying to tell. The problem here is that like you've got a story that's the story demands certain actions from the characters that just don't exist, like that don't manifest at all. Sorry, I'm still trying. I guess I'm just trying to figure out exactly what it is that I'm finding so hollow about the characters. But maybe that's just it. They're hollow.
It's kind of like Star Wars, modern Star Wars at least, where you see this world and all of the crazy technology and all of the everything in it, and the people that you would expect to inhabit that is different than what we're portrayed or what we're given, because the people that were shown are a bunch of idiots. Everyone's stupid. Um, and in this show, you have all of these gleaming towers and cities and these massive, incredible, super high fantasy, crazy things, and everyone's written super poorly. So they don't seem like they're actually a part of this world. How did this world come together if it's full of morons?
Well, yeah, like it just you don't feel like these characters actually reside in the world that they live in. They just don't feel like they're. It does not immerse you. Like I find it very difficult to be immersed in this story.
Oh yeah, there's
because
very little continuity. If that was like the juice that can get you connected, it's
Yeah,
so little.
Yeah.
Because obviously we were saying like these are all like puppets for a greater goal, which in this scene is we deny the elves, we say no, and it's like, does that make sense? And it's like, don't care. We said no.
No, they said no. That was the point. That's where we're going with the story, and who gives a shit?
And to be clear about
Yeah.
the full argument that's provided, it's that they're gonna die, and then he's like, do you expect me to just watch as my friend dies? And the response to that from the king is that wiser people had decided long ago that the elves would die, and to defy their will could destroy the entire kingdom we have, or even Middle Earth. And it's just like, what the fuck? Do you actually believe
What?
that? Like, would
So
you
what
apply
happens
this
if something
logic
bad
to you
happens to
guys?
us?
Yeah, like what
Yeah.
if the Dwarven Kingdom is struck by some blight? Are you just gonna be like, well, that's what someone decided
Well,
long
I guess
ago.
some fucking god or something wanted this to happen, so all right.
And,
whatever.
There's a lot of that in this episode and the next one about essentially preordained
Galadriel says it
Valar
before
deciding
she
things.
changes
Yeah,
her mind.
the wizard does as well. They've set a path for you that your feet have to follow, that your
Follow
heart
the
can't or something like
trail.
that. Yeah, even the bit where Galadriel's in the middle of an ocean and keeps meeting things, it hints that the Valar are responsible for that. It's throughout the entire series. It's very odd, to be honest.
So
I think with the dwarves, I mean, so I don't want this to be taken as giving them too much credit, but I mean, to the extent the writers have recognized this problem at all and done any work to address it at all, this scene with the dwarves is probably the closest you're going to get, because at least the bare minimum is done in the sense that it establishes King Durin as being old, in a sense, cowardly, very restrictive, and it's done to play up the conflict between him and his slightly more brash and ambitious son, and you do get a kind of payoff from that at the end. The thing that's missing, though, is to really anchor his wariness in the world he's living in. So it's one thing for him to say, and it's the cheap and boring thing for him to simply say, well, it was preordained thus. Like, if you were to try and say, well, going back a few episodes, you establish that living in mines as the dwarves do, they are an innately cautious people in the sense that, you know, the further down you dig, the more dangerous your world becomes. These people live in a world that could collapse in on them with the wrong stroke of a mallet, for example. You can tie that in, and then, you know, if you wanted to do character work, you could maybe portray more strongly that King Durin is the way he is because he's lived long enough to see ambitions literally cave in around him. But it doesn't really do any of that. I think that's sort of what it's aiming for, but it's not actually
They don't have
framed
that
properly in
scene
that way.
where he explains any
No,
of this, where he
no.
didn't say, like, oh, that's how such and such, that's how your brother died, or that's how da da da, or do you remember the great cave-in of 1236, or anything like that? You know, there's none of that. We just don't. He's just like, this
Uh,
conflict between Durin and his father is just never like I'm constantly frustrated by it because I get the idea of each side, but the way that
Mm.
they portray their ideas to one another and speak to one another, it's really frustrating.
One of the issues again is you never know whether it's bad writing or whether they're actually being subtle, because in some other places they will spell it out 4 times in 4 different ways to make sure that this gets nailed home. Whereas in this, there is a line where he's on about sort of tempting the mountain to fall on us, and then he even goes, the further we go into like shadow, and like, well, is that meant to be a hint that he knows that the Balrog is down there, or is
which
it just a
case-
throwaway comment?
In which case, he should be bringing it up. He should just be overt about it. There's a fucking creature that lives down there. We've dug too deep already. We're gonna risk waking it up, guys, so no. That would actually make more sense, to be honest with you.
But there are cases where leaders are like, I don't want everyone to panic, so this is a burden that I have to
Oh
bear.
yeah, but we would get told that as the audience, right? Like, we would have some moment where the king recognizes the Balrog is there, but he's like, oh, but I don't want to be telling everybody. They'll fucking scream if they find out that's there.
You should do, because if at any point, if it goes, it doesn't even take long, but if the audience knows something that the characters don't, even if it's the character has no way of knowing it, they come across as stupid. And I think that's an issue that they have in this show. They keep telling the audience things, and you're like, well,
Yeah, and we all have to
how have
just,
we
like,
not found that?
do this hyper inference as to what exactly is fueling this, and ultimately it's just like, well, I think it might just be what he said. He really does think the elves are gonna die now, and fuck it. They should if they're gonna. Because that's how everything works. It's like, okay.
All right.
And
That's fun.
Dees is mad.
Even with that, if other characters had shown like morals and stuff, then you could think like, well, this guy's evil. But because everybody acts the same way and no one
Yeah.
cares about anyone and everyone acts evil, you're like, well, I don't know whether that's his
I get-
character or it's just the way
yeah.
they write things.
If everyone's a dumb asshole, what am I supposed to think?
Yeah, Dees is like, fuck it. He's an idiot. And then he's like, no, maybe he's right. And then Elrond turns up and he's like, sad. Durin's sad. We just have to, I guess, come to terms
And
with the
we're
fact that
sad.
yeah, everything just, it's not going to work out.
Because we're here.
I'm kind of annoyed that the elves kind of gave up on negotiations too. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
there's no round 2. There was no like, all right, well, I guess that's not something that they wanted. Maybe we could do something else. Maybe we could. I mean, we're building this tower. We just built this tower with. I guess the tower's done now. I don't know. That's really quick that they got this whole fucking tower built, and the dwarves were helping with that. I suppose this is never brought up again. That's just done. You'd think that would be like a big sort of what was wait like two. I can't believe I'm blanking on the word. Like the cooperation between two groups.
Symbiosis.
No, it like I don't know, whatever. But they did this project together, and it's just sort of done now, and it's forgotten, and we don't bring it up. You don't have dwarves in Linden
yeah,
or
you'd think-
Arabian.
You'd think that would have had some leverage over their, relationships. Like, we just built that thing. Remember that? You were paid handsomely, presumably. Wasn't that
Presumably.
cool? So wouldn't you really want to just see us dead? I guess the king's like,
Nope, I forgot about it. No, it's fine.
There's so much more
It only
conversation to be
existed
had.
to. Mm. Like I said, this feels like first draft. It feels like, okay, it's like we got our first draft, we'll come back and we'll iron it out later. We gotta build our blueprint for the rest of the season. And then they never went back and ironed out a lot of the details and strengthened the writing and tried to make the characters really unique. Um,
And they
it's
sort
a
of they
shame.
shot themselves as well, because one of the other problems is that you don't really understand how desperate the elves are. The show hasn't given us time to do that. And the reason it didn't give us time to do that is because it kept that secret from its main characters up until, what, 2 episodes ago, I think it was? So, like, Elrond goes under false pretenses to meet the dwarves. So the audience
Yeah.
only really learns the extent of the problem really within the last sort of, well, 10 minutes of their plot line. And now we're expected, sort of building on the problem identified earlier as to whether or not they're going to actually die or can they just fuck off to Valinor again. We also have the issue of, well, how desperate are they, given we've not had time to see this develop? We don't have any sense of what they themselves might be thinking, even off screen, never mind on screen. It's just, and I don't really understand why they did that, because keeping it a secret from Elrond, I don't really think accomplished anything. Whereas if they told him to go under false pretenses at the beginning, the audience
It's
gets a
cheap
much
drama.
bigger lead into it. And then Elrond has the additional drama which he shares with the audience of deliberately keeping a secret from his friend. And you could accomplish, roughly the same character dynamic with that as well, whilst also giving the audience more time to understand the stakes.
I don't know if the writers could have told you a lot of the detailed explanation as to Elrond's sort of state of mind, what he's supposed to know, what he's supposed to have been told. Um, because the result of that is that it makes him look like, a dumb asshole like everyone else. Um, when he says, "No, I came to be a friend. No, I tried to get the mithril. No, I guess they knew about the mithril, but they didn't tell me. I was supposed to learn your secret, I guess, but I didn't know if I was supposed to do that from the start or not. But I guess I was. I don't know if the writers could have told you that.
And they set up stakes for the elves because I kept. It never felt that big a deal for the elves because they could just leave. There is that one line where they said if we leave, then this entire place falls to darkness. But we've just seen the orcs got defeated like very easily in a
Very
little tiny
easily,
town.
yeah, until
and we've
the
seen
old
no other
man
army. There's no
thing.
other threat, and so it doesn't. It just seems like he's bigged up this kind of evil enemy which isn't actually there or doing anything.
Yeah, where'd the orcs come from? I thought they all died in the battle.
Oh, been
Yeah.
in a little hole getting. Sauron's
I
been trapping them
guess
out.
we've replenished our orc supply for this episode. There's a lot more orcs now,
They could have at least
and
done a
Adar's
scene
free.
where, yeah, they could have at least done a scene where Adar went back and he had another army somewhere, and it just pans over him, so
No.
there is at least
Yeah.
a threat.
So people in chat would say this, like, so why didn't Gil-galad okay, so like, what do we know here? Like, the mithril, if actually, we'll get to that in just a sec, because it's treated as a revelation, which kind of blows my mind. Durin's like, oh man, and then Elrond says, well, I better inform Gil-galad, who soon enough won't be a king, won't even be in Middle-earth. And Durin's like really sad, and I'm just like, yeah, the language he's using really does imply that they're gonna be dying. Okay, whatever, he seems fine with it. Elrond almost seems like, oh, you said no? Okay, bye. That's just the kind of character he is, I suppose. But
I suppose.
it's funny because Durin says goodbye, and then Elrond's like, we don't say goodbye. And Durin starts
It
crying.
goes against it though.
Well, yeah, they're
Elrond,
very
like,
close together. The relationship is very robust and well developed and very believable. So it makes sense that Durin cries and sheds a tear. I was right there with him. I can't believe they were saying goodbye. These good friends of time.
but Elrond's already been in a negotiation where it failed, and he was willing to get expelled and never ever return to any dwarven kingdom ever, just for a chance to talk to somebody to try and convince them of his argument. And so, like, he isn't a person that would just give up on a negotiation, but they've changed his character again.
Yeah, he's kind of just given up on this one. But as you're right, like in the next episode, even he does a bit of defying again. He pulls that out here and there. Maybe he's just like, I don't want to fuck with that king dwarf guy.
Yeah, it looks like that crown hurts on his head. It probably gives him a lot of pain. He's probably ornery often.
So he hands the mithril stone back to Durin, and at first I think we were like, well, why would you even? You don't need to do that, and it's just like. Then you think about it deeper, and you're like, why would you hand back the token of friendship? Like, if anyone's to draw any meaning out of that, it comes across as like, well, we're done. Which, by the way, follows from what I believe about Elrond. Like, I can't
Yeah,
benefit from
this
you anymore,
is-
so we're done. I don't need this anymore.
Gave back the mithril.
Um,
So where do they get the mithril for the rings?
It's
Well,
that
It's
piece,
that
isn't
same
it?
piece.
I was about to say, so he throws it across the table. I think everybody watching this is like, oh, is it gonna clear up the leaf of its goo? And it does. And then
Yeah.
Literally does. It
Durin
degoopifies the leaf.
Durin and Disa are both like, oh my god, and it's like, Elrond, come back, you gotta see this. And I was just sitting there like, what? I thought we knew
That's
this.
what everyone expected.
Yeah, I thought this was the whole point.
This was the point. What did they tell you?
I don't understand. Celebrimbor said he experimented on the mithril and that it was everything they needed, and that even a a certain amount of it can like cleanse everything. And then they watch it cleanse, and I don't understand. Can anyone help with this? What were they trying to say with that?
No, I'm in the same place.
Yeah,
They know that's what's going to happen. That the entire negotiations was specifically because that's like he must have told them why they wanted the mithril. He must have
Yeah.
done.
Why soon?
And I thought Celebrimbor would have done this experiment anyway. Like, why would he not try that? Of course, you would want to put it next to the goo and see what it does.
I guess maybe from the dwarf's perspective, it's revelatory to them in the sense that it gives them a visual understanding of something they've only vaguely understood in
elves-
concept. But it
The elf
still
should have
doesn't.
brought that.
So the elf should have probably demonstrated that. Yeah.
Yeah, like proof of concept would be handy.
Yeah, this is no joke. We don't just want it because it's a cool thing. We want it because it's literally going to undo the horrible black goo that's spreading across our land. Like, just help us out. Yeah. And it makes you wonder, could they do it with just this one piece? Could you just walk around everywhere with this one piece and clear it up? And hey, why does it work when the mithril is said to be good and evil put together? Why is it anti-evil? Does that make sense?
In the next episodes, they actually do prove that they could do it with this one piece.
Yeah, that's true. So, which I thought was absolutely bizarre because I thought, like, whatever, we'll get there. And also, it makes you wonder what are the properties of the mithril vest that Bilbo and Frodo have? What can it if you walk around with it and like, does it get rid
Around
of goo?
Legolas? Legolas was constantly having like a euphoric high
I guess
whenever
so.
Frodo was near him.
Didn't know it was the vest. He just thought it was
He had no
Frodo.
clue.
He thought it was like, you're a cool dude. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I thought that was so weird because I was like, we already do all of this, but sure.
And why
okay.
is there even goo in proximity to the one place in this universe where there is lots of mithril anyway? Is it not an area of effect thing, I assume, if the goo can make it so close to the mithril, but then they have to imbue it with some other quality, which I guess would be magic. But it doesn't... You can't do this and then also do anything with the mithril vest, I don't think, in the Jackson films, because, you know, if it contains the light of the Silmarils, it must have effects that the mithril vest in the Jackson films plainly doesn't have. If it's, you know, it's evil is allergic to mithril, and yet the orcs will have no trouble nicking it from Frodo and parading it around, and the mouth of Sauron can lift it and flaunt it at Aragorn. So it clearly doesn't have that kind of rebuffing effect. It's just, I think it's just a contrivance is probably the only word for it.
Oh,
Yeah, because
I just thought it was a really, really awesome metal that was really good and
It's
light and
supposed-
strong.
It's supposed to have the light of the Silmarils in it, apparently, and if it has
Well,
the
in
light
the-
of the
Sean
Silmarils
hasn't
in
even
it,
told
then
us what those are.
no, it's.
I don't even know what a Silmaril is, other than it's a MacGuffin thingy.
it
It's
makes
a thing that people
stuff
talk
good.
about sometimes.
People like it. Morgoth likes
the
it.
goo in this, I thought originally was supposed to be. It was a physical representation of essentially evil spreading across the land because they thought they could even get rid of it just by stopping a war, and that was going to clear it up. So, surely the only way you could get rid of the goo in the first place is by fighting back the evil across the land. I don't understand why some light is going to affect what's meant to be a physical representation of Middle Earth.
Well, if you get loads of it together and then throw it up into the sun, it'll explode and spread light all over the world. I think that was the plan. Now they're going to have to do this whole ring plan. You know? Oh, wait. Spoilers. We'll get there. Bye-bye.
There
So
are
next
rings
up,
in this show.
we go back to good old Galadriel and Theo, who are
Good
in
old
the fucking
classic
area they're
couple.
in. There is just ash just everywhere. Look, they're in like hell, and it just
Yeah,
doesn't
look, there's
affect their
embers as
breathing at
well.
all.
Nope, ash has no effect on breathing, evidently, in the Lord of the
So
Rings
lame.
universe.
Don't
Rings of
appreciate Theo
power.
wearing. Is it blackface?
I guess they both got soot face, so yeah.
Face.
Yeah,
Like
he's like, let's
Pongo.
go kill some orcs,
Pongo.
and she's like, no, idiot, we're outnumbered, we're outforced. And it's just like, no, you're not. You're Galadriel. You could kill like 1 billion orcs.
Yeah.
Very, very strange. And yeah, then he's like, why are you so bothered? It's not even your fault. And she's like, don't you know? It actually is. And he's like, and then I think they both
Ow.
try and talk about how it's definitely their fault individually, which I thought was funny because Theo is probably much more easy to blame in terms of his involvement in all of this, like the retarded fucking hilt and all that stuff. But
Yeah.
we'll come back to that conversation. For now,
A part of me just doesn't blame anyone for not knowing about that. That's just so.
it's so
Then
absurd.
again, the
Yeah,
elves knew about it for hundreds of years.
I guess
and
you can
stuff,
still blame
so,
Waldrick. Kind of.
I do blame a lot of people. Actually, I take it back. As dumb as it is, there was clearly all this stuff going on around it.
I'd entirely blame the kid because he was the one that gave it to Adar. Without that, none of it would have happened.
I guess
Like
so.
there was.
I'll give him
It
space
was
on the
to
fact that he
save
was
everyone,
watching
though.
everyone getting tortured or killed. You know, it's
Yeah, I don't blame him for that.
tough
But
to
there is that
hold out
element.
on that.
Yeah, I don't
Also-
think other characters should blame him, but I think it would be an interesting character thing for him to have some proper introspection on that. It's
Well, I
like,
hate what she
yeah,
says to him regarding it, but it's the next scene.
yeah,
Wait,
He
it's
also
sad.
he couldn't have known precisely why
it would launch
Adar
a
wanted it.
volcano.
But it's
It's just intuitive. The spooky
No.
sword makes a volcano explode and create Mordor. We all knew it. That's what swords do.
we didn't listen. No,
Yeah.
it's just
So, we meet up with Elendil, who's like, oh man, isn't it sad that everybody's so rough right now because of that volcano? Oh, geez, oh man. And it's like, hang on. What are you doing here? You're with your son.
Is confusing.
You were with your
This
son
is that
way
whole
further
time
away,
and
and now
space
you're over
thing.
here,
Yeah,
and
what
you're looking
happens,
for your
like-
son. How did this happen?
Everyone seems to have this is the scene where we were constantly confused as to why are you here? What happened? I guess you were all in the village and then you left the village, but different people left the village to go to different places. You didn't check for survivors. You didn't help the wounded. You didn't confirm it.
Yeah, because he would have had to have
What
bumped into the queen.
happened?
He would have had to have bumped into everyone else when searching for
Yeah.
people. Because they were in the street.
Just fucked off. Everyone just sort of left. And they're like, well, I hope all the people survived and they find us in the woods or something.
Yeah, and they struggle to tell him, like, oh, your son got hit by a house. And this part infuriates me, because it's like, oh, so what did you do about it? And they're like, well, we left. And it's like, so there's a house on top
Yeah.
of him back there. Do you see if he's dead? Like, oh, well, we assumed. And it's like, okay, well, whether or not he's dead, I'm his loving father. I'm getting that body. I'm gonna go find him. Fuck you guys.
I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, I'm gonna check. I gotta make sure.
But
I gotta know.
But he just doesn't. He just doesn't.
and he
Even
should have
f-
been
like,
there in the first place.
Spoilers, he fucking leaves Middle Earth. Like, he's like, I'm out of here. It's like, you didn't even know if your son's okay. Just like, oh, he was trying to save somebody, some stuff fell, we didn't see him again. It's like, okay.
it's
So
no,
that
it's fine
doesn't-
because he actually says in that last scene before they leave, he says, "It's called, we'll leave a battalion here to go back and see if any of the people we left behind are still alive." So
Man,
Unbelievable.
that's fine.
The whole reason he's pissed in the rest of the episodes now is because he's lost his son. It's like, you didn't confirm that, like any normal father who loves his son would. But okay, Elendil, you do you, buddy. Doesn't take the news well, but I guess why would you? I get frustrated watching him do that shit, because I believe that he would race off immediately wherever they said they saw him.
He never would have
I
left the
can't-
town.
No.
You get a lot of those moments with all the characters where it's just like, why can't you just be normal?
Yeah.
The writers
other
need to
stuff
ask
to do.
themselves, what would I do in this situation, knowing all the things the character is supposed to know? Well, I guess I'll leave Middle Earth. I hope my son's okay.
I'll leave
And
Middle Earth to come back later. And
They
also
could have
hope my
used-
son's okay.
They could have used Muriel as an excuse for him to leave the town because she's the queen, and so he's like torn up. But I have to
Yeah.
get her out of here because she's in danger. But that takes precedence. But rather than that, it's just, oh no, nobody cares. Everyone just leaves. Everyone's out for themselves. They're all evil in this show.
I could totally see him be like, you know, not necessarily fuck the queen, but I could totally see him being like, you guy who was helping, you come with me and show me where you last saw him. Queen, you go with my top king's guard or whatever. They save. I gotta go find my son. Then she could be like, I need you, and he's like, my son needs me. You know, that sort of thing. That could have been fun.
Yeah, like, is your duty to Numenor or your son? And he's like, my son, crazy bitch. And then he punches her in the fucking throat.
Punches her in the eyes because they're not useful anyway.
And then he fucking T-poses on her.
So
You could actually work it even into the scene they've made, though, right? Because you have the revelation of her sight loss momentarily, and all it would really have taken is, I guess, Elendil learns at that moment that the son he was standing next to a few moments ago is now no longer with them. So he's like, "No, I'm going to go back." And then she says, "No, I need you to stay." And then they have that sort of. Then you get the reveal of blindness, and then it's his clearly depicted, ideally, the devotion to duty that forces him to then consciously leave his son behind. But I don't think we really get that from what I remember of this scene.
yeah,
No, he just walks off.
Then we go back to Theo and Galadriel, and Theo's like, man, it sucks. My mum's probably dead. Elfman's probably dead. Everyone's probably dead, right? Probably. And then Galadriel says, do not fill your mind with guesswork. It'll make it hollow. Something like this. I'll get the quote exactly now.
Basically, yeah, it's a really... This
What-
show's full of really bad advice.
He says, what cannot be known hollows the mind. Fill it not with guesswork.
This is a woman who spent centuries roaming the earth looking for Sauron, just guessing at his location.
Yep.
Sure.
There's...
Or is that the point? She's gone on an arc. She's learned that was a mistake.
Was it?
Well, there's
It would have
there's a
ended
bit
up
of
in
that later with
Valinor,
him.
and she would have been able to fight him at all. As
'Cause when-
Elrond puts it
Wow.
in the next episode, I was wrong to doubt you. You were right, like, about everything.
No, I mean, I'm memeing. I don't think that's what they were going for at all. I think that was just meant to be like a smart thing that she said, but it's really weird. It's just another weird saying.
Yeah, it's just weird as fuck. Don't guess about things, ever. And it's like, you'd think
Yeah.
that the more wise thing to say here would be like, don't assume the worst. Like, to
Yeah,
keep your mind away
exactly.
from
Don't
darker
assume
thoughts,
the
something
worst.
like that.
You have to have hope. You have to, be prepared. You have to some actual bit of practical advice that you might be able to use.
Like, imagine,
that you
you
might
know,
wanna
it's like, oh, we have
convert.
3 directions to go. Which is the least likely to have orcs? And it's like, oh, maybe it was... She goes, don't guesswork. If you don't know, we'll just leave. It's like, what? No, that's how we do a lot of things. It's kind of... I work with uncertainties. Why would you even say this? It's like so bad. And she says it so confidently. She's imparting this age-long wisdom. Shut the fuck up. Nobody here can question her.
Nope.
Which is really sad, but hey. So yeah, they're heading to the Numenorian camp. I guess she managed to just find a direction that completely dodged everyone. Because that's where everyone's heading, right? The Numenorian camp.
Mm-hmm.
There are a huge trail of people that go from where she was to the camp. She's gone where she was with them to the camp. She's somehow managed to go a place where no one else is, and she bumps into a huge horde of orcs as well. How?
Yeah. She and Theo both went because he went with her. He didn't go. Theo didn't look for his mother.
No. Gave up. He went straight to the woods with the crazy lady.
He didn't look for his mother. He didn't look for any of his friends and family or the people he's lived with. He just goes with
He was
this
right
random
next to
elf
his
who's
mum,
wandering
too.
into the...
I just don't get how any of this happened.
Yeah, it's why. How did this happen? You try to picture it in your mind, a little graph, like, oh, how, like, actually, how did this happen?
Then,
Let's see.
you get the wonderful line where he's like, how many orcs have you killed? And she's, many. And he goes, good. And she goes, I would not use such words.
Oh God.
It's like, why? Because it darkens the heart to call dark deeds good.
You were threatening to torture
I was
them
about to say,
gleefully in the last
episode.
King
Yeah.
episode. Jesus, woman.
What changed in 30 minutes? Well, a volcanic eruption, I suppose, but does that clear the mind?
The orcs
Does
have
that
been
not hollow the mind but fill
exclusively
it?
horrendous to Theo and his people. It's like,
The orcs
Yeah.
seem to be, and just like intrinsically unsalvageably evil, and killing them seems to be just a general good thing all the time in all contexts.
that's utterly bizarre. We've not seen that orcs are like nuanced. They are always just looking to destroy, burn, and kill, eat. Like that's all they do. And it's just like, yeah, but killing them, and it's funny because if you'd said murdering them, maybe there would be something of a question there. But like killing them is just exclusively
say, like,
evil. Really?
Like you can't murder an orc, in a sense. Like they're just
I know what you mean, yeah. What I'm suggesting is the choice of the word kill, which is what Theo has, she calls that exclusively dark. It's like, how could you possibly think that?
Because the moderated position is you should kill them, but you shouldn't feel happy about it. But again, in the previous episode, I think, well, it was the last one, wasn't it? But they actually tried to give the orcs a kind of emotional value. They were fallen elves. Adar is a fallen elf. They establish a kind of familial relation. They invite the audience for the first time to think that these are not just, insert random evil creature that can just be killed willy-nilly. So they tried to do that, and then that's what makes her admission
also
about
say
wanting
they
to kill
are
and torture.
though.
Well, yeah, they also do that, but then also that's what makes her so horrific when she says at the time, "I'm going to kill every last one of them and make you watch." That's horrific at the time, and now they've just completely done a volte face, and now it's well, no, you should be lamenting killing them, except when you shouldn't be. I think even the show understands what the moral character of the orcs is.
Yeah, and normally you would have thought that the orcs, they didn't really care about each other either. They'd happily have killed each other for anything. But in this, they've set in stone that they actually do care about each other. They have a culture. They are upset when each other's dies. Well, yeah, Adar, but the other orcs as well. They were all involved in that ceremony. They all seemed to care that one of them had died. And so
Right.
you do get to that point where killing one of them, because it would negatively impact other people, there is a kind of a moral thing there. And Adar was on about, well, we're only here like looking for a place to live. It's kind of, I don't care that we're getting rid of people, but
he's full of shit though, because he tried to make it sound like it's such a, like it's so nice for us to finally give these orcs a place to be, and then it's just like everything they show of the orcs are just these horrendous assholes who want to destroy everything for everyone else. It's like if you could have one orc who was just like, man, I just want to farm, I just want to grill,
I want to grill. Yeah.
I want nothing to do with all this crazy war stuff.
Grill people? No, just like
regular
cows.
grilling.
Yeah.
I think they're aiming for the fact that they don't really care if they kill other people, but they're not going out and deliberately like doing it for pleasure.
I wonder sometimes about that. Without they portray these orcs. Well, remember when they killed one of the slaves for no reason at all? Like they were just like, "Yeah, we did it, yeah." Like, okay.
That's true. They were smacking a lot of them as well for no reason.
That's
trying to smack some sense into them. Those slaves were
revel
retarded.
in the misery of others.
But that's what you expect from orcs. They're trying to humanize something which is innately evil, which is why it doesn't work. But they still had a go, I think.
Oh, then we have a whole scene to say Muriel's blind now. Rip. I was saying when it happened,
no, not Muriel.
The thing is, the scene itself is like fine in terms of how it's revealed.
I would asterisk that with where there was confusion on my part because she was staring forward and so was he. He was staring forward too, and I thought they were looking at something. The two of them.
Well, I mean, it gets pretty. They do a visual of Elendil dodging a twig, and then he looks up to see her dodge it, and she doesn't. Just narrowly gets past it.
Yeah, which is kind of it
feels pretty blatant
like
at that point.
Yeah.
And then so that comes before them both looking in the same direction. I was just
imagining that the entire journey up until this point, and at no point have they gone below a low-hanging branch, because then she would have just been twatted right off her horse. And
not only that, but just her climbing onto the horse while being blind.
Got onto the horse.
Yeah, there's gonna be surely it would have been given away at this point, but maybe they weren't thinking about it. I don't know, he picks it up and then she's like, oh shit, you noticed? And to me, I was just like, probably should have just told him, right? Like, he was gonna figure this out. Like, I think a lot of people would eventually.
I was blinded trying to help Numenorian soldiers. Have you seen The Elf?
So
I
yeah,
haven't,
sad.
because you know.
Yes. The problem is I
Is
just
it
didn't care about
really?
her at all. So
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I guess it's. Yeah, like if she was more of a character, just like if everybody was more of a character, then this could have been more potent. But alas,
So we don't even really
Alas.
know how much agency she has. So it's different if you've got a. I mean, think when Neo gets blinded in the third Matrix film, and then you realize because we know a lot about his character and we know how integral he is, and we know what he's going toward and how integral to the plot, how much agency the character has. That moment of blindness gives the audience a sense of the gravity of the situation. But with Muriel, who's not really a character and whose agency hasn't been established beyond that she is vaguely probably a queen of some description, is this even that tragic a thing? Like, is it really going to impact her role in the story going forward? And ideally, you'd have at least got some hint of how terrible this will be for her, beyond obviously the inconvenience of not being able to see anything. But it just again is it's bad character work until this point means that you don't care about it in the supposedly revelatory moment.
I think I know what you're saying. Like when Neo gets blinded, we're like, ah, fuck, he's been blinded. Jesus, oh god, what is this gonna mean for the like? We need him to be able to blah blah. While with her, you're like, oh,
All right. Well,
that's
that happened. That sucks, I guess.
yeah. Like
not
even
good.
if you are pretty empathetic to her, you might just be like, well, she can still make decisions, right? It's
Yeah,
like-
and that's her sole role as well, that she doesn't actually need eyesight to have a role in the story, whereas with Neo you assume that he does need eyesight to do the things that he does. So again, what are we supposed to feel about this, if anything, beyond that, oh, that's a bit kind of sad for whoever this woman is?
well, I'm sure we'll get
I
back
get
to
the
that.
impression that the only reason that they did that is because they felt like they needed more consequences than a present in
Yes.
the story for the corruption.
Because nobody important died except for Guy
No,
who
there
didn't
was
want to die.
that guy, and we know that Isildur isn't dead.
I don't think he's dead. Yeah.
There's no way, right? Like that they're actually gonna like deviate that much, are they? Or
Well, so some of the
Well,
theories some people come up with is
you'd
like
say
you
that,
could have
but,
another
yeah.
Isildur. That could have been a
True.
different one.
True, yeah.
Gary, how you doing?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes,
We're,
we can.
And I was just about to answer a super chat that kind of it was like, why aren't you talking about the finale? It's like we're halfway through episode 7, so we'll
We're
get
getting
there in
to
a
the
few
finale.
hours.
Yeah, we're building up. We're
Oh.
building up.
We're going faster today than usual.
Yeah. it was-
Excellent. I
It's
might
so
come
much.
back. I can come back for that then.
Oh, well,
I
yeah,
guess-
we'll be here for a while, so you're more than welcome to.
By the way, hi Rex. This is really awkward because I promised
Hello,
to get you,
hi.
and I didn't, but I still will, and I'm sorry.
You,
I
you
apologize.
promised what now? Sorry.
I promised to get you something, and then I didn't, and I'm sorry about.
What did you promise to give me?
It was Falcon. You asked me to do something for a video about Captain Falcon. You don't remember?
Oh
Hey.
yeah, I do. Yeah. Don't I haven't. I know that what I said is almost like oh, you totally forgot, but I haven't forgot. It's just in my. It's for something else, and it's still
Okay.
happening. So
Good.
that is absolutely underway. Whatever could it be? Who knows? I guess we'll all find out later.
Yeah, I just wanted to publicly apologize because.
Oh no, it's fine. I mean, yeah, the public didn't
We
even know that it
were
was
kind
happening.
of ripping
so
you to
that's,
shreds
that's
publicly
really kind of.
last few hours, telling everybody how much you suck. So it's good that you've done that. You've recovered your rep now.
It's all
Your
good.
penance is to talk about rings of power.
Yeah.
More because I just finished talking about myself for 3 hours.
It's
been
the
really
last
fun.
hurdle for us,
home
anyway.
stretch.
Yeah.
Home
Yeah.
stretch.
Finally
and
getting
don't have
there.
to think about it for a while.
We're up to when totally not Gandalf is excommunicated because he made a branch fall over that they both jumped underneath for no reason at all.
While trying to save the tree for them and get them
Yeah.
food.
Right.
Of which he was successful. It was a
until
delayed
that.
sort of thing, you know. But yeah, Nori is like, bro, here's an apple, and I guess it's supposed to signify something. I'm not quite sure. Like, oh, look at the journey these two have been on, the friendship they share, or something.
I think it's just supposed to. Maybe it's supposed to just symbolize here's some food.
If you're hungry.
Maybe they needed to kill some time to pad the watch time. Doesn't it like?
Boy, do they kill time with this plot.
Ooh, they kill time. So
Ooh.
with Nori pushing her sister towards the tree,
Yeah.
and this is all over like a tree branch falling down, and it didn't instantly heal. Doesn't it make you kind of rethink how these little assholes like abandon people? Like maybe somebody just has a sprained ankle and they're like, "Fuck this guy, he's dead." You
Well, I
know,
guess
they
I guess we
Yeah.
saw them do that, right?
We're gonna turn them into the yellow sunshine berries. If you get my drift.
yeah.
You just gotta wonder how extreme they get. Like some guy, he just farts. They're like, "That's it for you, buddy. That's a
That-
social faux pas. You can't be doing that."
Yep.
Smells like death. Your death.
So so yeah, he walks off, and we get just the funniest shit. Nori's like, "You know what? I should have stayed on the trail. That was my big mistake. I didn't stay on the trail, Mum." It's like, yeah, they're really doing that. This whole season, they've just been having us say, "You gotta stay on the trail, Nori." And she's like, "I don't want to stay on the trail. I'm gonna off the trail." Now she's
it's
finally like, "Oh boy, I
free.
should have
It's
stayed on the
second
trail."
act low point for Nori. She's realizing the error of her ways and is doubting whether going off the trail is good.
They
but
don't do
she's
a
a
very good job
moron.
of making us trying to get us to sympathize with her because
And given how much
there's almost like
time these characters have had, that's
Yeah.
insane.
No, but
Like,
everything she says in this scene is wrong. If she didn't go off the trail, then she never would have found him, she never would have rescued him, and they would have been left behind by the other Harfoots and they all would have died. She's literally
Exactly,
saying,
yeah.
me and my
No.
entire family
yeah,
should
but the
die.
show's logic is that the reason why her dad had the injury in the first place is because
Yeah.
she was too busy off the trail.
Which was so retarded.
Doesn't
'cause
make
it was-
Even though everybody else
What
in
was
the
she gonna
village
do
could
for
have
that?
helped.
well,
I
there
don't
was
know,
so many
she
fuckers
was-
sitting down
This
when
was
that was
Rick
happening.
Harford
Harfoot code. Only families are allowed to help families. That's why you have kids, because if you don't have kids, no one can help you legally. No one is allowed to assist you in any way
I just want to know
whatsoever.
what happens to the people who struggle to walk because they're just getting old. Do they just get left behind? I
Yeah.
guess so.
Fuck them.
We hate them. We eat
They
them.
literally just disappear and we don't talk about it.
No, they put them in the little book. Remember?
This is the dystopian future of the Harfoot world. Like I said, it's like Logan's Run.
Well, I look forward to
I-
seeing that adaptation.
I just watched one of the showrunners justify the Harfoot's existence by saying, erroneously, by the way, at Comic-Con in front of God and everybody, including the Tolkien professor, that Tolkien didn't specifically state that Harfoots didn't do anything in the Second Age because he only mentioned hobbits without mentioning the fact that Harfoots are hobbits. They're just a breed of hobbits. So these guys are like functionally retarded, and they're
They
making
tried
They're
that
doing that on
loads of
purpose,
times.
though,
So
you
they,
know
they did
that.
that with Tolkien never said Galadriel didn't go to Numenor, therefore it's fine. So okay, but Tolkien never said that Galadriel
Probably would have mentioned it.
didn't meet Dumbledore on Tatooine, and you could do anything with that line of reasoning.
Yeah. He didn't write that the Harfoots took a shit on the 3rd of September 5505 BC. You're like, well, then I guess they did.
Oh yeah, so this is where we find out that Celeborn is dead. He's,
yeah.
quote unquote. We'll find out whatever's going on there. It
Who
seems
knows?
unlikely to me that they're going to commit to him being dead, but
Maybe there are
knows?
two Celeborns. Who knows?
Oh,
He's
Yeah.
twins.
Ever-
All elves are born as twins. It's
yeah. She's like, I met him while I was dancing in a glade or a grove or whatever. And then it's like, you've never, not this character. You've never danced.
They stole that from Baron and Luthien too. Like
Mhm.
Luthien was dancing in a glade. It's repurposed shit. It's all shit. I'm so bitter from watching this.
I can
I'm done.
imagine, yeah. you can finally unbitter yourself for a little while before the next season comes out.
It's gonna be years. That's the good news.
2, right?
Oh.
Yeah, like 3 years. 2.5, 3 years. I don't
So yeah, she's like, Theo, this isn't your fault, and don't take that burden because it'll be really hard for you to put it back down. And I'm just sitting there like, do you actually know what Theo's done? I'm assuming she has no context because he's probably talking about all the shit with the hilt, right?
Mhm.
It's amazing
Does
how
she
much
know
we say
anything
that.
about that even? Because she
Does she-
wasn't there when.
Does she even know the hilt did this? Does anyone
I don't
know?
think. I don't think she does.
Does
she never
X
looked in the
character
package.
know that X character did a thing, or that does X character know that X event even happened? It happens all the time. The knowledge levels are all over the place.
Yeah, so it's just like,
I
I
don't know
feel
what people
guilty.
know.
I'm not gonna tell you, don't tell me why. I'm just gonna say you're not. It's like, all right, Thanks. Sweet. This is very encouraging. You have no idea who I am or what I've done, but you're telling me it's not my fault, so I'll believe you.
Yeah. Well, she absolved Sauron, so why not absolve this guy? You know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, she seems to say that to everyone. Because later on she goes, well, I didn't actually mean what I said to you, that nothing mattered. So she'll just tell people whatever she thinks they need to hear to kind of be a useful tool for her in the future. Because if this kid breaks down, he's going to be a trouble for her. So even this could probably be self-interest. I can't have you having a breakdown.
Then we get, once again, they establish something that I don't think works very well. He pulls the sword out of the hilt slightly, and it makes a shing sound, and then all the orcs go, "Rah, blah, blah, blah." There's someone clearly
That's
over
what all
there.
swords have to do. It's a Hollywood mandate. Whenever you pull a sword out of a sheath, it has to go shing.
If you want to establish that, right? Fine.
Like gun
I think
noises.
it's goofy, but fine. It's loud enough to activate all the orcs that were over there. Okay. And then they
Why didn't they just have it to where when he's scooting back, he puts his foot on
a
a
rock
branch
or
and-
break a twig? Yeah,
Yeah,
anything
something.
normal. But the orcs look around. They're like, oh, I don't see anything. Let's go. And then they're like, whew, we're fine. And he puts the sword back in, and it doesn't alert them this time. It goes, shing, it goes. It's like,
It'd be
God
funny if
damn
they
it.
did the exact same sound effect but reversed it.
Yeah. But why establish that and then break it immediately? Ugh, can't keep everything
Well,
straight.
why have this scene?
Delay?
Why does she even? You're wandering through enemy lands. There's orcs everywhere. You're the only trained fighter amongst the two of you. Is this really the right opportunity to be handing over your sword to a random child you just picked up in a burning village 10 minutes ago?
Oh
Make a
yeah,
soldier
that's
of him
that is a thing that is that happened yet? He's like,
Oh,
"Can
is that not the?
I think this a little bit later. I don't know why he just took his sword. Maybe I can't remember if that's happened yet. But he's just like,
Give it up.
"Am I a warrior? Can I be a warrior?" And she's like, "Yeah, here's the sword, I guess." That seems to be what happens, right? And I'd probably be like, "What the fuck are you doing? You're gonna need that sword. Give him if you're gonna give him anything, give him the knife, right?"
Yeah, give him something else, or just tell him just don't fight. Don't fight. I ain't no Boromir. Just don't fight. Don't get into conflict. I will
Yeah.
protect you until we get to wherever the fuck it is that we're going.
Because
Why are
we've
we
somehow
here?
found a trail to the Númenórean camp
Yeah.
from the village that leads to an army of orcs. How did this happen?
We are in the woods. There, I don't even know how. That would be a nifty scene if they're like, "Which way are we going?" He said, "Normally I'd use the stars and the sun, but it's just so blotted out. I can't even tell."
Why are they all
Yes.
going in different directions?
I don't
They all left from the
know.
same place,
No
going
one
to the same
knows.
place.
Nothing
No.
It's that-
logistically lines up in the village to the Númenórean camp.
Well, they
Nothing.
go when they need to go for the sake of drama and for whatever they need. Everything, the characters in the world just bend to the whim of what they want to happen without any regard for the decisions that they would actually make.
What is that game where it has all the? It's like a kids game. I guess anyone can play it. It's not necessarily a kids game. I guess it is a kids game if kids are playing it. But if you have it has like the board. It's not Boggle. It's it's close to Boggle, but it's got the board and it rotates all the shapes and it throws them around and you have to try to put them back in the appropriately shaped pegs as fast as you possibly can before the timer goes off. That's what they did in between episodes.
Monopoly.
They just jumbled everybody in the locations so that they can get everyone split up.
It was
It doesn't
mentioned
make any
earlier
sense.
with Isildur and what's his name,
Elendil.
like how they were both having a conversation by the horse because that was the drama that they wanted for that episode. But then
Yep.
in the next episode, it's like, yeah, but we want to fake out Isildur death. So how are we going to do that? It's like, well, they're not together anymore.
Boggle.
It's like, wait a minute, but they were together. No, they're not. It's just it. You can't just do whatever you want. You need to if you make certain choices in your story, you have to commit to them and follow through. What it means to be a good writer is to understand how all of the parts of your story are interconnected and how to whatever changes you need to make, characterization or to the plotting to achieve whatever payoffs that you want and to achieve them effectively. You don't just get to do whatever you want.
It's
Or you
funny
just
because
could.
when they ignore the source, right, and fuck with it in whatever way, you're like, wow, disrespectful, driven by your own desires, blah, blah, blah. But when they ignore their own stuff, you're like, oh,
What are you
you're
doing?
just a fucking idiot. What are you doing? You told me this was true, and now you're telling me it's not true. What the fuck?
It was the writers
yeah,
doing to each other what they did to Tolkien.
Because remember, when it comes to the story that you present. Like, you as the author, the writer, you're making choices about what you present to people. Like, because they can't see everything. Like, there's got to be some guiding force in terms of giving people information. And when you give people information, like, yeah, they do retain it. And like, when you change it in the next episode or you disregard it, yeah, I mean, like, that damages the story. You don't just get to do whatever you want. Like, commit to the decisions that you made. Or like, you know what? Maybe there's a better way to get the drama that you want in both episodes. Or alternatively, if there's no better option, which is rarely the case, then just commit to that
But
choice.
imagine that army of orcs does start to approach the village, and everyone scatters to escape them.
And that, yeah.
And that's how everyone gets into these unique sort of groupings, and they all have to regroup back at the
Exactly.
Numenorian camp.
Because you think about opportunities for drama, if he's like looking for Isildur and then a bunch of orcs start running in, it's like, I mean, again,
Exactly, yeah.
we've lost the characterization of, I would presume that he would help people in that village. He seems like that kind of person.
Elendil would
Most of them
definitely do that, yeah. There's not even a chance.
Like,
Yeah.
most of them would, but he definitely would. But we can't do that because we want to
We
have
didn't
the
have
drama.
that scene.
But that's like
Which is weird.
It's an unimaginative perspective on like storytelling. Like, well, we needed him here for this. It's like, you have tons of options. You have all the options. You're writing it. Like, you can.
Having all of those characters in the village in the aftermath of the volcano, it's great for storytelling and characters because it will show you how they all operate in that crisis
Exactly.
situation.
Even
with-
putting to
amongst
one
each
side
other.
how illogical it is, like,
Yeah,
what
where-
they choose to do.
Yeah, if we're biting the bullet on that's just sort of what happens in the story, then you could show how they act, what are their priorities, who do they care about first, so who's most important to them. It's just rife with opportunities to really learn about these people and further characterize them. But
And I think it's
like I said, they
it's
got
indicative
boggled.
of they got boggled because I just think it just reinforces that you don't realize all the opportunities that are before you, and more importantly, that everything that you make your characters do in the circumstances that you put them in says something about who they are. I'm pretty sure you mentioned earlier, Rags, but like when Galadriel like walks off and doesn't help anybody, that says something.
Yeah, that's
may not have
that's
realized
apparently a
that's
thing
what
that
you
she'll
did.
do. Yeah.
Exactly.
She is willing
You
to
didn't-
hear a baby crying, and she'll fucking walk off into the woods with Theo.
Yeah, just
And what's
walk
weird
off
about
and
having-
wander aimlessly in the forest.
And you have this scene where, like I was saying, potentially, fertile ground for character development and stuff. But I guess they really wanted to have Galadriel and Theo together for a few scenes. They really felt that was
Yeah.
worth it, and that was really important
This is,
to have in the show.
I think Little Platoon mentioned it, or Disparu, one of you, that the idea is that she sees herself in Theo, and she gets to have that conversation of advising him with stuff that she should have been told herself,
Yeah.
or some shit like that.
I think it's when he's blaming it, like he's on about attacking the elves, and he says something like, "I've got to go and kill them all," and she's like, "No, you've got to let that go. You've got to let that go." And I think the repetition is her realizing it applies to her.
Yeah.
They should have done that in the camp. Back at the Numenorian encampment, what they should have done is after everything is they've gathered all the survivors and everything, she notices Theo with a sword, like whacking a practice, dummy or whatever, and she notices that he's just shit, right? And so she maybe goes over and notices, like gives him some pointers and stuff, and he's like, "Why are you so And then they have the conversation there, right? Instead
of
of
just
we
being
need to
thrown
separate
together
her and
randomly.
Theo in the woods. Yeah. You just think about the first alternative that comes to your mind is better. Like I said, I keep saying it feels like a
that's the
first
writing
draft that
process.
no one checked.
It's the writing process, isn't it? Like, you start with your ideas and the things that you want to do, but then you start refining it and you figure out more expeditious, more potent ways of getting to the payoffs that you want. You don't just kind of like passively accept the first idea that comes into your head and then just roll with it. You think, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you make that
Writing-
list.
writing-
Here are the things that we want to have, and you make all your checklists. We want to have Galadriel and Theo talk. Like, okay, we have Galadriel. We make all that list. How do we make this happen, and how do we mesh that with the other things that we want to happen? We could just have them walk into the woods. That's cool. That's solved. Next one, and then they move on.
It's
Like,
an
we got
entirely
it,
it's
we
a
did it, yeah.
redundant
Did it.
aspect at
We
this
did.
point though. But this is the worst point you could possibly choose to even try this device. You've got 5 seasons when you're going to be sticking around with these characters. If you want to make it more believable that Galadriel should leave a village full of suffering people to get back on her mission, what you don't do while she's getting back on her mission is to give her that moment of self-realization and reflection. That's make that happen later. Get to the end of this season when it turns out that her drive to fulfill her mission has ended up arranging, stupidly but nevertheless arranging, Sauron's re-emergence and his coming back to power. Have her grappling with the consequences of that in maybe like the first episode of season 2. That's when you give her this moment of realization. You don't do it here with a character she's never met, whose actions she doesn't know, and then forget about it really going forward anyway, because they just thought all they wanted was to have this random scene. They thought this was the place to do it. It's the worst place to do it. You do it much later.
The very definition of contrived. I mean, you could. I mean, I know we're trying to break down the scene, but we could also argue that you don't make your main character an insufferable bitch that you don't care at this point.
Hey, step
Or
one.
Yeah, it's
The
if you
problem
want
is
to make her very unlikable, you don't want to make anyone unlikable, right? People can be evil bastards, but you could still be like, oh, this guy, right?
Yeah,
he's
we've
just
we've got a really good
unlikable.
show right now that kind of illustrates that. There's a lot of
Well,
bad
difficult-
people that we're interested in.
Yep.
Yeah, like I don't know if it's compelling or compelling, interesting, entertaining. Like there's a whole bunch of
Engaging.
words that would describe it, but a character that you like doesn't necessarily need to be. Yeah, I guess it depends on whether you want to use the word likable or I like them, versus who they would be in real life if they really existed. I just don't think that they realize who Galadriel is, like who they've characterized her as. I think that the impression that they writers probably have is, yeah, maybe she's a little headstrong, but she's like determined. She wants to save lives, and she's determined. I think that would be the word that they would use rather than like callous.
Yeah,
Or,
'cause she shares the most important information with the audience as well. So she's determined, but she's also frustrated. And I'm sure the writer's idea was that the audience would see her frustration and understand her frustration, because we are the only people besides her who know that she's right about everything. And so we
Yeah.
see her being put off course and being denied by her other characters, even though we know that she's correct. So we're supposed to sympathize with her frustration. But that was massively presumptuous by the writers, and it doesn't excuse you then of writing her in a way that's not a complete dickhead in universe, which is what they did, which does make her unlikable. So I actually think they should have doubled down on that, really, if they're going to do that, which they shouldn't have done it to begin with. If they are going to do that though, double down on it, make her unlikability the point of her character. Actually have her deliberately abandon villages of suffering people because she's so mission focused, and then you see the folly of that at the end, and then you can bring in self-realization
That's the actual
later.
arc that you send her on, yeah. But I don't think they realize. It's just you can't do that if you don't even
No, it's
realize
sense.
what
I just
character
don't think
you've
they
written.
realize.
They don't
I think-
realize that that's an arc that's available to them.
I think they come from a perspective where if you know you're right, then you are justified in any action in order to achieve what you want to do. And doesn't matter what it costs to any other people. It's kind of like they're climbing the greasy pole to get where you want, especially when it comes to like the writers themselves. They've written for 10 years in Hollywood and no one wanted to get anything made. And then you've got Galadriel is like, no, if only everyone gave me a chance and listened to me, then everything would be amazing. I'd be able to sort everything out. And it kind of the
Bizarre,
action.
though, like what kind of arc is that? I was right all along. If
I don't
only
think
you
they
listened
think in
to me.
arcs.
We've seen it
Yeah,
before,
like
Friggy.
Captain
We've seen it
Marvel's
before.
You might be right. Maybe they don't think in arcs. I don't know. Like, I got no idea.
Though she was right all along and just needed to realize she was better all along. We've had that a couple times now.
Well,
Yeah,
I think it's
She-Hulk
about
was
everyone else
basically
needs
that.
to learn that
Captain
she's
Marvel.
right.
Yes, that is another thing that happens
You're
usually.
supposed-
Other people need to have their arc, understanding how awesome she is.
As opposed to like resolving some problem within yourself, like some flaw, and then rising above it and becoming a better person.
So, we come back to Durin and good old Elrond. And Elrond is doing the thing again, where, if you remember when he was talking to Gil-galad in the other episode where he was like, I went to Durin in aid of friendship, but you sent me there looking for something, did you? Like boo, and we were all like, excuse me, Elrond, you went there. Like, you're a fucking liar.
Elrond is Cartman. He's Cartman.
Yes, he's Cartman.
He doesn't even.
So,
he's like,
we get
yeah,
the best
I totally
example
fought a
now.
dragon when I...
So, Durin is like, I'm not going to drink water right now, self-discipline. I assume what he means by that is to space it out or something. Because, you know,
I
take water
don't
if you need it.
actually know. Because if depending on what the relationship could be, that would be, oh, I'm not going to take the help of an elf or something like that. I don't know.
I'm gonna
I
go
should be able
best
to
faith
know.
possible and assume we need to drink where the intervals lie, self-discipline, right? Like I don't know, but Elrond's then like, you think that's gonna bring you success? And I'm just like, you're like, self-discipline?
Drinking water?
No, self-discipline.
Oh,
The very concept of
Probably?
self-discipline, will that bring you success? It's like, typically yes.
yeah, this is good.
My
Self-discipline
read of that
is
was actually it's an expression, it's a euphemism for stubbornness, and not so he's using self-discipline as an excuse to sort of press on regardless, because he's angry at this moment. He's pushing forward at the expense of his own health beyond the point at which it's reasonable, and he's sort of aware of that, and Elrond is sort of aware of that, and so, you know, it's almost tongue-in-cheek was what I took from that. But maybe I'm being too kind to the writers.
No,
No,
I
I think
hadn't
you
thought
got
of
a
it that
point
way,
there.
but that makes sense because they also then refer back to the previous time with their duel between them, and he was angry in that moment as well, so it would tie together.
if that's what they were going for, it could have been made a little bit clearer, because I legit was confused that he was being critical of the concept of self-discipline, but if he wasn't referring to that at all, he was just like, I don't know, at that point, I'm just like, Durin, what the fuck are you doing? Drink water, mate, you know? Like,
Yeah, reframed like that, it sounds like because he's angry, he's like
He
channeling
said
his
angy.
rage. He's trying to channel his rage into the mining like he did before, and that's
but
how
like,
he beat Elrond.
he's sitting down and having a breath, and then he's like, hey, have some water, and he's like, no, self-discipline. Like, I think that the argument would work better if he was continuously hitting with the pickaxe, and then he was like, dude, have a break, and he's like, self-discipline, elf, you know, blah, blah, blah. But, like, having a sit down and not drinking, I'm just sitting like, why not? So, like I said, I thought what he was trying to say was, like, save the water or something. I don't fucking know, whatever. Anyway, Elrond is like, oh, you won that contest, did you? And he's like, yeah. He's like, you didn't want me to, like, you didn't let me win, did you? He's like, well, I wanted to have your ear. And so, you know, that's the way to do it. And I was just like, does Elrond not remember what happened? It was presented as, if you win, I will grant you a boon, meaning, you know, like a benefit in some way. In this case, I'll listen to you. If you lose, you're banished from all dwarven lands. How does he imagine that losing to him ensures more time to be listened to? Like, this just sounds like he's doing the Cartman thing again. Actually, I won, and I got what I wanted.
Yes, it's kind of a no-lose scenario. So obviously, if he won, which he must have known he wouldn't have won in the end. I think that's the admission when he admits that he was winded, so he knew he couldn't realistically have won. And then you have the line after that says, "Well, can you at least escort me to the exit?" So I think that does sort of work. It's not done particularly well. I think it does make some kind of sense though. Like he went in knowing he was probably gonna lose, but it was an opportunity at least for him to get Durin's ear while he was led to the exit. Of course, that all falls apart if Durin says, "No, fuck off, I'm not leading you there." But we sort of forgive that, I guess. I think there is an element of sense in it. What becomes a little bit more tricky is that Elrond has effectively lied to Durin every single time they've spoken at this point. So he turns up and he says, "I need your help." And Durin complains that they haven't seen each other for 20 years. And so Elrond backtracks and says, "I came because 20 years is too long to be away from a friend." And then it turns out he's pivoted back to, "I need your help. And by the way, I came to you under false pretenses, even though I couldn't have known that, because I was really after the Mithril. My people are going to die, even though they're not going to die. And now I'm telling you that the competition I invited, I deliberately lost." Every single exchange, in other words, has essentially led to a lie of some kind on Elrond's part.
That's
So if
kind
I
of
were
what I'm saying.
Durin,
I would never
This is
believe him
downright
ever.
in character for this person at this point. He constantly makes shit up.
Yeah, if Elrond told me the sky was blue, I would fucking check.
Yep.
Can we be sure about this? I don't think so.
Like, you might
I believed it right until
prescriptively
you told
have the
me.
magic power to make it not be blue anymore because you said it was.
But yeah, I should probably address, by the way, this is them digging. They are digging because Durin has forbade it, but they can try and maybe do it themselves and get access to that mithril, which we find out even a thimble of that stuff would make a hell of a difference. Any amount they can grab, and which is just kind of interesting to think about because they don't manage to pull that off. But when digging, they actually crack through and they find a huge deposit of this stuff, like a huge vein.
A whole bunch.
The only thing about it that I wonder is, like, you're getting caught, right? And it's like, yeah, the plan is that if they can show the king that they've found a bunch of mithril and they managed to mine it without everything falling apart, that he would be partial to that. When that wasn't, like, if you remember, his closing argument was, the elves dying, fucking let them. Like, it wasn't like that.
It's
that
almost
was
like he's using this to get back at them for something.
What I'm trying to say is that Durin's trying to counter the point of, like, it's dangerous, when it's like, oh, you already did that. You said I'm not going to let my friends die just because something's dangerous, and then the king countered that with, they're meant to die. I don't think finding a mithril vein is going to change that.
Deezer went further than that because she said, like, we can force his hand by essentially getting the other people on our side. Like, this will be great for the Dwarven Kingdom, and so they will turn against the king.
Like a civil war sort of thing?
Well, yeah, I think it was like pressure, essentially, that if everyone's like, this will be great for us, then he wouldn't dare go against them.
Well, because he still does. Like,
well, yeah, but they didn't get the opportunity to talk to anyone else.
Yeah, like to mine it out. And
I think that's what
Deezer's
going to do next time.
Oh, like in season 2.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the impression I got by the time we hit the end of this plotline for season 1 is that they intend to possibly depose the king at this point. I don't know what's going to happen with that exactly, but yeah, Durin catches them, the king, and he says, right, elf, you're banished, and Durin, I'm going to have a chat with you. And I was just like, whoa, consequences. You just don't see that
actually,
often.
yeah, that's crazy.
That's insane.
But, Elrond, he managed to sneak out some mithril with him.
Mithril.
Mhm. Yeah.
And it's just like, how did you do that? How did they let that happen? It's in your fucking hand!
It's in his hand. It's literally in his hand.
This is so significant as well.
Yeah,
it's not like a minor thing.
I don't care about flashing forward for a second. This creates the 3 rings of power for the elves. This little thing here.
Because nobody checked.
Nobody
they just
checked.
let him walk out with it.
Unreal.
And also, when you find out that creates the rings and that solves everything, it makes everything that's happened with the dwarves entirely pointless. Like, all the stuff about the mithril, all the time we spent with them it's like the Harfoots. They don't go anywhere, doesn't contribute to the story. It's just a dead end.
Oh god, the amount of time wasted we've had in this season is unreal.
It's all of
Yeah. Well, you know what? It'll speed up in season 2, I'm sure of it, which means it'll get historically worse, I imagine.
Oh, you heard with it today, right? Or yesterday? There was an article that Sauron's going to be like Walter White.
That shit is priceless. What the fuck do you mean, Walter White?
And they compared the first season to like Batman Begins, and next season's going to be like Dark Knight. Like,
oh my god!
So they essentially admit in a paragraph, they're like, well, all the things you wanted to happen in the first season are going to happen in the second. It's like, what? And they're all, it's going to be more canonical. I'm like, I can't believe they're saying this out loud. Like, these guys are idiots. They're freaking idiots.
Did you?
I am not Walter the Gray. I am Walter the White.
I told us with the Doctor Strange 2 video, right? But like, the amount of comments said by the actors or the people who make this stuff that makes everything worse. We had one instance recently. Gary, did you see what Paddy Considine said about Viserys and his journey so far in House of the Dragon? Have you seen any of that?
I've seen some of it. I've seen
just the
from Jordan.
Like, extendedly explained, like, a lot of inspiration for the portrayal of the role was how he saw his own. It was either his mother or his grandmother, how she deteriorated over time because of diabetes and stuff. He was saying how when a person like loses parts of themselves, they still try their best to sort of be involved, and you still see parts of them within them, and that he wanted to bring that level of humanity to Viserys, and that he was so thankful they allowed him to. And I was just like, holy shit, this is like, really. He said he was talking about how as well that like in his last moments he just wanted to make sure he could do everything he could, like put everything into, like, he was hanging on for them and stuff. And I was just like, this is not only references that can be supported by the show, but it's stuff that maybe some people didn't pick up on and can benefit from. Compare that to all this other shit, like patently evil or super toxic people that need to be put in their place. It's like, shut the fuck up. Talk about the characters. Oh wait, you can't, because nobody knows what the characters are in this fucking show.
Don't fucking have any. They're all dumb
don't exist.
assholes.
Morons, complete morons. And like when you get to the end, like just pick a character, pick any main character and follow their quote unquote through line from beginning to end and tell me where any of it makes sense. It's all contrived events that just happen for the sake of the script that lead to next contrived event, random occurrences. I just tossed this mithril right next to the leaf and it happened to kill the cancer in the leaf. And then I tossed the leaf down to the bottom and there's a Balrog down there who's supposed to be, hibernating, but apparently he's just awake down there, like kind of.
Come on, a leaf, dude. That would set off anybody.
Totally. No, it's really it's the worst. I mean, it's worse than Star Trek Discovery. I know you guys didn't watch it, but like it's bad.
Gladly dodged that one.
I actually did watch that, and
Picard.
I didn't think there would be a worse female lead on screen than Michael Burnham. But since then we've had She-Hulk and Galadriel in the same months, so that's been impressive.
Yeah, and they both ended. But well, She-Hulk hasn't ended for us until next week, so that's when we're covering it. But we'll tackle that when we get to it.
Oof.
Yeah, I know that last episode is something else.
Dude, that article that came out too.
The patently evil one?
Is
Oh,
it
no,
the
wait, the
Variety
Toxic
one?
Man one, right? Toxic Man.
The one, the fuck you to the Marvel fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
that was,
really that's an excellent look. Just top notch. They really
Yep.
know what they're doing.
They actually outdid Patently Evil. I didn't think they could, but they did.
I'm not sure that outdoes patently evil, dude. Like calling me patently evil or saying fuck you.
I thought the evil one was worse, but no, I mean it's going back to that point earlier. It's a really useful counter example. You get Paddy Considine, who clearly puts lots of thought into depicting his character and what the character actually means. And then you have Tatiana Maslany saying, "Yeah, well, we all know that no one likes female superheroes, so fuck you guys." And it's
Just a given.
Oh my!
Even though Marvel have been playing catch up to Wonder Woman since 2017, like,
right?
They realized everyone liked that. Like, it's like, oof, rip, nonsense, bullshit. You just
I was mentioning Violet and Elastigirl.
And she even made a comment about it's really difficult for female superheroes to even take up space in this universe. I'm like, you do realize that's not an original creation, and she's been in the comics for a long time.
Exactly. Like, it's so annoying to me because they only started trying to focus giving like women the solo films when they were like, wait, this is viable? I thought it wasn't. And it's like, no, you can.
No, it's just coincidentally. It's not a coincidence, it just happens to align with our values now. Right?
Fucking annoying.
This is what we thought all along.
Pretending like they've been this way the whole time or something. Like, oh, we've never made women movies because you guys hate them all or something. It's like, no. You never wanted to. And it's not like Wonder Woman was the first, like, as in the 2017 movie, was the first female-led superhero thing that people enjoyed. Gosh. Whatever, anyway. Back to...
How do you explain Elektra?
That was just a bad movie, I think.
You just hate women.
I do. They get everywhere.
Based in
Yeah.
Yeah, so King Durin is like, you were a shitty baby, and then I made sure you were okay, because I'm nice. I put you next to fire, and it made you better. And I was like, oh man, you're gonna be king someday. It's gonna be great. And then Durin is like, what? How am I gonna do any of that cool, awesome, good leader stuff if you're gonna stop me at every single time I try to do anything? And like the conversation seems to be going somewhere that I guess I would call vaguely interesting, but then I guess Durin says, I like Elrond as much as I would like anybody, like a brother. He could have been fired in the womb of my own mother or something. Which is like, calm down, man. You not only did he abandon you for 2 decades, but you've known him for very little. Like you seem to not know him at all, really. Do you feel this way about people you've known for just a week? God.
But the entire conversation comes across as like a whiny 13-year-old complaining to his parents.
Yeah, like about his true love that he's known for a couple days. You know, like, right, this is the one, yeah. And yeah, and the dad just is like, how dare you compare him to that, bringing your mother into this. Fuck you, you're a shitty person. Then he's like, no, fuck you, you're a shitty person.
I found that line kind of strange. I wouldn't have read that as this is dragging your mother down so much as it is lifting Elrond up.
I guess
It's
that's how
but I
offended he
guess
is
he
by
takes it
elves.
way, which is strange to me, which implies that he just fucking hates elves.
Yeah, which they
Which
haven't given us much context for. We just have to go with it. It's like, all right.
Exactly. And if his dad was like super racist against elves, and elves were super racist against dwarves, and they didn't get along because whatever reason, first off, would be more reason to bring up the whole we collaborated on a tower thing. But also,
Exactly.
like, what happened? Why? Why do you hate elves so much? I mean, we're all there at this point, but why do you hate elves? Right? We all have our reasons. Like, why do you have so much distress? Why do you hate? Is it Elrond personally because he's a lying, conniving bitch? Or is it because you just don't like elves in general? What's going on? Well, we don't get these insights into why people feel the things that they feel.
Yeah, and then he's like, you lose your neck thing. He's wearing like a little neck thing, and dad takes it off him and says, you don't deserve that anymore. I don't know what that means in terms of Durin's
Collar me,
role.
daddy.
I guess he's not got any political power in the mines anymore.
I thought he'd like disowned him.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
his
like
was
disinherited. But
Well, the thing is, like, he's still hanging out, right? Like, we see him
well,
later.
yeah, it makes. No, I read that as kind of are they saying that he's no longer the heir, for example?
That's
But
what I think.
That's what I thought,
I
yeah.
took that as this is like the proto crown, like the next in line wears the king
Right.
collar.
it's just inconvenient that the first time anyone really even noticed the collar was when it was taken off of him. So we have no idea what it is or what it symbolizes.
I was
or what
actually
the
going to bring that up.
consequences are.
When he took it off, I was like, is that a significant thing? Like, oh, it is. Yeah, okay. I just thought it was something. Not quite like a crown, is it? You'd expect maybe he has like a smaller crown.
Yeah.
Or some...
I'll always recognize a crown. You're the only person wearing the crown. But that collar is like that just be the dwarven attire. That could just be in vogue underneath the mountain right now. I don't know.
Yes. So anyway, Poppy's eating food. I learned her name recently. Proud of myself. I've always been known as the fat one, but now
Proud.
I take a lot of
You
pride
can
that
use
it only
both.
took me a whole season to figure out what even her name was.
Poppy Proud Fellow.
Yeah,
Poppy
she's
proud fellow. Poppy round fellow.
Female.
nice. We find out that Totally Not Gandalf has fixed the whole orchard. I guess it's all growing back. Loads of wonderful fruits and vegetables. I don't even know. And there's a little thing about this. It's a little bit weird. Like they are packing up the entire thing, ready to move on. I guess, and it's like, okay, this is what an estimate of about 30 of you guys, right?
They're not
Maybe
leaving, right? They
20,
got
30.
here.
I don't know, but like they pluck all of it. And it's just like, I don't think you're going to be able to eat this in time. And that's going to keep for what? Like a week at most? Maybe even less?
That's pushing it without refrigeration and just baskets. That's really pushing it.
Yeah.
A couple days.
But they
maybe.
treat this as though it is going to become like a supply that will last them forever. And it's like, no. This is
You want to
all...
leave that on the tree, sort of, until you're ready to
Yeah.
probably harvest it. Unless you have people just roasting it in salt and everything. I don't know if you can salt fruits. That probably tastes really shit, but I don't know.
They're doing this montage where they're fucking ecstatic that they've got this huge supply, but it's like, it's not gonna...
If you pick it all, it's gonna go bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Fine, whatever. There's a reason for this that goes beyond any of that. We're supposed to present this as really positive because a real negative is coming, okay? Set you up to really make you sad. They spot tracks. I think they think it's just a footstep. It's not even... I don't even know what they would assume it is. They find a footstep anyway.
Just
It's a footstep.
Was it? Yeah, because I was going to say it wouldn't belong to the creepy demon people, right? Because they're behind.
I think it's meant to.
Supposed to.
Yeah, I thought it did.
Oh, okay. If it is them, then yeah, fair enough. Well,
And
alright.
why didn't she take this with her? The whole...
I don't know. She drops her bucket
bucket.
for no reason at all. It's like you can't carry
it
that.
literally leaves a sign that
Yeah.
they're supposed to be great at hiding.
She's that terrified is that she drops the bucket immediately because that's how it's supposed to show how concerned and worried she is. Fuck the bucket. Fuck
I mean,
it.
I thought them hiding was like a reflex, like animals do. They always have a built-in response.
Mm.
So they shouldn't really panic when it comes to it.
I wish they would freeze like the goats and just go like stiff. They would get paralyzed and just wobble over.
Their vision is based on movement.
Yeah, whenever they're surprised, they just get paralyzed.
So the creepy demon people go find the flower that came out of the ashen tree that not Gandalf made, and like Nori sees them, and they're clearly. I don't know how this works, but one of them just points to the distance, and they all start heading over there, as if to imply they can track Gandalf like perfectly. I don't know how, they just do.
I thought the reason, because they're pointing and they're going to the village which Gandalf has left, so that's the reason, obviously, that Nori jumps out and tries to misdirect them.
Before that, I'm suggesting I don't know how they can track him, but they just can, like magic, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe. No reference to that in the show. Maybe that little staff that they have is a homing device.
Which
we can just...
makes me wonder why they needed to go to that tree first. Shouldn't they just take them directly to?
Maybe it was on the way.
Maybe it tracks all of his movements. But
It's
yeah, anyway.
very likely it was on the way. They were headed into the tree area, and they just happened to cross by the stream.
So anyway, Nori is like, "Hey, whoa, idiots! He's going the other way, not that way, fools!" And I guess she was just trying to trick them. And so one of them takes an acorn out of her hair, which is just like, why? And then in response to that, her dad is like, "I'm gonna get you with my fire. You best not harm a hair on her foot." It's like, why? Why? You have
Because their
head of hair is what I...
They have big... No, their feet are more important. That's why the foot stabbing happens later. If you know how if you stab... It's like if you stab someone in the thigh, it could cause internal bleeding because of how big the blood vessels and everything. That's what it is for Harfoots, actually. If you stab in the foot, almost certain death.
Anyway, Harfoot dad fails to remember fire is cold in this universe.
Yes.
So it doesn't do anything. Cool.
This is like the 5th instance of fire not being hot.
Fire just isn't fire anymore, except for what it is.
We need to recognize, however, it's a normal thing for every other show, but we need to recognize that this is a father concerned with his daughter's safety and actually kind of does something about it.
Oh, I guess so.
Totally
The thing is,
normal
that
that
guy has been mostly okay. He's like the one Harfoot that actually gets away with all of the bullshit because he never suggested to leave anyone behind. He doesn't seem like he would.
Yeah, he seems to be worried. He had that one good conversation with his wife in the cart. He's been generally okay. What little we've gotten of him.
A little bit cringe, but you know, that's okay. You can be a little...
Is he a little
His biggest problem is the Stockholm syndrome. That
Wait.
he knows these people want to murder him and leave him, and he's still like desperate to catch up to him all the time.
He's got no other friends, okay?
We get the cringe line later.
Yeah, the
it's
cringe
later.
line will be next episode. Anyway,
okay.
in response to this, the creepy demon people just set all of this stuff on fire. All of their precious apples and resources. See, and that's why we had the montage of them being super happy about getting it all. Now it's like, oh no, it's all gone.
This
Why wouldn't they just
annoyed me,
burn the
though.
people?
Also,
Well,
so
I was
this is-
thinking, why is no one in bed asleep at this time? It's nighttime. Do
I
they
thought
not
that's
sleep
what
in their little?
the implication was, because some of them are like screaming like this, and I thought, oh shit, is there like people, some people in there?
They're being cooked alive, but no.
But no, I don't think so. Yeah, I think it's just the apples. And I hesitate to say just, right? I understand. It's shelter and it's food. But something I wonder about these demon people, were they like, okay, so we want to kill them, right? And then it's like, no, we wouldn't want to do something so harsh. It's like, what should we do? It's like, burn all of this stuff. Like, that's a bit... Why don't you just kill
So
them?
you're just evil.
Yeah,
but
like...
you fuck with them. You want them to starve, or you want to destroy all their possessions but not kill them?
feels really weird to me that they decided to set all of their shit on fire, and that's it.
Yeah.
Really feels like they were just being petty. Like, yeah, well, fuck your shit. Like, go away.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of it. These people are obviously just pure evil. We get that confirmed in the form of this skeleton moth thing that happens next episode. This is going to be a weird thing to talk about. But, yeah, they're just assholes, and I think that's the point of this scene, to be like, see, look how mean they are. The Hobbits are nice. They did that. How horrible. And it's like, Hobbits aren't that nice, though.
Harfoots would never do anything cruel to someone else.
Right? I thought it was perfect.
It would never be cruel.
Houses down.
So, back to the Númenórean camp. So, this is the first time we've even seen it, by the way. I guess it got set up at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know.
Sometime, yeah. I guess at some point they set up a camp, even though, as far as we know, you've literally had no time to do so. You
I'm
rode in
actually,
on your horse.
yeah,
from
logistically, like, when would this have been done? I guess after they defeated Adar and before the volcano erupted.
Horses. After they captured all the horses that they couldn't have brought across the fucking ocean.
No, we established in the last video they flat packed the horses, so that was fine.
Okay,
But
Or the giant
Isn't
net
it-
plan that I had, put the
Fire.
net at the back of the ship and just throw them all into the net. Doesn't matter if they drown.
yeah,
We'll give them CPR when we get them to land.
or just
The
tie them on
strongest will
ropes and-
survive.
Horses
Is
can
this
swim,
place
it's
is
fine.
this is within sight of the ocean, isn't it? So like my guess would be they landed, they left some people behind by the shore, and they built this place
There's,
whilst
like-
the rest of them rode off.
Like one guy with a series of IKEA packages. Like, oh jeez.
Earlier, and they had to go over a giant mountain range before they got into the Southlands too.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
Also,
it's near-
the mistake you're making there, Gary, is that it turns out actually every significant place is right next to everything.
Okay, I paid attention to the map. That was my mistake. Sorry.
Isn't that great that they show you the map constantly and they don't pay attention to it at all? It's like, why'd you even have that there? You're reminding us how much you don't care about how anything works.
Remember in the Lord of the Rings, they went on like a journey.
No.
Fuck that.
No,
Fuck traveling these days. Am I right?
right.
Who wants to go to? Ugh.
Yeah, Isildur's horse is running amok, and Elendil's like, "Oh, I'll sort it out," and then the other guy is like, "You can't," as if to imply Isildur's the only one that can speak horse to this horse. And it's like, didn't
It's,
Isildur ride that horse for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I think they say it bonds with you during battle.
It's,
5 minute
it's just
battle.
their
He did-
excuse.
His
It's
first
their
move was to
excuse.
jump off it.
Yeah.
It's their excuse to do the Aragorn thing, though. That's
Yeah.
all they're doing. Is just
That's
well, we
a
saw Aragorn tame his horse, and the horse was loyal to him, and it went to rescue him when everyone thought he was dead. So, yay, we get a reference, I suppose.
You would think
like
that
Isildur.
war horses are trained to be, disciplined and that sort of thing, because horses are dumb, skittish creatures. So just because your guy gets lost and your horse has PTSD, like I don't know, man. I feel like that wouldn't really happen that much.
The horse is bonded.
They'd probably kill it and just eat it.
They're not half.
But that's the thing, Elendil was the one.
Unless they need
Elendil was the
glue.
one who spoke about the horse bond, so she should know that if this horse is
yeah.
acting like this, it could be a sign that my son is alive.
No, he
Well, he
doesn't
just
care about his
ignores it.
son. We already went over this. He doesn't give a fuck about his son for some reason. He's
Yeah.
just,
I
he's
know,
given
yeah,
up on him.
He left the village without looking for his son.
So did Bronwyn.
He didn't even look
He
for the
just-
queen.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you're right.
Look-
Bronwyn just fucked off too.
Yeah,
Just
and
left.
Arendelle.
Yeah.
Just recapitulating, the horse cares more about his son than he does.
yes.
Yes, yeah.
That's some writing.
Yep.
Although he
He's
does say my
jealous.
favorite line: "We should have left the elf in the sea."
Oh, we're getting to that. That shit's so.
No, you
retarded.
passed it. That's before this.
Is it after
So
it?
it's
the
on
horse-
the horse scene.
It's an emotionally
No, it's
capable
during the
creature.
horse scene, isn't it?
Is it? I thought he says it to Muriel.
He says it to Muriel. No, well,
No,
Well,
he says it to himself.
Oh, that
Okay.
I think you're right. Yeah, I remember there being a smaller reference, and then he's like way more overt about it. I'll grab it in a sec. 'Cause I just didn't see it, but I was just gonna say because you just reminded me. Yeah, he thinks Theo thinks that Bronwyn's dead, and then she's like right behind him, like I'm fine, and it's so funny because it's like, did they forget she lost like all of her blood hours ago? They just. Do they know the
The
time?
seeds replaced it.
It's a
She's
really
like
good-
perfectly fine now. She's back up to full strength. It's like you were like hobbling around when the volcano went off, and now you want me to believe it healed you? Is that how that works? The volcano, like if you're a main character, it'll give you health.
that Miller's
was-
CBD oil is amazing. Okay.
Yep.
It was like a full body cauterization.
It feels like
Gosh.
it's worth emphasizing. The eruption of Mount Doom. Like, look at the damage it caused. Like, nothing. Like, fuck all. Like, most people survived.
Well,
Some
to be
people
fair,
came out better.
they panned around the room. There was a guy who lost his leg. There's some people like screaming and stuff. It's just it didn't do anything to the main characters. All the other people
all
got
of the main
annihilated.
characters are safe. Yeah.
Oh, and Muriel lost her sight. I guess there you go.
Yeah, there's that.
I don't know
And
how.
also
Not to the
that
volcano.
guy, their friend.
Not
She
to the
lost it in the
volcano. You're
house.
right. Yeah. She lost it to a
No, it
house.
was to the house, yeah.
I-
The casualty
I
of the
know.
house collapsing.
I don't know how she's blind. Her eyes look great. I think she's faking it.
Probably is. She just wants to go home.
She just
in
wants to
my town.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
so,
maybe that I missed something, but most of them have been on foot and they've been walking from not too far away from the volcano to this camp, and which they've already arrived, where the skies are clear and blue, and there is no sign or symptom of what's just happened at all. So, how far have they actually come, and in
I
how
don't
long?
know. I have no idea.
clue.
3,000 miles.
3
They
billion
rode.
miles.
They rode for 6 days without sleep, so it's fine.
Yeah, they've escaped
Oh,
the...
well, we're not there yet.
Oh yeah, that's not even that far away actually, because we're coming to
No,
the
it's
end of the
pretty
episode.
close.
I wouldn't say we're nearing it. But
In
yeah, Lendil
record
says
time.
in an hour's time we can leave to go back to Numenor. And it's just like, wow, holy
what?
shit, man!
After all that, you just gotta
All
leave.
these
really?
people who are like in agony and this absolute calamity, and you don't even know if you found everyone yet, and you're just like, we're going, fuck this, out.
Yeah,
Off,
like
yeah.
Absolutely
You've only
fuck
been
both
here
of these
for
characters
what,
for
a
this
day?
decision. Seriously.
they've been here for like literally 3 days, haven't they? Right? Like
No,
they
it's
got
not even-
there. It took them 2 days to get there. So it's like you've been here for 3 days.
Not only that,
and
it's
you're
just
already
that
fucking off.
this is not the time to leave yet. You've got
No,
so
you
much
ha-
work to do.
If anything, you can not leave for even longer than you probably
Yeah.
assumed at first. Like there is a new realm of pain and horror that has been
You're
created
welcome-
before your very eyes. Which, let's be real, you guys fucked up. Like
Yeah.
this is partly on you, and you're already leaving. Like it's too difficult.
They really fucked us up, yeah. But they're gonna
They
be
did.
leaving soon, so you better hurry with that. And when she arrives, Galadriel, to have a chat with her, you see Elendil's face? Holy
Yeah.
shit, he is absolutely furious that she exists now. And it's like, dude, thanks for joining the team. It took you a while, but your reasoning isn't quite as sound as ours, I don't
No.
think. He's he blames Galadriel for all of this. I don't understand how.
And she then blames herself for it, doesn't she? But then she's
Yeah.
told, I think, by Muriel that it's not all her fault. That's kind of true in the sense that it was Muriel and Farazon who rescued random elf who they hated,
Yes.
locked in prison. She broke out. There was another guy who they didn't know who was also imprisoned. Both of them have broken many laws. And as soon as she says, "Give me an army to go to Middle Earth," they say, "Yeah, okay, fine." So
Fine.
actually, if there's fault amongst anyone here, it's probably the people who took that decision, because you're the most incompetent ruler of all the incompetent rulers there have ever been.
It's like we were asking in earlier episodes that were taking place in Numenor. If you went up to any of the people who seemed like they were really thrilled to go to Middle Earth, I'm like, do you guys know why you're leaving? Why you're going to this war? Like, actually tell me, why are you going? Do you know anything about anything?
Imagine being one of the people who said, I ain't fucking volunteering for this suicide mission of nonsense, and then couple what, 4, 5, 6 days later, you're just chilling, you're playing a little Xbox, and you're like, oh, the guys are back, and you're like, oh, why are they back so early? What happened? Well, the queen is blind, we've lost 2/3 of our men, they're panicked, bloodied, and wounded, and they say they need help. Also, a volcano went off next to them. It's like, what
Oh.
the fuck?
Too far ahead of
What kind of
ourselves.
place is Middle Earth? Jesus
And
Christ.
not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but like the guy we followed in the battle as the king, we didn't
He's
bet
the
up.
king of evil.
He's actually Sauron. Could we have fucked up any worse?
By the way,
How
we want you
could
to
we
go
have
back.
Possibly been more shit.
Yeah, can we have reinforcements? It's like, no.
No. We're never going to Middle Earth again. Also, you're fired.
He's like, just let us know, what did you gain? They're like, okay, that's gonna be difficult to explain, alright? Because the list isn't very long. But
The
yeah.
one thing we didn't want to happen. No, it's just. But then there's some irritating sort of world cockery that goes on next as well, though, because I think is it this scene where Bronwyn turns up and says, and she's talking about how they're going to move off to, I think it's Pelargir they mention,
Yeah,
Mhm.
just after this.
which is
yeah.
an old Numenorian settlement as they describe it.
Uh-huh.
So again, this is, it was irritating when they first said that, well, we've not been to Middle Earth for decades, centuries even, and it's portrayed as like this is the first adventure in Middle Earth they're all going on together. And I was annoyed at the time because no, they should have been settled there for eons anyway. Now it turns out they were, but apparently they just all cocked off at some stage. So Pelargir is just an empty old settlement. But if they used to be here, then they must have known a lot more about the place they were going to invade than they actually did know when they took the decision to invade. So I think they just name dropped it because, hey, it's the law. but I don't think they've actually understood what that entails for the world building stuff.
No, these are like it. I mean, if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. These showrunners are inexperienced. They're morons. So they're even making like good like Jennifer Hutchins worked on Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, but they make it look like she's an 11th grade writer who looks like that she shouldn't have been passed on to the next grade and maybe repeated 10th grade. Like that's how fucking bad this is. And you're right. Like to bring that up, like for one, they're all fighting for that town of like that shithole town of hovels, and they're like, wait, there's an abandoned Numenorean colony.
We haven't got to that yet, because I was going to say, not only is that town abandoned and shitty, there's holes underneath it everywhere from all the caves the orcs dug. You don't even know how stable that ground is anymore. I know how gooey it is. Remember when they graze on the orcs' land, the fucking cows get black milk? I don't even know if we were going to develop
what even is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just evil, just
Evil
generally
milk.
Yeah,
evil.
I think it's like the
causes
tree goo.
bullshit.
Yeah, the
They
tree
sh-
goo. It's God, it's so fucking stupid. But
Yeah,
It's cow goo and tree goo.
they showed us the citadel of fucking like records that Muriel's dad like saved.
yeah,
So you think she would be curious about it and maybe go on that day's ride herself and learn a couple of things, like some histories, being a queen regent. You know, this is just an argument why women shouldn't be queen.
well, I mean, it would have
That-
been interesting for them to discover that there's an evil Dark Lord who's gathering powers in this location, and it's all mapped out. It's like, wow, that's all in that one place? Neat. Like, that's-
Yeah.
She's marking people with a big M that looks like the mountain range on the map. That's gonna be
Sauron's
called-
like, if I put an S, they know it's Sauron. So I put an M for
You know,
Mordor.
I will put M, and somebody else will name the land.
From Mordor.
Oh, we're actually
Mhm.
getting that soon. Oh, that wonderful thing. I can't wait for us to talk about that.
Oh god.
I like it because of how clever it is, really.
You know what?
So-
So many
Speaking of cringe,
episode, I forgot about all the dumb things from the last episode. This
Yeah.
is great.
Because
show
we're
has a
finally
way of
getting to
doing
the
that
main
to you.
event soon. Yeah, Muriel's like, woohoo, yay, we'll do it. We're gonna come back. We're gonna fight with you and the elves. It's gonna be great. Captain, let us leave. And there's like this awkward silence. She's like, Captain? And he's having a moment. He's like having a cry. And I just love this for the awkwardness, because she's blind, right? So she's like, I got, hello? Hello?
Galadriel has to say, "Oh, he's
Well,
over there. He's just crying."
Galadriel is not blind, yeah. So as you can see from this shot, Galadriel's looking at him, and you can imagine Galadriel's just like, well, he there. He's just give us.
Did he lose his hearing and she lost her sight? What happened?
Oh, tragic.
They were all looking at him.
Well, yeah, because
Even
even
Muriel's
Muriel's looking at him. Yeah, like it's just funny because Muriel's the only one who's just like, guys, everyone's quiet. Hello, like what's going on? Is he here? Is he dead? Like what the fuck happened? And you just know that there would have been an awkward end to that scene, but they cut, so it's fine.
Is Bronwyn there?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she's at the back.
Shouldn't she be healing people who are
No,
like with no?
Gary, she said
No,
she said
they've
all of
already
our
healed them.
wounded, the
She's not an
bones have
elf.
been set and the wounds have been like bandaged or whatever. We're ready to leave. That's what she says. It's like, fuck, you did that
What?
fast.
Oh my
Man,
It's that good.
Yeah,
This
not
is
only did
like
she do it fast.
Medieval era medical.
Yeah, and
treatment, and it's
emergency
over in
medical
half a
services,
day.
right? This is
Yeah,
after a
with lack of
volcano hit them.
resources. Exactly.
They have no resources as
what?
far as we can tell. But
In half a day,
um,
you're good.
yeah,
You're
and there's no
sorted.
way
Good
that
to go.
they haven't found Isildur, so we know that they haven't found everybody.
Yeah, you haven't gone back to check, and you've abandoned them to death. I suppose.
God, you
You're
guys
just
are
gonna
all
leave them
legendary.
there.
And it's like, yeah, well, we found a Numenorean outpost that seems to be abandoned, has good land, good fortifications, and good people there. It's like, why the fuck didn't you go there
Where
the
was
whole
this a
time?
few episodes ago during the orc invasion?
Did you just
You
suddenly
suck.
invent this because the season's over? It's just like, there's just this awesome place we're gonna go to now. Bye.
Yeah, toodles.
I
This-
swear
it's
to God,
actually a really good thing.
if they
oh,
end
that
up
the
going to this
volcano showed
place
up.
in season 2 and it's like a castle or some shit, I'm gonna be so pissed off. Like, you'd be like,
It'll probably be some great.
we decided to
cool place.
defend
does.
a village that was holy and open on all sides instead of going to the castle with many
It
resources.
turns into the main fortified port of Gondor. So, and it was pretty big when they first built it. So yeah, it should be very well fortified and stocked
Great.
and defensible.
There's a very good chance we'll have a new president by the time season 2 comes out. I mean, you might be married with kids by the time season 2 comes out. So
Well, how many years do they say it's gonna take? Like,
I think
It's
it's 2024, right?
2.5.
2.5.
2.5.
2.5.
Fuck
wow.
me, 2.5 years per season, so we're gonna get this shit for like, how long is that?
So
12
that's
and a
gonna
half
be
years?
over it's
You're
gonna be about a
retired
decade.
YouTube
Yeah.
by the time
It's
it finishes, yeah.
No.
2032 when it's over. Can you put it in?
I'm gonna
we can put
be.
it in-
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. You just start thinking, my goodness.
Flash forward.
Well,
generation
there's some
and
job
old.
security for you right there.
Yeah, a little bit.
So,
Oh, they just started filming season 2, right?
yeah.
Yes, they have.
And
And
that's
the-
probably
the-
going to take like a year. I could see that being the case.
He said
And,
it's going to take a couple. The showrunner said it's going to take a couple of years. It sounds like they're retooling absolutely everything.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all. This is like a huge commitment in terms of the amount of money that's going into this. It needs to.
Yeah, there's.
I mean, I'd be curious, right? Like,
Ask the
yeah.
question. You guys knew you were that, like, because they are committed to 5 seasons. Why weren't you filming back to back? Like,
At least
how-
back to back with
that's a
like
good point.
seasons 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and maybe 5 on its
Yeah.
own, or like
Well,
all
some
of them
shows do that.
separated. Really,
by massive amounts, stretches
it
of
feels
time
like it's
as
going to
well.
cost them so much more money too by doing it that way.
It probably does, but I guess it's maybe like whatever their commitment is, the more stuff you film, the more locked in you are, the less you can change depending on how people respond
Depending on how
to it. And,
catastrophically it's received.
yeah, and I think that's kind of, I guess that's kind of the funny thing, right? Like, for as much as you can have like press interviews where it's like, yeah, we don't really care. It's like, but you do though. Like, things are changing. Like you are maneuvering and changing because of the feedback, because you know you're not happy with this outcome, surely. Like, people aren't really, I don't know, I just don't see people talking about this show that much. And when it does come up, it's mostly negative. Like, there's no way they
Yeah,
can be happy
it's either
with that.
negative or man. House of the Dragon's good though.
Yeah. And of
Yep.
course, you know, a big litmus test as well is, and it's going to be the same for She-Hulk, which, I mean, coincidentally, both of them ended this week. Is anybody going to be talking about them next week? Is anybody going to be talking about that great moment in Rings of Power next
No.
week?
The
Yeah.
only way
No, I don't think so.
the only way somebody's talking about them is if they tell us to fuck off again. Like, that's it.
They
A
might.
little bit.
You know what?
It's
It would be
just,
really funny if it's like, when's House of the Dragon season 2? And they're like, oh, you know what? We're not sure. And then Rings of Power go, we're coming out in 2025. And then House of the Dragon go 2025. That's what we'll be out to. Like,
What date are you opening Rings of Power? Oh, yeah, we'll be the week before.
yeah, and we'll end the week after. Don't worry.
We'll one and the week after. It was such an own. It was great.
It was. It comes across as way too deliberate to me at this point. Like,
Oh, no. Somebody whipped out their Johnson on the table. So that was great.
Apparently, season 2 is filming in the UK and not New Zealand.
Yeah, they've moved.
Is that because it's too expensive to shoot in the day, so they're gonna go like into? Because I mean, it means that anytime we see mountains, like big mountain ranges, is probably gonna be visual effects, right? Like there's not.
No,
gonna be
they're still
any-
filming some stuff down there. They published where they were
Oh,
filming.
like second unit stuff, like filming landscapes, or are
Not
they
much.
actually
They-
like doing
they
any level of
abandoned
production there?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
abandoned they
According to Wikipedia, they're not going to New Zealand again.
Well, no,
No.
they did name. There was a like one of the documents came out, and they named the 3. One was in Edinburgh, one's in London, and they did mention New Zealand. They didn't name like buildings or anything. It was just like the nations.
Well, I figure it might be second unit, right, for like landscape shots and stuff.
It's
but
probably
as
like
for,
drone footage.
Those are
shooting
shots.
there,
You're not
yeah.
gonna have actors down there because of the COVID restrictions. They skyrocketed the cost to where even the tax breaks didn't even help. Plus Amazon was already building this massive studio that's gonna have volume
Yeah,
in it.
so these
Yeah.
huge investments for this show, like, and yet, I don't know.
Dude, it's huge too. The building, I forgot the square footage. It's like it's some ridiculous number. Like
just
how
for
big?
this show. That's
When
Uh,
when they
wow.
build it.
Crazy.
Wow. For Lord
for-
of the Rings, the Rings of Power, the very well received, highly praised, well regarded
Worth it.
television series.
Totally.
All right.
so back with the Harfoots. And
Oh no, God.
it just... It's the kind of thing, the scene begins
Oh
and
no,
like...
God, not the Harfoots.
Every time you try and give it a
no.
chance, it just falls flat in his face immediately. So, Nori's like sitting there despondent, probably because of the fact that she feels partially guilty, at least for this. And the dad is like, don't worry, it's gonna be alright. You're like, we need help, let's get to work. And the mum says, don't lie to her, she's too old for that now. Like, what? What the
It's
fuck?
horrific.
Tell her that things are shit and it's her fault and
Yeah.
fuck off.
I
Just sit on that. Just sit there and die. Is essentially all I'm saying.
Tell her to kill herself.
What a twat. Like, you know, you tried to make your kid feel better, and then the mum was like, don't do that. Tell her the truth. The world is shit.
World is shit, and we're Harfoots.
Oh, fucking hell, all right. Gee.
The thing is, I guess normally you'd get maybe one Doomsayer character like that, and everyone else would be, slap them and tell them to pull themselves together. But apparently, almost all this is the default mentality for the Harfoots, because Lenny Henry says much the same thing. So, we're all going to die anyway. This is just what they do.
We're all gonna die
The moment something goes wrong, their default presumption is, well, we're
Fingers
fucked.
crossed.
So, what's
Well,
the point?
Because, yeah, you're right. He follows up with saying, like, come on, Brandyfoot, give us some time to weep. And it's like, Jesus Christ, do not evoke a certain other moment in a different movie that was way better than you. Like, I assume you guys all know what I'm referring to. But, yeah, that's not what he was saying. He wasn't saying, like, you're not allowed to have feelings. He was saying that it's gonna be okay.
That's a Harfoot
well,
rule.
yeah,
You're not
it's like-
allowed to have feelings. either.
And it was like, suck it up and carry on. Like, solve the problem before you just, like, collapse on yourself.
Yeah.
It was great advice.
And he's like, weeping? Is that all you think we have left in us? And once again, I'm like, fuck! You're having two different conversations, nobody's listening to each other. Like, what kind of response is that? When you're just like, let us have time to weep, and he's like, you think that's all we have left in us? Like, well, no, I just mean that right now, can we weep? Like, it's like, why are you... I'm switching between my favor of these characters based on how stupid the other one is. Like, oh, it's like, you're
That's
the,
good writing.
Yes, that's how you get intelligent characters, by making everyone around them stupid.
Wasn't it Drinker who said that they took either just random lines or what I'm thinking is lines from Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings and wrote them down on little pieces of paper
Yeah.
and then darts at them, and that's how
They
they
added
wrote.
a whole bunch of water
Post-it
to
notes.
them.
Yeah,
They have
It's-
no idea
it's-
why any line is actually there. They're just like, hopefully this is coherent. I don't know.
sorry to jump the next episode, but like there's something actually worse in it than you have not seen what I have seen, and it was just a little scene, and it was between Elrond and Guy Ladrin.
Always
And
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, how is
Why
it
are you
that
here?
you're here? How is it you?
I remember. And then neither of them answer those questions. They had the scene. It's like,
No,
oh,
he like nods as if, oh yeah, well played.
you know what? True.
So stupid.
Based and Harfoot pilled.
Yep.
So we get a little speech from the guy, and my god, this set you off, Rags, I think, but it sets everybody off. Basically, they're like, there are creatures out there. Some of them have their minds, or their forests, or their kingdoms, or whatever, like referencing all different kinds of races and stuff. And he's like, but Harfoots, we stay true to each other. That's what we do. It's like, the fuck are you talking about?
Can you believe that? Can you believe that?
After
Why
everything
wrote
we've
that
seen,
shit?
really?
My office into a house of lies.
The most backstabbing, cruel, callous, unfeeling,
They even
malicious little
contemplated taking
fuckers.
Their wheels. They contemplated stealing their wheels to leave them to starve and toil. Like,
You can quote me on this, but at least orcs will stab you in the front.
And it wasn't even contemplate. She actually, like, she was telling him that he should do it. It's only because he was
That's true.
horrified that it didn't actually happen.
yeah.
She was more than willing to go down there and do it herself.
It's just they're a horrible community. They
Yeah.
they don't stick together. They do the opposite of that. If you can't keep up, tough titties. Like, see you later. See you in the afterlife. Like, it's
But if you
What a-
do
what-
keep up, we'll make sure you can't.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
make sure we'll
exactly,
laugh
if
at
you-
your ass.
If you do keep up, we'll sabotage your efforts to stay alive. Like,
Because
That's
And if you
Yeah.
die, we will mock you. We will laugh at you, like the guy who
Yeah.
got killed by bees.
yeah, we'll create chants where we and when you're starving to death, we'll surround you and watch you as the life fades from your eyes.
They even double
they
down on it
continue
in
fashion.
like a couple of seconds when one of them unironically uses the line, "We've left too many people behind."
Yep.
Well, no, you nobbled them and probably
You
ate
have
them.
engineered their demise amongst yourselves.
It does make you wonder about those stories. Like the bees, it
Yeah.
turns out they've just covered him in honey and stuff. And they're like, they were
Dropped
the
him
ones
into
that got
a
him
bee
done.
pit.
While he was asleep, and then throw a beehive into his little cabin.
Then lock the door.
Lock the door, barricade it.
That's why it was so funny.
You just get the fucked up imagery of like a really dark forest, and these red eyes, and they're feasting on one of their own, and it's just like, oh Jesus, the Harfoots, run!
Yeah, it's like the fucking basement from The Road.
It's just terrifying. Yeah, he says we got that fucking. I think it's a trailer line.
Why do you
We
think
got
Patty's so
hearts.
fat? They're fattening up Patty. It's the only explanation.
You mean Poppy?
Poppy, whatever her fucking name is, the fat one.
If they're a bunch of little cannibals, that would make more sense.
It
and be more
would. I honestly,
Maybe
I
was
think they've
thinking
given us enough
Peppermint Patty, which is a
information
candy.
to infer that they are. I'm pretty
They are
sure
eating each
we
other.
know. But yeah, he says
Which-
we got hearts bigger than our feet. And it's like fucking full of
And he
shit.
looks into the camera.
Eat 'em both.
They're so proud of that line.
Yeah,
The trailer
you're
and
right. He
everything.
does look right into the camera. Jeez, that's kind of creepy.
What you imagine that?
That
like,
is weird.
the
Why,
guys
why is
behind
he looking at the
are like,
camera?
yeah,
I think it was meant to be
noticed that.
impactful. Like, they'd be
I
that's
think it was meant to be
amazing.
impactful. Yeah, like that was a
Oh.
really cool line.
Work out.
by that.
No, no, it didn't.
A fine line. If this wasn't a good show, I'd be like, "Oh, that's cute." Instead, it's like, "Oh, you are a bastard.
So anyway,
You're a liar."
Nori decides from that inspiring speech she's going to go grab not Gandalf and warn him about the coming demon people, which is interesting because they're ahead of
Harfoots?
you.
They're way ahead of you, like a
Like,
day ahead
Yeah,
of
like
you.
you ain't going to be able to warn him of shit. Whatever's going to happen to him is happening to him.
Yeah, you have to know where Wizard is. You have to know where the Cringe Squad is,
Yep.
and you have to be able to
You have
get
to be able
there
to catch up.
fast enough to reach one without bumping into the other along the way.
Yeah.
And you're a
Logistically,
little
the
half-foot,
deck
and
is-
he's just like a full-grown man. He can presumably walk faster than you.
Probably twice
so,
as fast, at
Absolutely, he
least, yeah.
will.
Yeah.
They even
Uh,
reference it. Yeah, like you've got big legs. You could walk past. We can't. I think it's Sadak who says that.
I just thought it was funny that he suggests this, and then Sadok is like, going off trail now? As if to be like, this is it. Oh, she's going off trail, guys. She thought
my
going off trail was
gosh.
bad, but she's going to deliberately go off trail now.
But she's not going to go alone. Her friend's going to come with her.
Remember, it was nobody goes
Yeah,
off trail,
ride
nobody walks
together.
alone. This is someone's going off trail, and they're going with
You're not
someone.
supposed to do that. We
It's
would never
great.
allow someone to do that.
So,
Oh no.
Yeah, Chungus says she'll go with her, and then the mum says I'm going with them. It's like, what?
Why?
What are you
Why?
gonna do?
You guys have never done this before. You always abandon. What's going on? And then one of them is like, they're gonna need someone who knows how to track if they want to catch up fast. Sadok, you go with
The
them.
trail finder, right?
Yeah.
So-
it's just
so
like, what?
So the dad is just going to let the mother of his children, possibly.
He doesn't-
Very questionable.
If you remember, his reaction to
God.
her saying I'm gonna go is, "Are you sure?" It's not, "No, I should go," or "You shouldn't go. It's too dangerous." He just goes, "Yeah, okay, I guess." It's like, what?
Like,
You're
got
gonna go
his
fight the fucking
ankle?
fire-spewing demon people, and you're just like, "Well, good luck, love. Hope you're alright."
They have to have 3 girls to 1 guy. That's a pattern I've noticed in the show, by the way.
Well, he gets
Uh,
killed, so it's 3 girls to no guys.
Yeah, well, you got to make them expendable.
They have to find a new red shirt male to fucking die.
A man is the new red shirt.
New red shit.
And the woman that suggests that he go is the one that said, "I think we should go back
Kill
there,
them."
take their wheels, and right, and kill them all." I go,
Yep.
You know what? It'd be really wonderful if just once you weren't right all the time.
Oh,
It's like,
I know.
and then
Yeah,
she
literally
looks so
the-
smug. Like she's like, "Oh, thank you." It's what?
This is such a good idea. This thing that we're doing right now. Aren't we smart and correct for doing this?
Yep.
Yeah,
This
she's-
Also,
won't end
shouldn't-
badly.
Like, shouldn't Lenny Henry be suspicious that the woman who has literally 5 minutes ago advocated, de-wheeling her comrades is essentially forcing him to go off on the adventure to tackle the fire-breathing witches? Like, I would be thinking, yeah, but there's something.
I just
up
can't believe
here.
that. I legit, when I was watching, I was like, "What's the plan, guys? You understand that they could annihilate all of you. What are you doing? What's the plan?" You're just
It's
gonna walk
to-
up to him and say,
Yeah.
"Don't be mean."
They seem to have exploded all of your carts with the power of thought. I don't think that you need to be fighting them. Your harvests.
Yeah,
What the fuck is?
I feel like
What's
they're
the
outmatched.
plan?
Kill them
Yeah.
with the body odor. That's what I think.
Kill them with kindness. Not that they have any, but
No, but they have plenty of body odor, so they can kill them with that.
yeah, they just put their feet on their face.
Oh,
Ah, can you
Yeah.
fucking imagine?
By the way,
Ugh.
Elfman has just fallen out of this story. He gets one moment here. He's just like, "Do you think the Queen will come back?" And Galadriel's like, "I know she will."
Elfman. Oh, Don Lemonless. Okay.
He doesn't do anything in this episode nor the next one. He's just kind of gone.
Oh.
Yeah, you forget about him and Bronwyn.
Everyone wants to do that with all the characters.
Theo
Just don't let
seems
it.
to have really.
Oh yeah, what the fuck's
Like-
that? I don't know.
Well, they're in the tent. They just like meet up in the tent. All of our characters. Theo's like, "Oh, hi, mom. I'm
Oh,
glad
well,
you're not."
Speaking of that,
dead."
Rags, in this conversation, he mentions, "Oh yeah, by the way, since our king is injured now, or whatever." And then the guy's just like, "Wait, what? Your king?" He's like, "Oh yeah, Halbrand. He's since last night we grabbed him and been trying to heal him of a spear wound to his belly. He's in one of the tents. Sorry we didn't let you know that the king of man that you provided us, who is clearly one of your like closest friends, is currently dying. And it's weird that you didn't ask any of us where he was. But okay, yeah,
Well-
now we're doing this." It's like, what the fuck? Like,
During half of this episode with these characters is them playing catch up with finding people.
This was like a whole plot line that was put on pause. It was like, we can't do this yet, we gotta do some other stuff. Halbrand can literally be put on pause, and then we'll press play as soon as the queen leaves. It's so weird. You don't see stories run like this often. Absolute absurdity. Because Galadriel, if you remember, we were complaining about this near the beginning, right? She hears babies screaming, and she's like, "Halbrand, Elendil." And it's like, oh, she really cares about those characters. She found Elendil. She gave up on Halbrand, I guess.
And look at the state of him. Like, that guy cannot get on a horse, let alone ride anywhere afterwards.
He's got like
let alone ride for 6 days.
Well, so here's the
without
funnier
rest.
thing.
Without rest.
How did he get lanced in the belly by an orc when he was right next to all these people in that street? The volcano went off. Did he run away into the forest, get stabbed, and then run back?
The
Well, I
volcano
assumed it was
full of
self-inflicted.
spears.
I
He
just,
fell on
I have no idea what they
Yeah,
want
how
me to
did that
imagine
happen?
happened. I don't understand.
When did you get stabbed? Were you not wearing armor there? I guess I went through your armor.
So some people are saying he's faking it. So he gets surgery from elves. I don't know.
But did he stab himself
That's
in
what I
order
think,
to be
yeah.
taken to the elves, which is where he needs to be to enact his master evil plan?
Because Galadriel even says at one point something like, when he says thank you, she says, "What, for bringing you here?" So that's when she's kind of realizing.
But that's
what
kind of
some-
hilarious to think about. If she had like seen the wound and been like, "Yep, that'll need a few stitches. You're gonna have to wait here. I'm gonna go to Eregion now. Bye." Or something. He'd be like,
some shills out there are saying that like everything, if you go back and watch, everything is part of Sauron's plan.
I'm just
That makes
saying. I
no-
feel like he couldn't have known.
No, that's the thing. No, I know that it's fucking insane because if you go back and look at that, like it would be impossible. I've actually mapped it out. I've got little notes on it. It's insane.
This
It's
isn't
the
a show for maps.
All the time he's saying, "I don't want to go back to Middle Earth. I just want to stay in Numenor and grill." Like
It
that was
is
all part of his
so
plan.
fucking stupid.
I'm just.
How he-
I'm now picturing like he walks over the horse, goes around the corner, grabs a spear, goes to himself, and he's like, "Ah, god damn it. Okay, this should.
Oh,
work
I
out
didn't
pretty
even
great."
know that I was wounded. It must have been the adrenaline.
Then, like,
yeah.
Pulls out the spear, waddles over to them, hoping to get found. And he's like, "I'm feeling." And he falls over and just dies from bleeding out. It's like, oh
And
shit.
remember, in episode 1, Arendir said that the elves don't even have medics. So
Right?
I don't even know why
Oh
they're
yeah, they
going there.
have some
Back
other-
and check.
Artificers.
And that's what he said.
Right.
Artificers, yeah.
They make beauty for the
Weird
soul
name
because
for
they
a
don't
healer,
need
but alright.
medics.
So yeah, I guess that was the plan. He needs to go to Eregion, so he's gonna fake a wound, quote unquote. I still think it's hilarious that means he would have sneaked off to just get himself stabbed by himself. Sure.
Okay.
It's like, you're a genius, Sauron. There was no way that he could have convinced Galadriel to go there with her for any other reason, be it political or anything else. Had to be that this is a fucking gamble.
Wait, so this means that at this point in the story, Halbrand doesn't want. So he doesn't want to be this. I'm trying to think about his motivations and where he is, like his flipping point.
I've
Because
not got a clue of.
Out of concern for all of you, don't try to think about the logic of what is about to happen, like why he's going to Eregion, because it makes no fucking sense.
What I was going to say is, as you've already pointed
'Cause
out,
he
if you
doesn't know
draw him
about
all
the
the way
rings,
back to
right?
being in the Southlands and then going to the raft / going to a ship and having it destroyed and ending up on a raft, we're already stuck. Like, why do you do that?
Well, I think you have to think that he was being honest in Numenor when he said, "I don't want to go back. I don't want to go there. You're dragging me back." I think all that has to be honest, because otherwise, literally nothing makes sense.
Except that I just don't think that makes sense with what he later goes on to say are his motives. So I agree that would you could extrapolate from that and make more sense of what we've been given, except for the big reveal moment where he reveals what his actual intentions are. Because that doesn't.
I think
accord
his
with
entire personality changes in that scene.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, because like the
yeah.
implication is that he has been actively Sauron this whole time, but he's just been kind of conflicted on what he wants to do next, right? That's the idea by the time we hit the end.
He wanted to be good, and then he was like, I guess I'll go be king of the Southlands. That's cool. But that doesn't mean he's evil. It just means that he wants to be king now, I guess.
Well,
So
you know what?
he wants to be evil.
We'll cross that when we
at...
come to it, actually, because there's a whole speech he gives.
Because
Which really...
we're nearly up to
Yeah,
the
we're nearly at the end of the
fringe as well.
episode.
Okay.
So
All right.
Galadriel's
we're
like, we're gonna go now, and Theo's like, hey, here's your sword back, and she's like, you can keep it, which is just the fuck. Why?
No,
That's your
like-
sword. He could get a sword. Whatever. You guys have been on such a journey of, you know. 2
I
months.
like that she
Oh,
didn't even
what,
help him
like
out the tent
6 hours?
just because she's so short. It would have looked absolutely ridiculous.
Oh,
for him
you-
to, like, be
yeah.
holding on for it.
Oh,
Just,
that's
Probably true.
interesting and kind of amusing.
He would like be bent over even half his height, and he's still towering over her. She's like,
you'd have to like stand behind her with both hands on her shoulders, and sort of thing.
But yeah, he's got this like seemingly almost fatal, presumably, wound that can only be healed by elven medicine.
Elven,
Human
yeah.
medicine's not good enough. So now they begin their horse journey all the way to Eregion, which you can take a guess for how long that would take, but we find out next episode because time
Next
jumps
scene.
all the way over the road.
And I'm not a medic, but surely bouncing up and down on a horse for 6 days and nights would tear your wound open.
Mhm.
I imagine
Nah, it'll be
Does-
fine.
he favors.
Yeah, you just want to put a lot of weight on your feet and on those stirrups so you don't. You know,
Maybe he got a
bounce.
Bronwyn bandage.
Well, he was hit by the volcano. It might have healed it.
That's
It's
Yeah, it's
true.
cauterized it.
Yeah.
It's all fine now.
It is a mysterious volcano that can do many things.
Cauterize the wound while simultaneously not frying your eyes or just any other part of you. Ah.
And so, back to the mine, Disa's like, your dad is old, and super old, and just so old.
Stubborn.
And
Man, boy, is he old.
you're next up, so, you know, you're not old. So, how about that? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I don't know. She seems to genuinely be coaxing him to depose his dad, is the impression I'm getting.
She goes full Sith Lord. She's just like, your power. Like, we can mine all of it, then we'll rule not only this place, but every single mountain. Like, she changes
like-
entirely.
See, and if there was
Yeah,
any
like, wow,
justice...
Disa, I didn't know you had this in you.
They wouldn't have the balls to do this, but if there were any justice, it would mean that when they finally activate the Balrog, it would eat her. It would, like she would be the character to suffer the most because she's the one that made all this happen, sort of thing. But they wouldn't do that. I'm pretty sure they're like, yay, Disa's great. Great.
Yeah, the one rumor I've heard is like she's been corrupted by the Balrog, and that her singing is like communicating with it back and forth.
Wow.
which
She
is sort
does.
of a two-way.
She does have
Okay.
the yellow
What?
Sith eyes.
Why
so that's
not?
believable.
She does
Why
have a Sith
not?
eyes,
I think people are desperately trying to fill in plot holes.
Yes.
Things which are far better than what will either. It might actually get written in because they've read these stories and like, oh, we
They
haven't
read it
thought
on
about
Twitter.
that. Yeah, I wouldn't be
Put it in
surprised.
the show.
How do we explain these characters' behavior?
be-
I don't know. She sung to the Balrog. Fuck it.
They probably have. That's definitely happened in the past, I'd imagine. A writer has a look, see at what people are saying, and like, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'll poach from the defenders of the show. One of them might have a decent idea.
Well,
or something.
Patty Jenkins did it, right? In defense of her rape scene, she was like, "Oh no,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
commentary on Big. Trust me."
It's commentary on rape. Wait.
So Durin Kingman tosses the leaf through the little hole and says, "Seal it up," because he just doesn't care that the Mithril's right there. He's like, "Nah, fuck that." And we follow the leaf all the way down until it lands and then singes up into a flame. And it's like, wait, what? What's going on there? And turns out, as was baited in the trailer, which by the way was the entire footage of the Balrog in this season. They knew what they were doing with that one. Here he is. Oh gosh, VLC almost chewed that up.
Oh boy.
So it's a little bit confusing in terms of like, wait, was he just woken up? Or
No, evil doesn't sleep; it waits. Remember?
so he's just
Evil is
waiting
strong
for
and
someone to,
unyielding.
he's just waiting for someone to dig a hole that he can go through. Then is it?
Well, this is
he
the-
just hates leaves.
He's
Okay.
been sitting down there. He's been keeping it clean. And
With
now
how
there's a
evil-
fucking leaf on his floor, which he has to brush up. It's
Like-
honestly, it's so bloody exploitative. Like you could have, and also it presumes stupidity on the audience's part. If you just had the leaf go down and catch fire, and maybe have a little growly noise, then you could say, okay, I mean, it's still irritating they're doing it, but at least they're sort of teasing us rather than actually just slapping it in our face. You get the other thing, I think, which we're coming on to do with the name change, but you don't need to have this except for the trailer footage. Just be a little bit more artful about the things you're exploiting.
Could have just fallen into the dark abyss, and ooh, that's spooky. Who knows what could be down there?
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
I mean, at
Full-down
this
growl.
point, with how evil all the characters are, I'm full on that if they go down there, it's a home invasion and he has every right to defend his own property.
I agree.
So I'm full Balrog reading.
It is difficult to sympathize with really anyone in this show, other than the Balrog, of course.
Yeah.
Just wanted to be left alone. I just wanted to grill everything around me all the time. So, uh, oh boy, what a mess. It's
Yeah.
so there's no cleverness, there's no subtlety to it. It's like, fuck it, here's the Balrog, he's screaming at the camera. Like, yep, sure is, isn't he? That is what he's doing. I remember
it's
the
not even-
Balrog.
It's not even as though it's a build-up to anything, because we've now got 2.5 years to wait. And I don't know that they'll even do the Balrog very early on in season 2, in which case it is just here. It's only here to get the audience who are falling asleep by this point to sit up and take notice. That's the sole reason, and of course for the trailer footage. That's it.
And I think it was just there for we need it for the trailer footage. Where's a place where we can fit it in? Kind of like that. Oh, that's the next episode. But that scene of Slim Lady, like when she gets knocked over, she looks up really quick, and it just looks like, oh, that was shot.
Oh, yeah.
That was so bad.
In time with the music.
Yeah. Oh God.
Talk about how little I remember anything about the music in this series. It is extremely forgettable, and
It's
yet at the same time, it's trying so hard.
Yep.
Well, it's a strange way to do it. Normally for TV series and stuff, you would film it all and then you would get the artist to make the music for the scene and they would watch it and score it at the same time. Whereas in this, they've just got a load of tracks and they've desperately tried to force it into all the scenes, which is why you keep hearing those same notes over and over and over again to the point where it gets annoying, especially in the first 2 episodes.
I'm hearing it in my sleep now. It's to be honest with you.
But I think this Balrog moment, this is their like She-Hulk's Daredevil. It is a little tease that we'll probably see right at the end, and they just think, well, this is what people want to see. So we're going to keep hinting at it.
I don't even know how they're going to be able to do this, though. Like, because as soon as he starts running amok, like that's going to cause major problems for all of the dwarves, right?
Gandalf will fight him.
Do you think they do that? They could do that. Ugh.
Oh my God, you're right. They might actually do that. Like they're gonna do the Obi-Wan Kenobi thing.
Oh,
Actually, he fought Darth Vader twice.
And you can already see the justification that they will use as well, which is that how did Gandalf automatically know in Moria that it was a Balrog that was after them? Well, now we know, because
I'll just make some shit up.
Boo.
Yeah. Which brings us to the climactic ending, which is glorious and totally not insanely stupid and embarrassing. So let me set this up for those who are not aware. You have Adar, the legendary orc captain elf man, who's like, you know what, guys? We did it. This is great. Look at this place. Oh, it's ours now. And everyone's like, woohoo, Adar, yeah. And you got a combination of
this is great. What a great day for orc kind.
and orcs. They're all just like, Adar, you're a cool dude. Lord of the Southlands. Woohoo, yeah, Southlands. Yeah,
All right.
Southlands. And Adar's like, Southlands? You know, this place really, that's a name for a different place. A place that doesn't exist anymore. And it's like, oh, well, what is this place called then? And I think everybody on Earth was like, oh, is Adar about, is the camera going to zoom right into Adar and he's going to go, it's called Mordor. And we were like, oh.
No. You have to roll the R's like annoyingly. I fucking hate Mordor. It's like rolling R's. Cringe. Don't do it.
It would be what we would call a key jangle. However, they ask him what it's called, and he looks up, and they have a shot of Mount Doom and everything. And for a second, I was like, are they going to leave it there? Are they not going to? That would be nice.
Some level of
Then you see in the top left there, it says the Southlands in text.
Fucks.
But it looks like Morrowind.
Then,
looks
then
like
that
it goes
happens.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Thank you, film. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I would not have known that.
That is
Thank you.
legit one of the
I
stupidest fucking
appreciate
things.
They
Why?
did like they did the cringiest way possible. If Adar would have said it looking at the camera or whatever, Mordor, like that would have been
would've been
shit and
better.
cringe.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be shit and cringe, but better than this.
Why?
This
It's-
stuff,
it's-
executive producers, industry professionals, professional editors who are paid lots of money to change a font badly.
Yeah,
It's
not only
like
that,
it's
it
a
feels like a
show, it's-
preset. It looks like a preset thing that someone threw on. They were like, "Oh, that looks neat because it burns." Yeah,
and then
we
at
did
what
it.
point later on, when everyone automatically just comes and starts calling it Mordor again? So I assume they were all watching the show that they're in, She-Hulk style, in order
Yeah.
to gain this information. But it's like it's I
They put
don't
up a
know.
bunch of signs. They put up signage.
Yeah, there's usually this dichotomy that's drawn. People assume that either the writers are dumb or the audience is dumb. I genuinely think that this is
Dumber.
sort of a case of both. It's written by people with an IQ of 30 for people with an IQ of 15, and the writers genuinely.
Hey, in the land of the blind.
Well, I don't
Well-
think this was written like that. I think originally this was the scene because that looks like an editor added it in with very
Yeah.
little time just at the back end. So I think it was meant to just go off to the volcano and the audience is meant to realize. But then as they're editing it, someone went, "What if they don't understand?"
It's fucking insane
They
to me
might just not
because
get
who
it.
cares if they didn't understand? It doesn't change anything in their understanding of the story. You can fucking call it Mordor in the first episode of season 2, it'll be fine. This was a fine opportunity for me to have actually complimented the show and been like, you held restraint, good for you. But some fucking editor slapped his dick all over this fucking scene because he thought that nobody would understand. He's like, Mordor's really cool though. And don't worry, guys. I'll make it real cool. I got this little birdie font. It looks so great. It's so good. You'll
Yeah, I
prove when you see
paid
it.
$12 to someone
It's so
on the internet
lame.
to use it.
It's just so lame.
I hope
Why would you?
I hope we get road signs in season 2. Welcome to Mordor.
Welcome to Mordor.
Live.
Population, I don't even know.
Lots, I guess.
Why are
Lots,
these trees
depending
still
on
on
what we
fire?
need.
I don't know. Everything
I mean,
dies
it's been
in
like
Mordor.
weeks at this point, surely.
No, it's been days, right?
How
Well,
long
if
has it
they've-
been? I don't even know.
They all
Or
walked
two?
like at least tens of miles to get out of the range because we know the range is massive because
Oh, yeah.
they're Harfoots. And then they had to pack up their entire base, get it all on a boat, go back to,
Okay.
well, at least a
Genuinely-
significant way into the ocean.
The writers could actually be in this call right now and they'd be like, what do you mean, Disparu? That took place over half a day. And I'd be like, they probably believe that, dude. They probably believe that. They have no clue what's happening in this.
Mm.
The logistics, the geography is so embarrassingly bad that, like, I could believe they think that it's been an afternoon and that's it since the volcano exploded.
Maybe.
Yeah, how long has it been since the
No
first
clue.
episode to this one?
No idea.
A
3
week?
days.
And I don't even know
2
if the
months?
stories are lining
A
up in
year?
terms of all of the subplots. Like, I have no idea if they line up at all.
I don't know whether I'm like, it's like where your brain makes images where they're not supposed to be. But if you follow that plume of smoke at the top, that's not meant to be an eye, is it?
Oh, God, I hope not.
Oh, hang on.
Because it looks like an eye, but I don't know
Well,
if
we
I'm
already
making that.
have the eye staff that the Sauron people
I
have.
think you can interpret that. I think it's subtle, but yes, that looks like an eye. It does.
They definitely
know.
they do a lot of eye stuff, especially in the last episode.
Because it's even shaped like a
curve.
curved.
Well, this episode was called The Eye, right?
Oh, it's true. Yeah, because she
Yeah.
goes blind, so it's thematically like great because Sauron's eye, and also she's blind.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Beautiful.
It's like poetry, it blinds.
It
Oh.
blinds. I gave you that one.
All right, and that does that episode. We did it, and it only took 3 hours. All right, next one. So, before that, I think since it's like a checkpoint of sorts, it's about time
Checkpoint of sort.
we let people know a great
goodness.
reality that is the case. It is linked
Oh my
Mhm.
goodness.
at the very top of the description, so some may already know
What's
about it.
that?
That would be,
Oh
well,
my
you know what?
God.
Maybe you should talk about it. What am I talking about, Rags? Ah.
You are talking about the launch of the Rags 2.0 plush.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Da,
Hmm.
da, da, da. Look
Did
at him,
you
he's
know
lying
that-
down.
Yeah, did you know that this is amazing? You can check it out at the link in the very top of the description. You should absolutely do that and take a look at all of these wonderful pieces of photography that show this new design where I'm laying down, I got my face, and what's that? I have a beer. I have alcotisms because you know that I handle it very well and I
It's
can
only the
drink a
one beer.
great
You'll be
deal.
fine.
It's only the one. I will definitely be fine after a single beer. Of course. My little doggy body can absolutely take that much alcohol, undoubtedly. It makes the movies better.
I
We need
believe it
that
does.
more than ever these days. It's really good. I've got the they sent the of course the test one out and it is a Velcro beer. So if you want me sans alcohol, then that is an option that you can explore and peruse at your whim. But yeah, it comes off. You can attach it there, and I hold it, and I sit there, and I'm just having a great time. Having a great time watching Rings of Power, where all's magical, all's right in the world. So
Beautiful.
we have but when you make sure that you know, take care to remember that if you use the code RAGS RAGS, then you will and for this weekend only, then you will get I believe it's 10% off.
My God.
So for yeah, it's a launch weekend, a little bit of a sale. And let me see, what was the arrangement with your plushies and mine? Was it
Well,
how did that work out exactly?
because
Or do we
of
have
the
to kind of
separation in
iron that
time.
out?
Yeah, it was buying mine and Fringy's together got you 10% off. Yours is going to be with the code for the weekend, I presumably. Is
Gotcha.
yeah.
All right. Well, because my weekend code is just RAGS. It's just rags. It's
Pretty
just
easy to
a
remember.
promotional launch weekend code that gets you 10% off. Of course, Mahler and Fringy have already had theirs, and those are incredible. I cannot wait for them. This one just took a little bit longer to make and get just right and line
Look at
up.
how
So
unique it
here
is.
it
It's
is.
a
Yeah, he's very
totally
different.
It
different
looks
new
amazing.
design.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
think it
is.
looks great.
I got it next to my other one. I'm building a throne of ego over here, and it looks very great next to the other one. They're distinctly different. They got just a little bit of a difference to them, which I kind of like. They're not all exactly the same, but they same character, just sort of a different imagining of it. I wanted to pick something that was really just near and dear to my heart, my character's heart. So Fringy has his goo, Mahler has his
Little
cereal.
cookie crisp.
I have my beer. That's what I'm known for these days.
Of
But
course.
but yeah, check it out, please.
Yeah.
It's a really cool thing.
Link in
They did a
description.
really good job with it.
Available for a limited amount of time. Code RAGS gets you the 10% off, and I assume that runs out. Is it like Sunday night sort of thing, or?
I believe it. Well, I don't know the exact time. It is for the first 48 hours. So as far as I know, then it will be for until 1 p.m. Central on I don't know actually when it actually cuts off. And
Oh,
because of that uncertainty, you should buy it
take
immediately,
advantage. Well,
right
yeah, because
now.
I'm gonna grab them soon. I
Do
say
not
them because I'm buying more than
delay.
one.
Oh my god.
I have nieces that enjoy.
It is a very it's very versatile in who you
An
could give it to. You could give
adorable
it to anyone.
little doggo.
You could give it to people, you could give it to animals, you could give it to
And see,
aliens.
when they're like, "Wait, but there's a beer bottle with it. Aren't they too young?" And I'll be like, "I'll just tell them it's ketchup. Full ketchup."
Yes, tell them that it's I had someone I showed this to someone and they asked if it was God, what was it? Something else.
Let's
Not alcotisms, but
go.
something else. I do like me some Tabasco,
It's
Mm.
but
it's hot
yeah.
sauce.
Yeah,
It
you
is
could
a
say it's the hot
sauce. It
sauce
is
as
a
well.
sauce. It's the sauce, yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's sauce. That's all you gotta say.
It's just sauce. And you know what? It's Velcro and detachable. So if you wanted to give to someone who's under 21 and cannot legally drink alcohol in the United States, then you just take it off. And then when they turn 21, you can give them the present, and it's a little Velcro beer bottle to complete the rags plushie that you gave them years and years ago.
Still feels
like a gift.
crazy
See?
that there's such a huge, like 3-year difference between Britain and America for.
Yep.
That is an odd one, yes.
You guys can come over 3 years earlier than when you're allowed to legally do it in your country. Well,
Wasn't always that way. There was certain, like, it was left to the states, right? And the different states had different
yeah.
drinking. Then they made them all comply. You used to be able to go down to Tijuana and drink when you're 16. Long time ago.
Long time ago.
Tijuana.
But yes, grab it now. Link in description and possibly in chat here and there. We'll be telling you
Please
about
do it,
it
yes.
for as long as we can. Obviously, until it runs out of time. You got it's a 22 day counter, I guess you'd say.
Fucking
It
do it.
begins today.
Yeah, put it. You got to get this one to match with your others, with your Fringy and your Maulers. You have
Yeah.
to. You
Right.
have to do it.
Complete
You don't want me
set.
to be lonely.
No.
That would be a crime.
Possibly racist. Oh, the
Absolutely.
Eldritch horrors are
Against
fine.
dogs.
Plague dogs are fine, but dogs aren't. It's like,
Not dogs.
That would be an interesting statement of preferences.
Yeah. Ew,
So-
dogs.
it is time to break down
Oh.
episode 8, the final fucker of Rings of Power.
Finally.
Episode 8.
And it's a long one.
You know, yeah, talking about that
Unfortunately.
plush got me so excited. I have to pee, so I will be right back.
Go right ahead.
I will do that. I hope things will go well.
You know, this one was cruel as well because they give you a scene before the intro, and it made me think that I'd seen the intro, so I didn't have to watch it. And then I was like, "Oh, you bastards!"
Yeah.
Which, by the way, it's a weird scene. We get like strict confirmation that Gandalf has walked off, and it's just like we judge them on their other side. Like, why did Gandalf just feel the need to be like, "Yep, I definitely should abandon these people because I'm a threat"? Like, that's the idea, right? He considers himself threatening, and that's a danger, and he shouldn't be around them. Even though both times he's hurt people, it has been them fucking with him. It's really annoying that just no character seems to recognize what the fuck is even happening in their lives, but whatever, he's still sad, he's run off. Good for him, I guess. But then, he looks at his apple that was given to him by Nori, and he just, like, it starts playing flashbacks where she's like, "You're not a peril, you're good." That's just like, oh my god.
Out. Like, they had to put that voiceover over because we're morons.
Oh, dude, they not only do it because we're morons, but it comes back later in what is one of the most embarrassing moments of the episode, which is a tough sell in terms of like, wait, that is? And it's like, well, there's a couple, but her saying "you're good" to him, it's really important, you know? It'll come back. Yeah.
And in every other scene, they try and sound like intellectual and deep, and then they just come out with that for a huge
You're
moment of the
good.
episode.
I am back.
Laughing so
How
hard.
exciting. How exciting. This
So
is.
something funny happens here. Pulls out his little apple, I guess with the intention to possibly eat it. Not sure. And Jesus Christ, his fucking nails, dude.
He's gonna stick it up his ass.
Probably.
He's like, I'm a wizard. You want to see me make this apple disappear?
It comes out of his mouth.
And he just
afterwards.
sticks it up his ass in front of the Harfoots.
I mean, to be fair, he came
And it's
from
a
outer
long,
space,
labored process.
and the only people he's met
It's
don't
like a
wash.
minute.
So, like, he probably doesn't even know what washing is at this point.
That's true, actually, yeah.
I don't even know.
So he spots a short person, and he's like, oh my goodness, that's probably a Harfoot. Where are you running off to? And this happens. I want to be specific with this, because I thought it was so funny. Right. Got it up on screen, you can see it. So you see this? He's like, and falls over. Like, oh, he's tumbling. He's tumbling. Where's he gonna go? See him drop here, and it's like, there goes the apple. Very low amount
Oh
of
my
momentum.
goodness, there it goes.
Yeah, right in front of him. Very low momentum. And he's like, oh, geez. Now, my assumption here is that
It's like a football.
we chopped down some kind of larger scene because he's like, oh, geez, my apple. I best go pick that up. And as you just saw, that's going to be what? Like maybe a foot in front of him. This is where it is. What the fuck happened?
He launched that fucker.
One of the rocks, it formed like a ramp.
He's like Muriel coming out the house.
And it just
just,
fucked
are we
up.
supposed to interpret that as they're fucking with the apple with magic or some shit? Because I was like, what the hell? Fast travel apple. They,
Well, let's get to the part where the change happens, because I'm wondering what's the point of it.
Oh yeah, well, so yeah, for anybody who's like, what is happening here? It's Nori who's running around, and it's like, wait a minute, why is Nori running around? And she eventually stops. Gandalf's like, "Oh, you there? friendly or friendly, right?
No,
not-
Ray.
Are you a pig?
And then she does a creepy little like, look at it, look at it, look at him. It's creepy. See, she's looking all dead-eyed. Blinks.
Not
Got
because she's
evil
a Harfoot.
eyes. Dun dun dun.
This is
yeah,
what Harfoots are on the inside.
I agree with
Yeah.
that actually. And they were very proud of themselves for this changeover shit here. One, go. I always find her amusing whenever I see this demon witch person. Always funny looking. I think it's because they wanted to be intimidated, and I'm just like, yeah, okay.
It's Mam and Am.
Yeah, Feminem.
Feminem. I
Super
like it.
scary.
Who am I? Slim lady.
Oh yeah, and we learn in the scene that they're like, "You are Lord Sauron. We worship you. Woohoo!" And he's like, "Whoa!" I was like, "Wait, but what was all that? What was the point of all that? What was the Why'd you steal my apple? Why'd you pretend to be someone who's a friend of mine? Why are you doing all of this if you just wanted to walk up to me and say, "Hey, man, we serve
What's
you"?
up?
Because
I'm gonna
the
totally
real-
bow to you.
First
the real-
impressions are important, so I'm gonna make our first impression be that I lied to you.
Now look at when they bow.
Yeah.
Slim lady bows. Like it looks like she's mounting something. She bows really strange. She walks like that too. In the whole thing, she walks like kind of like Spider-Man in the 70s TV
They're
show.
just
Look at
weird
look at
tism
that.
people.
Looks like
They
she's
are-
mounting a whole cock right there. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, she does not kneel. She like
She
goes.
looks like she's
"Whoop."
half frog.
She like slips the hip a little bit to the side, like she's working
She's
something
got-
out. You know,
She's got
Yeah.
a couple of really funny moments in this episode. Specifically, Gary, I don't know if you can see the thumbnail for this stream, but that part is hilarious. I can't wait for us to get to it.
hang on.
We chose the thumbnail because I was just like, that part's too funny not to have in the thumbnail.
There are so many great thumbnail moments. in
Yeah.
this. I'm gonna do this shit for years. Yeah,
Alright.
Yeah.
Got us the intro. Yeah, I just think it's a bizarre way for them to introduce themselves to Gandalf when they
Well, yeah, because they're supposed to be ambushing him, but they lead him off a road on his own onto another road so they can talk to him. The only reason that scene exists is so that you know she can shape change. That's it.
Yeah, and to provide us a little bit of mystery, a little bit of tension, because we gotta fill time. There's no other reason for that. And it's just, yeah, it just came across as really odd. Anyway, because time's not a thing. Oh, geez. Did you guys catch, I know Rags and Fringy did. You guys did too, but how bad the green screen is here.
They could Amazon can't spring for a field,
God.
but it does
So
look very bad.
fake.
Because they're trying to just isn't Galadriel cool? She's riding on a horse.
It looks
Isn't
bad.
that cool?
Yep.
Doesn't care about him at all. He's literally collapsed and she's just dragging him along behind her.
This is
What if he falls
my
off?
tale of heroism.
I mean, she.
Halbrand
dead.
simply shares in it.
It is kind of funny though that if he did inflict that wound upon himself and he almost died when his plan was to just get taken to here and just dies on the doorstep, like, I came
No,
so
this really was a
close.
shit idea, wasn't it?
I was thinking that might be volume, but it is definitely green screen. You can see like right around her shoulder and her
Yeah,
arm.
like
Yeah.
it's the depth of the background doesn't feel like it should, like move that way. It's hard to really say exactly what it is about it, but it doesn't seem right.
It
She doesn't
seem-
seem like she's moving along with the background.
And what's funny is
yeah.
if this shot is this bad, just cut it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we don't need this. We don't need to see her. Like a close up of her galloping forwards. They're just trying to go, yeah, isn't Galadriel awesome? Isn't this character we made super cool and amazing? Look, she's riding a horse. That's so
Ooh.
cool. Riding
You're right.
horses is really cool.
That establishing shot before this would have been plenty.
Yeah.
To let you know.
I guess someone would argue,
got-
like, well, it shows a determination. Be like, yeah, you can do that in plenty of ways. You don't need that shot.
Oh, she's determined to make everybody hate her, and she's
She's determined to destroy the universe.
And she is masterful.
Yeah, then, so Gil-galad is arriving tomorrow, and it's sad because we're going to have to tell him that we fucked up, is basically what Elrond says, and we couldn't save the world. And I was like, You're just casually mentioning this now. This is like
Uh-huh.
this is like your whole life right now, and it has been for Celebrimbor too. That's all you guys have been thinking about, and I hate it when they do that with dialogue. It's just like, hey, by the way, Gil-galad is on his way, and it's gonna be really sad when we explain to him we failed. I could just picture Celebrimbor slapping him, like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, that's our whole thing. I know. And then he looks at the Mithril, and he's like, if only there was some way to do more with less.
Oh, I was waiting for him to go. It needs to be small and round and rhyme with sing or do. Maybe I'll think of it later.
I just wish there was something I could do as a metallurgist. I just don't know how anything works.
Smith, as the master smith and lord of Aregion, like, we can't combine.
I love how like we're all just itching to fucking point that out, but it's funny because that's the one I've seen the most on the internet, the most complained about thing. It's just how fucking stupid it is that he didn't know. We'll get there. It's all right.
To be fair, he's only been a master craftsman, world renowned for like 1,000 fucking years or whatever.
Years,
so
yeah.
Yeah, it's not like
he
2,000 years. Or anything.
Yeah, he wouldn't know what an alloy is. That's not something that elves are aware of. They're very racist when it comes to metals. They don't want to mix their metals. They want to keep them pure. Every
Right.
metal has its own place. The silver is over here. The gold's. I'm not saying the silver is worse than the gold, right? I'm just saying that the silver is over here and the gold is over there, and that's how it should be. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But
Also,
think about how many times in this show they've told you something, then told it you again, and then told you again, and like they probably think we should tell him again. And that's exactly what they did to
And then
him.
they
He
change
didn't
it
get
in
it the
the
first
end.
time, so they repeated it, and he understood it the second time. I
And
think that's their life.
Yeah, maybe elves should die.
maybe the Dwarf King was
Well,
right.
I mean, they all just seem, there's nothing, they don't seem grand and they don't seem elvish, you know? It's not just the casting where they just look like dudes with pointy ears. There doesn't seem to be anything, like particularly,
No, they look
I don't
like
know.
Americans, for one. They don't look like elves. They just look
Yeah,
like
they just look like dudes. They look like, oh, Gil-galad looks like the guy who works at Blockbuster, you know? Like, this is like, I don't even,
manager.
yeah, he looks like that. He manages a Wendy's, you know? It's like, oh,
Gil-galad has been
There's-
utterly unimpressive throughout all of this. He's very lame.
extremely impressive.
Talked
And
about
that's
this
by
it makes
elf
me think
standards.
about, remember, I forget his name, but like the elf king dude from the Hobbit films, who's played by the guy who played Ronan in...
Yeah, like,
Randall.
I believe that's a king. I
Believe-
believe you're an elven king.
Yeah, he came across as a lot more elvish to me from memory than these guys ever do.
They're just, they just fit in with everyone else, you know? If
Randall.
you
Randuin.
take away the...
Gotta roll those R's,
Anduin.
dude.
Yeah, you can
Wow.
perceive
Anduin.
age.
No, he was good. He was fine in that. But okay, for one, this episode's called Alloyed.
Nice.
know that?
I don't like, that's a
Is
very...
that even a word?
That sounds like, I don't know, something you don't want to happen to you.
Is it meant to be taking the piss out of allied?
I caught alloyed.
Alloyed
No,
is a word.
it's a
Alloyed.
play on words. It's meant to say annoyed, as in we're all very annoyed to be here watching this show.
Right.
Finally
No.
admitting it.
This show was first announced back in 2017. I got like excited for a minute. Okay, forgive me. I was younger, more naive.
I forgive you.
Thank you. And I'm like, oh my god, we get to see Gil-galad and Celebrimbor and Celeborn and Círdan and now I know I hear you laughing. Now we're here and
No.
like, oh fuck, they've taken
I lo-
all the characters I wanted to see and made them shit.
Yep.
I looked up the definition of alloyed, and it is to spoil something or reduce its value.
No,
Yeah.
and they, oh no.
Well, to seal
Was
off
that
the
on
season, that might
purpose?
actually
Was
be
that
the
a meme?
perfect name for this episode. It
Yeah.
really might be.
All of it, my
that-
mind has been thoroughly changed.
Yeah,
Wow.
Cambridge Dictionary, to
Perfect name.
spoil something or reduce its value.
Or is that what they're going for with the whole point that they're making, I guess?
Well, no, because the conversation about Mithril is like, oh, well, it will be spoiled. But he's like, well, no, we have to find ores that wouldn't spoil it, that would complement it.
Right, so it's
Like
ironic.
pure, yeah.
It's
But
no,
except
it's
in this
not really.
case,
I mean,
it's-
not to be that guy. I mean, that's like the derivative meaning or like a colloquial meaning. I mean, its strict definition is to make an alloy of metals. So it's which
Mixed
is what
metals to
happens.
make an
Wait, but
alloy.
if it is colloquially accepted, commonly.
But-
That's still pretty funny.
It's literally the Cambridge
Yeah.
definition.
That's the fact. That's the
Is
yeah.
is,
one of the
is alloyed
definitions.
even does
Hilarious.
alloyed even have a colloquial definition? Do people use that word?
Maybe
I mean, I would
Smiths do.
describe
maybe-
Rings of
maybe
Power
Smiths.
as unalloyed shit, for example. I mean, that would be one way of putting it. So yeah, you can use that in different ways.
I know Waldrig alloyed himself with Adar in the orcs so that he could live.
Is that viable as a usage? I don't even know.
I meant instead of alloyed was what I was going for.
I
Yeah.
thought you were trying to say that
There.
is how you could use it, but I don't even know. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with the word to know that that was a joke as opposed to a real thing.
Well, if you wanted to, Adar made
Hmm.
Waldrig kill that guy to
Yeah.
test his metal.
Ooh.
So there you
Ooh.
go. Yeah,
I like it.
See, we brought it right back around. Now
Beautiful.
we don't have to discuss it further, and we can carry right along, and we'll just give
you
you
know
something to
what?
think about right there.
We totally will. Because this,
Yeah.
oh gosh, there is so much. Galadriel arrives, and she's like, blah, 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 in terms of what's going on. It's just funny that the first person she sees entering this place is Elrond immediately. It's like, oh wow.
Listen, Middle Earth. It's a small world. All
A
right.
very small world.
It's a small world, unfortunately.
It is amazing though. You made Middle Earth and beyond seem so small.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Maybe that's not impressive because they've
They
already
only
made
ha-
Star Wars feel like it's just 3 planets.
It's true, but Amazon only had 60 million an episode too. So
That
Yeah,
is
it's
true.
not much, to be fair.
not like they
What
had
was,
a
was it Nina said they had $1 billion per episode? It was like a guess.
That's almost as 50 hours for season 1.
Could you imagine they had $1 billion per episode?
It would
Good
still be
God.
shit, but it would look so good.
So
Oh, I wish they'd
everybody
come
would
out
be
of
on
this.
board.
We'd have a Balrog every episode. Fuck it.
I wish they had come out
Maybe
of this and
machine
just gone, you
gunning them
know,
bitches out.
the other 42 hours, we're just going to do it on the binge model. It's out tomorrow. Just drop it. It's like, turns out it's been
price-
correct all along.
Oh my
The
God.
price of Amazon Prime goes up to like $7,000 a month to pay for the Lord of the Rings show.
They adapted the Silmarillion word for word. That's what they can do.
I was sent a message, by the way. Shad mentioned something interesting happened during his stream. Apparently, he got kicked out of the stream several times for watching the episode, and so did a ton of people in chat. Might be something the showrunners did to inflate the numbers of the final episode.
Yes, I have my notes here, and it happened for me during the girl Sildur scene with Farazan when she was
Wait, watching the episode on Amazon.com?
Amazon Prime. On Amazon Prime Video, a pop-up came up for that some virtual reality show, and it's a full 2-minute trailer that took you out of the episode, and you had to click back into your episode.
I didn't.
Really
I didn't get
well,
that.
because me,
with
Fringy, and
mine.
Rags watched it together, and we didn't have that happen. But that's interesting. Is that?
Yep.
I would not
Yeah,
put
I
it
didn't get it
past
either.
Amazon at all.
Oh, I
You
wouldn't
know
either.
that they scrub reviews. I totally am.
I've gotten very
primed to believe that's
suspicious
true.
since I saw that stat about how they might be counting views of the episode running in the background of like menus and shit. I was
Yep.
like, wait, is that true? Because that's something. Because I know Netflix probably do that because they play their episodes in the background all the time.
It's the
Does,
kind of show that I
Aus-
just don't believe has a really high like retention / viewer rate. Honestly, it's just it's tough to believe. The show's just really bad and
Yes.
it's boring and it's not engaging.
Um,
It's not like a giggle a minute, you know? Like
no,
it's
not
bad,
really.
but at least
It's
there's
not even
like,
a giggle a
stuff happening all
season,
the
to be honest with
time.
you. Well, I guess if you count that lady screaming.
Like
in the
giggle like
thumbnail.
you're in a straitjacket.
Oh yeah, a lot of that.
No, but to
Um,
say like even through its 4th episode on the Nielsen side that it's even close to House of the Dragon, and House of Dragon's clearly getting more people watching it because people watch it on linear cable here
Well,
in the
and
States and there in your country too.
It
So,
may be considered a bit flimsy as a metric, but like haven't the engagement on the streams where we're reviewing it, they've just been going up and up and up and up.
Yep.
Like I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the first one we did was around 3.5k, something like that, and it was climbing up to 8k, the recent one.
Yep.
Okay, the reason why you got kicked out and we didn't, Australia redirects you to the American Prime Video site, whereas the UK got its own one.
There you
Oh.
go. So that's why it happened to Shad. And they're just doing it in America, and it just happened to happen in Australia as well. And it's absolutely they don't accidentally put a pop-up in the middle of your damn movie on Amazon Prime. Believe me, that's a test for future things too. It's going to happen more. Absolutely happen
Yeah,
more. I
'cause
think
aren't they going to roll out like a version of Netflix eventually with ads on it that you do pay for still?
but that's here's the rub with that. They have to be open with their numbers to at least the advertising agency, so that that's something they've never done, and they're going to have to be. So we're going to start
Interesting.
finding out numbers. Yep. Oh yeah.
It's weird enough that I pay for Amazon Prime and I still got a ad at the beginning.
I thought that was weird too.
A
Yeah.
little annoying, not gonna lie. Glad it's skippable. Thank fucking
I think that's where
Christ,
we're
but
heading.
still.
You might not even be able to pay for a version that's ad free. That'll eventually happen.
It's going to get to a point where you're going to get ads no matter what. It might not be many.
We'll go
might
back
be
to being like TV.
Yep.
We were there when this got introduced.
TV, yeah.
I didn't
Well,
TV
die.
died. Let's make it more like TV.
What they're missing is licensing over linear TV. That's what made them tons of money to different countries, like licensing Doctor Who to China. They BBC got like $1 billion for that.
Doctor Who?
Doctor Who.
HU.
Ooh, that episode's coming out soon. You excited, Gary?
I am no. Oh.
I almost
Oh.
died when you said it was 90 minutes. Oh, no.
Oh,
Long, dude, and it's a week from tomorrow.
oh my god, it never fucking
90 minutes.
ends.
You can put a lot of quality into a 90-minute show. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Well-
That's pretty cool.
They won't, but you can. Yeah.
So they establish it's been 6 days ride from I guess the encampment to Eregion. So Sauron should be dead, but I guess maybe his body doesn't work like normal people. I don't even know at this point.
Either it goes back to that space and time thing. We've talked about it before about traveling, but if you're traveling with a wound so grievous that only elvish medicine will save your life, and you're just bouncing around on the back of that bitch, and you're just there, and there's no like he's hunched over, and that's all we get.
Yeah.
There's no
Well,
sense
remember,
of we
he's up and
can't
running
ride
in about
too
an hour.
fast. Oh yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's good to go. Like it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'd be more
Oh, it's-
concerned about the horses than about him. Like, I know Numenorian horses are supposed to be much better and stronger than ours, but if you can find a horse that can ride for 6 days flat at a sprint without rest, there's a reason that Genghis Khan's empire sort of eventually contracted because it got so big, but he kept it running because he had way stations with fresh horses, because horses cannot actually go at a gallop for all that long. They definitely can't go for 6 days
These are
and nights.
Numenorian horses.
I
They're
don't
met-
think even they
Numenor
could do
is the
that.
home of the horse lords, as we all know. That's
They
why
can
they're
command
so good
their
at
horses
running.
to keep going.
Because Galadriel said to the horse, "If you don't get us there, if you stop one fucking time, I'm going to kill all of the other horses in front of you and make you watch."
Would she even need to do that? You'd just be like, look, when we get to the end, I'll leave you alone. It's like, okay, I'm running. I'm not stopping.
I'll
Okay.
never ride you again.
So yeah, Elrond's like, wait, King of the Southlands? How did you cross paths with him? How are you here?
What?
And I was like, Elrond, great questions. I look forward to her answering them. But unfortunately, her response is, well, how are you here?
Uh-huh.
And then he's like, huh,
I
Yeah,
know you
fair,
are.
yeah.
What am I?
fair enough.
It's
And
the way he nods at it. That's what gets me.
all right,
played.
touche. It's like, what? No, both of you answer each other's questions like people.
No, that's not how this show works.
Um,
People don't talk to each other. They
yeah.
talk past
At
each other.
Yeah.
And then he says, I should never have set you on that ship. I should have trusted you. It's a mistake I will not make again. Like, yeah,
What?
she was right the whole time.
Okay.
I don't even know what he's referring to. Because the fact is, this is something that happens a little bit later, but I'm just pissed about it now. Gil-galad does actually see that Galadriel is back, and no one has a conversation about his original theory that if she left, the goo would go away. Because he thought, remember he says, like, I thought by setting Galadriel away, the goo would go. It's like, she didn't go away, bro. You've never actually tested that out yet. If you actually thought it was a real thing, it might be, from your point of view, that Galadriel is still causing the goo. I don't know. I guess he's
Do we
throwing
know-
that theory out the window.
Do we know what caused the goo?
I don't think they've...
Evil.
Yeah, I think they just said evil,
Probably
right?
not
Yeah.
me. It just seems to be evil. Yeah.
Evil.
Alright.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was a
Thinking-
Balrog fought a Balrog next to a tree, and they both piled their evil into a tree, and then that made black goo in the earth and spreading. I don't know. That would be pretty
It's-
cool.
Her response there is horrible because he's like, "Yeah, I should have trusted you. I shouldn't have set you away," and she just goes, "I won't let you." It's like I think she's trying to be nice, but it sounds like a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Galadriel dialogue at this point. That's how you write it. Just be bitchy about every single thing ever. You could say like "Good morning," and she would be like, "That's wise of you to say." You'd be like, "What?"
Or like, good
What
morning.
makes you
is
so
it? It's
certain
like,
of that?
I don't know, not anymore.
But
You
how
have not
long will
seen
this
what I have
greatness
seen.
last? Yeah, so she said I leapt off the boat because I didn't she said I didn't deserve it and my task was incomplete. And when I surfaced, all I could do was swim and pray that I had chosen wisely. So that is in-universe confirmation that she basically thought I'm killing myself. Fuck it.
Yep.
Mhm.
If
Absolutely ridiculous.
if you're Gil-galad, right, and you send Galadriel and all these other people to go to Undying Special Valhalla, wherever,
Mhm.
and you like, okay, that's good, that's neat. So they're in heaven, that's awesome. And then all of a sudden, one of them shows back up. You should be panicking. Like, what the fuck happened to everyone else?
That's
Like,
actually a good
did
point.
the
Nobody
what
asked about
happened?
anyone else, yeah.
Yeah,
Nope.
like what happened? How come you're here? How come you made it? Where's everyone else? You should be in Valinor.
Unless we're
Like,
supposed to
how
believe
are
that
you alive?
between scenes she told them all. Oh no, it's just me, I jumped off. Everyone else is fine, don't worry about
Because yeah, I'd be terrified. Like, did something happen? Like, where's everyone else? They never made it back. You'd be worried.
it. Yeah.
You'd be terrified. You'd be like, God dang.
Yeah, also the whole
you jumped off the boat and everything.
He said
Wow.
part of her reason
You
was
made
that
it
she
back?
didn't think she deserved to go to Valinor. It's like, I really don't think that was at all really given to us in the scene. It was a huge focus on the whole, like, darkness thing. How she didn't believe that the evil had been purged yet. That seemed to be the main focus of that scene, not...
Yeah, it wouldn't have
hadn't
been my
earned
guess
it.
at all. Would have been that she wanted to just keep getting Sauron. She didn't feel like her job was done. I
So-
wouldn't have guessed. I wouldn't think I was worthy. Fuck off with that.
Hmm.
Then-
Anyway,
I mean,
yes,
she even
yeah.
said to him, "Then I cannot stop."
The only way I could try and make that make sense is if she doesn't think she's worthy as long as the fight is there to be had. So she's unworthy because it's a failing on her part that Sauron was able to kill her brother, for example, and so she will be unworthy for as long as the fight against Sauron is even a prospect. But I don't think it was framed in that way, or at least not very well, and then it doesn't easily sit with, as Brax mentioned, that last scene of dialogue when she says, I fight because I can't stop. It's one of those things that you just think, well, why did you not make more of this? If this was your idea to begin with, why didn't you make that at least a little bit clearer than you did? Because at the moment it just seems like, well, she's a bit mad and she wants to stab orcs, and she hasn't finished stabbing them yet, so that's why she's done it.
yeah, pretty much. So, the legendary character of Halbrand meets Celebrimbor in an epic scene.
Another legendary character. This is
Seen
the
that-
meeting of the minds.
This was a tough one to watch.
The acting in this was
Because I was
horrible.
fighting back
Yeah.
my
Oh,
tears of joy.
God.
So, Halbrand's like, this is peculiar. What is it? Just picks up the mithril, because apparently it was just on a desk.
He refers to himself in the third person to begin with. He's like,
Oh yeah,
"We're out."
Celebrimbor is like, this is Celebrimbor's workshop. Like,
Yep.
oh, I'd love to meet him. And he's like, oh, well, he is here. It's like, what are we
He-
doing?
I guess he's just having a moment. He's having like, I have a fan. I have an admirer. Oh,
And it's the most evil
play a
person
bit
on the like, god damn it. But yeah,
hey,
he's
this is what Wagner felt about Hitler. You know,
maybe. So yeah, he picks up the mithril and Celebrimbor's immediately like, oh, it's not enough. Like, why are you even talking to him about it? You don't even know who this man is. And he's like, have you tried mixing it? And he's like, well, I wouldn't do that because it'll dilute it. And he's like, yeah, but
It
what
was
if you were
like
to
with-
mix it with something
with
that's
whiskey?
good though? And he's like, what? Like, combine it with like other rare things and then make it better. And then Celebrimbor's
Well,
like,
oh,
whoa.
this whole time I've been mixing it with shit.
Master
Dang,
Smith,
that's right.
Master Smith of the Elves, as the show took time to tell us, as doesn't understand how basic metallurgy works. And it's like, I pointed this out on Twitter, and someone underneath said, yeah, I too object to this fantasy show because it got metallurgy wrong. I was like, I don't think you've got the point there. That's not what I'm
Didn't get it
taking issue with.
wrong.
It doesn't matter that it's metallurgy. It matters that it's his expertise, and
Yes,
it could have been
it's
a made-up thing. It could have been magic casting, and he's the greatest wizard of all time. And then this other, like, rookie wizard is like, "Have you ever tried casting a spell with your butt?" And then he's like, "Whoa, that's
The
amazing."
butt spell.
And, like, you know,
I've
in
only
this
been
case,
casting with my
Thrown
penis.
if butt spells were known to actually be really good, it's like, why doesn't he know that?
Except, like, context matters, especially surrounding this show when they kept on saying, well, we went back to the book. We went back to the book. We're honoring Tolkien. Tolkien took his time to map all this out, his entire effing life. And they're getting the most basic elements wrong. Like Celebrimbor is a moron. And it's basic. It's
Celebrimbor.
yeah, well, I call him Grandma Brimbor. He never changes his clothes, but that, as they pointed out last week,
Grandma?
He's got a
Tolkien
grandma.
never specifically said that elves change their clothes. I understand that, but
Is it a particularly consistent trait among grandmothers that they don't change their clothes?
don't change their clothes.
I don't understand
And
your
they call
name.
themselves Smiths who don't know anything about metallurgy. That's
I had a granny called Celebrimbor.
Granny Smith. Oh,
Comment.
like the apples. Yeah, Granny
Mhm.
Smith.
What if
See,
he's like
we
the
all
leader of the
think tied it back,
Harfoots?
Yeah.
big counter argument now for the fucking Rings of Power is, oh, it's just a fantasy show. Well, you're adapting Lord of the Rings and Tolkien, you dipshits. Like, oh, you're
Didn't
just like,
used to be just a fantasy show.
Yeah.
If anything,
I
that's
just didn't
already
realize
an
that-
admission of defeat.
It just sounds. Whenever someone says that, it's just like it's supposed to be shit. It's fantasy, and it's like, oh, get the fuck out of here, jeez.
It's just like it's such a lazy response. Of course, it's a fantasy show, yes, but it's the thing that defines fantasy as a genre. It's like turning to Wagner's Ring Cycle and saying, "Well, it's just singing." Like, that's not. You can't excuse fucking Lady Gaga because it's just singing, as though it's the same basic level and as influential as, say, Wagner was. If you're reduced to that argument, you don't have an argument. That's just deflecting. Like, if Tolkien, you wouldn't have Wheel of Time. You wouldn't have. Think any major fantasy series that's come
epic
out
fantasy
basically
was
since the
created by it.
50s, you wouldn't have it without Tolkien. And the idea that, well, yeah, ultimately it doesn't matter if you debase Tolkien because it's just fantasy, is essentially saying that it doesn't matter if you debase an entire genre of art because, who cares? It's just art. Who
Oh,
cares?
dude,
Throw soup over it.
the top
It doesn't
tier
even
one.
have to be a peak example, because fantasy in itself is about creating a new universe which will have its own sort of internal consistent logic and rules
Yeah.
and physics and everything else. And once you make those rules, you have to stick with them. It's like now they
They're
have
also not
defined the fact.
rules.
Yeah, now they have defined that ships float because they look upwards. That is a rule that you have to stick with for the rest of time now in your series.
It was
So-
a metaphor.
Yeah,
It was a
it's
shitty
not
one, but
about
still.
like
Metaphor for
the
bullshit.
purpose of it is that you have to be internally consistent. Otherwise, literally anything can happen. Like we can just nuke Galadriel in the next scene and it'll be fine because who cares?
Oh yeah,
That would be an
we're
improvement, yes. But I mean, like,
She'd just
if-
tank it to the face though. That's the problem.
fine. She'd wander
There's
into the
10%
woods
there.
with a miner.
Or like a guy who mines.
Yeah, like Durin.
Yeah.
There's the other problem as well, which is that, okay, if you're adapting this stuff and you're taking characters from it and you are using their names and also their titles and their established positions as the lore defines them. So Celebrimbor is the greatest of elven smiths. Gil-galad is the High King of the elves. You do then have to portray them as though they were those things. You can't just say, this is Celebrimbor, he's a great smith, and then make him, basic
Not a great
GCSE
Smith.
BTEC level guy who's only just discovered what chemistry is. Like, that's not necessarily a lore failing. That's just a failure of writing, which the show is filled with,
Well,
obviously. But
What if
He
he's
is
meant to
our
be like the leader of the
delivery
Harfoots,
mechanism.
and
Go
he's
ahead.
just making it up as he goes along? So like the Harfoots, like when they did that spell, well, he's using small words so the tree understands it. Turns out Celebrimbor's been faking his entire life,
Yeah.
pretending he's great at all this stuff.
Fake it
when
till you
really
make it,
he's
dude.
like, oh wow.
Yep. We said before, him being like the greatest elven smith ever and the best as always. That would have been really useful to have us learn about Mithril when when Elrond comes back, gives him the Mithril, having Celebrimbor look at that and be like, "Holy shit, this is fucking amazing." And then he does all these tests, these tests that he does off screen in between scenes or whatever that were baffling and strange. If we saw him like talking to Elrond as he was in his workshop, testing the metal and weighing it and stuff like that, we saw it on the scales and whatnot. He was like, "Oh, this is so amazing." That would have not only allowed us to learn more about Mithril, through Celebrimbor telling it to Elrond, but also it would have been like, wow, Celebrimbor is, if he's excited about this sort of thing and he's this master elven smith who's lived for 10 trillion years, that just shows how special it is all the more.
I mean, maybe he didn't even do the test though. Like the guy's like, "Do you know this does the thing?" "Oh yeah, yeah. I read all the tests, mate. Read all of them. Never tested it about against a leaf though, to see whether it cured it."
Of course, the whole thing, it is just done as a contrivance. So I don't know in this. With Gil-galad, it's different. So with Gil-galad, they've attempted to write an austere, powerful, wise ruler, but they don't have the capability to do that. So they've turned him into an idiot who makes all the wrong decisions. With Celebrimbor, I don't think they would have had the writing talent to actually portray him properly anyway. But the only reason they've made him an idiot is because they do need him to be an idiot in order for Sauron's relationship with the Forging of the Rings to take place.
Yes.
It's just staggering that they've left it until the final episode to actually just to make this relationship happen at all. There's been no build up for this. They're only there because, well, we still don't know what happened to Halbrand. So like, maybe he stabbed himself, maybe something else. To get himself here to meet Celebrimbor for the first time, in order that the Rings of Power be forged, the point of this entire operation be forged in this episode. This whole long manipulation that Sauron, would have had to go on is condensed down to this exchange, and they had to reduce Celebrimbor to orchestrate that. And it's the shoddiest of shoddy writing. More so, I think, than all the preceding episodes, even. This is just, we've dallied and we've wasted all of our time for hours on end. Nothing's in place, nothing's set up. We need stuff to happen. So, fuck it, panic, just do this. And therefore you destroy your supposedly greatest characters in the name of contrivance. Great work for $1 billion.
Ugh, all this time and you're in the negative. That must be great.
Yeah,
That's talent.
because the idea here is obviously that Sauron needs to have a particularly important component of the construction of these. So what is it? And it's like, well, he can tell Celebrimbor the secret to combining them. And honestly, because they're so stupid, they probably should have done it off screen. And Celebrimbor's like, I couldn't quite figure out the way to do it, but that Halbrand fella of yours, he's been working with me, and we've managed to figure out a couple of shortcuts here and there, and a couple of things that, this, that, and the other. Like, nice and vague, so we can't judge it, but you actually just openly have him say, combine it with other metals. And then, it's even worse than that, because Celebrimbor's like, oh no, that doesn't work because it'll make it impure. Then he's like, yeah, but what if it didn't? Like, it's so bad.
What if you use the right ingredients?
Yeah, and that's it. And then he later says, like, oh, I got this from the Southlander. It's what he said that opened the dam, or something. He tries to make it sound like it wasn't really his idea, it was my idea, but he kind of prompted it, or something.
That line, it's the thing that turned the key that opened the dam.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah, which is an interesting choice of words, isn't it?
And I wonder why they decided to use that choice of words. Is it because they need to fast forward things again? Yes, it is.
Lame. Really lame, and it makes Celebrimbor look like an idiot.
It does.
So anyway.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, so we're over back in Numenor, and old dude is getting his tomb sorted out. He's kind of losing his marbles. He starts talking about the doom of Valyria. I mean, the doom of Numenor. That's the one. It's all gonna fall apart. Bad tism's on the way. And I can't remember. Does he think he's talking to his daughter? I think he does, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, we've got to restore the old ways, or our people will be lost.
Like I said, when it comes to old bedridden kings mistaking women for his daughter, he's really low tier. Really low tier. Not my favorite.
Yeah, there's way better one out there right now.
Isn't that weird? That happens in the same.
Yeah.
It is kind of strange.
It's that thing in it where it's like, if I had a nickel, it's not a lot of money, but
no.
Weird that it happened twice.
I had a nickel for every time a dying king thought he was talking to his daughter.
So anyway, he wanders over to his little Palantir room and opens it up, and unfortunately that means that she gets to now use it, because there's no, like, nurse in the room. There's no one in earshot, even. that maybe takes care of these things. And to be honest with you, with him being this senile and kind of crazy, is it good that he still has the keys to that room?
No,
Probably not. You should probably
you
not.
don't like
You know.
the
To
car
be fair, the
dementia.
Palantir room, it doesn't have any shields because no one would be crazy enough to open it.
Oh my god, Obi
I
Cringe
understood
Kenobi.
that.
So yeah, she just walks in and enjoys herself a Palantir, I guess. I don't know where that's going exactly because I don't know the lore, but that's it.
Oh,
for
we-
her.
Oh no, she doesn't exist in the lore, so it can go wherever it wants to. Like she's
Hey.
just been made up. I'm trying to remember how she even got here in the first place.
She was drawing.
She was an
drawing
apprentice, yeah, to
She was-
do his tomb
his likeness
icon.
to his tomb. She was in. She was in
Oh
a
yeah.
competition. It was a competition for the likeness of his tomb. Yeah.
I feel like they would have settled this ages ago. Someone in the guild would have high honors for, and you wouldn't give that shit to an apprentice. You'd give it to like the master carver of the guild. You know, to make the king's face out of stone for his
They
tomb
did this
is a
to
big
add
deal.
female energy to the family, but she's going to be the impetus of the faithful breaking away.
Mhm.
They're going to make her the centerpiece of it, and not a Lindil or Isildur, who we haven't talked about because he's totally dead, right? Like
100%, totally.
Isildur dead. So dumb.
When Isildur gets out of that building, he'll be really upset that no one.
His
like,
dad
came and got
abandoned him, but then it'd be like, it's worse than that, mate. Everyone abandoned you.
Everybody.
Everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people didn't give a fuck.
Bunch of
They
orcs.
sailed back to Numenor.
It's gonna
You
be a
got
bunch.
hard-footed, my dude.
Yep.
Could
The-
you
the faithful
imagine
thing
that?
is
He crawls
Sorry.
out of the fucking wreckage and he's like, Dad, is anyone here? It's like mostly just orcs, actually. Manages to fight through them, escape, maybe gets to the encampment. It's abandoned. There's just some planks left or something, bits of rags and stuff. Not that rags, the other rag. And he's like, jeez, where do I go next? It's like,
The pretender to the throne.
and then he's like, well, what happened? He maybe gets all the way to the Numenor encampment place that Bronwyn's at, and she's like, oh, hey, yeah, you guys left like weeks ago. Sorry, mate. And he's
Well,
like,
they
where
didn't
are they? It's like Numenor.
They went home.
They said you were dead, so.
They said you were
Yeah.
dead. I've been gone for like 4 hours.
How did they do this all so fast? It's like, I don't know.
Were they trying to like hurry up before everyone was hurrying in the camp? Quick before he gets
Before Isildur wakes
gets up. Before he finds us.
More rations for me. Oh, it's so lame.
It is indeed. Anyway, that scene's over. We go back to the place and they're like, we're going to build you a crown made of mithril, Gil-galad, that's going to save the world. And I was thinking, like, surely you'd probably want a pointy stick so you can, like a wand, so you can rub it all over the tree and stuff. If it's on your head, you sort of, like, awkwardly aim your head around a bit, right? Or is it just really, it's got a strong
I'm
aura?
imagining that. They make a wand of mithril and they start rubbing it on all the trees
So
Hey, if it works.
in the forest. They go to all the trees.
He's fluttering around with his wand.
He's like a fairy. He's like a pretty princess.
Like, sir, you have to do it to save the world. He's like, it's okay. I'm
I feel
willing."
gay though. Yeah.
Gil-galad's a little bit depressing in this scene. They're like, oh, we gotta make that and we can save the world. And he's like, too late. Oh,
we dead.
we're just dead.
gotta
Fuck it, too late. If you guys had made this like a week ago, maybe, but it's too late. Fuck you.
Black
If
pill.
only we'd learned about
Oh.
this sooner. If only we told Elrond the gravity of the
Exactly.
situation.
Ugh, so fucking
to
dumb.
begin with.
This is totally not our fault. But also, yeah, he says it's too dangerous and stuff. And Galadriel, who's just here, by the way, we haven't had any conversation for her and Gil-galad at all. She's just here.
Nope.
And she says, sometimes the perilous path is the only path. I wouldn't be standing here otherwise. He just looks at her and he goes, you shouldn't be standing here at all. I was just like, that was kind of funny.
You're the king. Tell her to fuck off.
It was, tell her a lot of things. It's like, you betrayed a whole bunch of shit. We got loads of words to... We're not allowed to speak. The script won't let us. Never mind.
But all
Um,
three of them in this scene are like, Gil-galad's the only one with any kind of moral compass at all. They're basically going, yeah, well, you know, it'll make one person super powerful and probably a tyrant, but as long as you're that tyrant, it'll be fine. Like,
So I don't even understand the mechanics, really. It's like, so this stuff rubs away the goo. However, also it is very powerful.
no, not now. they kind of imply that it'll supercharge one of them that will then spread to everyone else. Is the way I took it.
They get to level up.
Right.
Yeah.
They get all
Yeah,
the
because they say
XP.
like it has to be a circular thing, because then it'll like power itself up infinitely.
The energy will bounce on itself or something. It's like whatever, fantasy, sure,
Yep.
whatever.
First the
Fine.
polarity. That's what it's going to do.
Yeah,
Reverse the
it'll
polarity.
transmogrify the Peloscavator, and that means that it's
And so then
Fine,
something
whatever.
really weird happens in the dialogue, and I'm not even 100% clear on the
Oh.
purpose. I think this happens a lot in this show. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So when he complains they didn't do this fast enough, Celebrimbor says angrily, "I almost had it sooner. It was only in speaking to the Southlander that..." And then he cuts him off to say, "The low man? This idea was his?" It's like, okay, before we continue, what is Celebrimbor saying when he says, "I almost had it sooner. It was only when I spoke to the Southlander that I actually managed to do all of this." So, like, he's angry at what? Getting a shortcut where he wouldn't have had it without the Southlander?
Yeah, that was confusing to me too.
Like, he's like,
It
"You should
sounds
have
like-
done this faster," and he's like complaining that he's doing it faster than ever before, but he also could have done it. It's like, you couldn't have done it faster. This was already faster.
Is it? Yeah,
Really
like we
weird.
Yeah.
a slight
kinds of
like,
things that
hurt
remind you the writing is
pride.
really bad.
And it
Yeah, there
feels
is
to
that.
me like they were trying to find a way to force him into saying the Southlander to then trigger Gilgalad into saying, like, "Why the fuck are you playing around with that low man?" Which is like, okay.
Well, okay. So is it prior to this, Mahler, where Elrond says, "I know it sounds strange, but..." Like every time you hear that in writing, period, that like they're about to tell you something that doesn't make any sense and stupid.
What, I mean, they tell us stuff that doesn't make sense all the time. It's like, I don't think
Whenever they
sometimes
say, "I know it sounds strange," they're
like,
not
prepare
lying.
yourself. We're about to get a real bagger of nonsense. But yeah, so he carries on. His suggestions were the key that unlocked the dam. This is the power of the unseen world, not of flesh, but over flesh. What the fuck is that supposed to mean exactly? Like, in this context,
Yeah, I thought
that
it was
sounds
supposed to make
kinda
the goo go
creepy.
away.
It does.
Like, what was this again? Saving the
Make it
elves? You
sound
talking
like a
about having
creepy
power
weapon.
over flesh? What are we talking about here, man?
We
And
just want to make the
then-
goo go away, my dude.
And then you find
Yeah.
out, like, power over flesh. Where did you get those words from? And he's like, who cares? Whatever. And then she's like, was it Halbrand? It's like, why would you assume Halbrand said, like,
Well, because at this point she thinks Halbrand is Sauron, but she's not
but
sure.
why?
Because of everything that's happened previously in the episode, like I can't remember the exact details, but there's been enough hints that she thinks he's not who he says he is at this point.
I don't
Which is why
remember
she
there
sent the High Elves to look
There?
in the first place.
like,
But Adar was the ones that said those words, and he got it from Sauron, presumably when he was working with him, which is the link.
Yeah,
What-
but well, that's the link between them, but not the link between Galadriel and this. No,
Yeah.
like I thought there was a complete absence of stuff at this point, which
I
would
was gonna
lead
say,
Galadriel.
that's my big complaint with this, is Galadriel's no reason to distrust Halbrand yet.
But all of a sudden she just
Man.
flips on that one statement.
Yeah, which is
I'm
really strange. Like,
really contrived. And we have to assume that Sauron got into Celebrimbor's head. I mean,
yeah,
That's-
which sucks. 'Cause he's known him for like 5 seconds. Which, yeah, by the way,
That would have been a neat scene to see him manipulating
never
Celebrimbor.
mind. We don't get to have that.
Oh well.
Oh.
Maybe we can pretend it happened and say that it happened if we pretend it happened. That's cool too.
And yeah, before we can deal with all that, Gilgalad's just like, no, disband everything. Fuck off. We're going back. Like, okay.
Oh, okay. We can try
Um,
if we want to.
Also, I was a little bit perplexed as to why they went to the trouble of building this entire tower and city to hold a forge that looks like it really could have been put pretty much anywhere. It's
Yeah.
a really small little cauldron thing, but they now have to disband it because they've run out of time to go back to heaven, which was a reward in the previous episode, but now is a curse because we don't understand why the elves would even want to stay in Middle Earth really to begin with. Yes, setup and payoff don't really link.
So what
in
was
the
he
show.
gonna originally use the tower to make?
I think it
Just
was
the
this plan
thing?
all along,
Yeah.
or to try and
Make
use
the
the
rings
mithril
power?
Not necessarily the rings. Well, no, it can't have been the rings because he must have
It's gotta
assumed.
Remember, they knew
got the
Mithril
ring
existed
idea
even
here.
right at
We-
the start.
Yeah. So the purpose of this tower being made was to make something
new power. Yeah.
that's actually a good point.
that
I'm
we're
not sure
not going
what.
to talk about.
Something with the mithril, I'd assume.
Yeah, because they knew that the mithril was a thing, right? But they didn't know what it was called, and they didn't know where it was.
So
They just knew about that
Celeborn
tree.
or Celebrimborn knew about Mithril? So
Yes,
both
they
Gil-galad
knew-
and Celebrimborn knew about Mithril.
Presumably, they knew about. Remember
Yes.
that story they tell? They were like, they're waiting for that material, whatever
yeah,
it is.
Gil-galad told the...
And they said, like, they assumed the dwarves found that material, and they turned out to be right. So I guess they always wanted to forge that
So
material
they-
into something else.
And then the person that they wanted to go to the dwarves is the person they didn't tell about it.
Yeah, because they're
Uh-huh.
incredibly stupid.
It gets worse at the end.
I'm so confused by like all of this. Who knows
Yeah.
what and who gets told what and why are they doing whatever they're doing?
Also, I'm afraid Gary is going to have to bug out for a bit. Doing your
Oh.
flams, your flames, you do it. I'm assuming you got some other work to do. You're a very busy bad these days.
Sorry, I'd stay for the whole thing.
Oh no,
but
it's all
I'm
good. We're all like
You do love
streaming
talking about Rings of
constantly.
Power, yeah.
And
I'm going back to talk about Rings of Power in my review halfway through, and then if I'm done recording, I will come back if you guys are still talking about it.
Likely.
I would
Oh, yeah.
say we got another hour and a half to 2 hours of this episode probably. So if that's within the time, we'll be doing the super chats after that if you wanted to come back and just talk about Rings of Power because I know you love doing that. But,
Yeah, I'll come back.
Either
I'll come
way, good luck with whatever it is you're up to, and thank you very much for joining us.
It was a pleasure. Sorry, I got to leave early. Thanks, chat. Thanks, gentlemen. Have fun.
You too, man. We'll catch you
Later.
around.
Yeah, catch you, dude. I'll see ya.
Bye.
Thanks for jumping on.
Okay. Where are you? So many complaints to be had about this whole sequence of events. Sorry, I just kind of keep it all in track, you know? Oh yeah, so Elrond is like, I really, really, really want to do this. And Gil-galad's like, no. And then he goes, come on, I'm owed 3 months. And then he says, you're owed nothing. And then he says, okay, well then do it because I'm asking you. And that works.
I need to try that more in my life. Whenever I don't get anything that I think I deserve, I'll be like, well, what if you do it just because I asked you to?
It feels really weird
Master
that
negotiator Elrond.
he's like demanding it as a thing that he wants, and he gets declined, and then he tries to pull like a sense of duty or favor, and that doesn't work, and then he just says, okay, but like I really want it though. How does that? I just don't get how that works.
True.
It doesn't work even in the setup. If it's as desperate as we've been led, or as we've been repeatedly told that it is, why would you not want at least some people staying behind to work up until the last possible second to save your place in Middle Earth? Why would you want? Why would
you're
you
an
want
idiot.
medieval anyway? Well, there is that. But if you weren't an idiot, what would be your
Gil-galad
reason?
secretly working for Sauron, trying to kill the elves, get them out of Middle Earth. Based in elf build.
Yeah, so they're gonna. I guess they get that amount of time to build whatever it is they're trying to build, right? A crown. That's what they're building. A crown.
Yep.
And then we have a scene of Galadriel's like, research the Southlanders and speak of it to nobody. And it is such like a... What? She really doesn't trust Halbrand now to the point where she wants to search up his history, which to be fair is like, you may as well just do that anyway.
Check out his old tweets.
Yep. But he's been... If it's
You think you might have done that while you were, in the massive library in Numenor?
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see where that goes, I suppose. It's funny because there's a couple of moments where she's staring at him while he's just doing smithing. She's like, pretty sure
He's just smithing there, menacingly.
Yeah. And, she says to Halbrand, yes, all of a sudden you and Celebrimbor seem quite familiar. Like, that's evidence of him being evil. And it's like,
He made
woman,
friends.
his whole thing when you met him was that he wanted to smith. He enjoys the process. And he's helping one of his like all-time inspirations and heroes, as far as we know, create something that he's trying to create. There's no reason to think he's evil as a result of all this.
To be fair, I can believe that Galadriel thinks that making friends is an act of evil.
Suppose that does line up. She doesn't understand it as a process. She's like, what is this? You must be trying to hurt them.
I like that she's suspicious of him at this point being Sauron. So you'd think, well, I've just discover it and investigate. I'm not going to make him suspicious. So she stands across the room, glaring at him as if she wants him to die. So no, play it cool.
Galadriel's glaring at him, and he's like, "What did I do right?"
Although I suppose with Galadriel, maybe it'd be more suspicious if like she was just nice to him for once.
So yeah, I just don't know what it is that clues her into any of this, but she's on the right track, of course. We'll get there. Over to Gandalf, or not Gandalf, with a bunch of the witches, and they're like, the more your power improves, the more the veil will be lifted. And I guess that's their way of explaining like everything to do with this character. He's like a normal ass human. He's just lost all of the random things, and they're coming back to him slowly through magical themes. I don't even know.
It's magic. They ain't gotta explain shit.
But they do say the star pattern he's looking for is on the little dinner plate, and they say that it's like it's the hermit's hat. Far to the east, it's a pattern that's visible where stars are strange, a land called Rune.
I think they actually also use the line, it's only visible in one place, which isn't how stars work.
Yeah, well, it is in this world, bitch.
They're strange.
The magical stars. But then they have a little speech that really gets to him. She says, "You fell from the stars, yet you are greater than they. Fire obeys your will. You fell below the dust, and yet dust fears you."
And yet, dust fears you. Can you imagine?
The power. The
The power of dust. Even the dust obeys your command. Even the dust you trample underfoot. Oh, the dust trembles beneath you.
Why would just...
Oh.
The dust trembles beneath you would work better, because at least that implies a different kind of fast. But if the dust generally just fears you, I don't understand. Dust has no emotions. Dust trembling
like
beneath you,
fear.
at least like you're massive, or you know your stride moves the land. But if the dust just
The dust
is
trembles
scared,
under Movie Bob's feet.
I don't. I don't. Who wrote that? Looked at it and thought, yeah, that sounds
pretty cool.
That sounds good.
I just picture him picking up the dust and being like, "Is it alive?" And he pokes it like, "Hello." Like, don't be afraid.
Saying that the dust fears you isn't that impressive. Saying that like the earth itself or something,
Yeah.
that's a bit more like, oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Now we're getting someplace. Yeah, getting the recognition I deserve.
It gets weirder because when they're doing that little speech, he like gets into it and starts doing like big old telekinesis everywhere and like yelling, like he's happy to hear that he's super powerful and that dust fears him.
That's it's the confidence boost that he needed to know that the dust fears him.
I have no idea what to make of
He's
any
been
of
he's been
this.
surrounded by Harfoots for a long time now.
Like,
He really
finally,
needs
people
that,
recognize how powerful I am. I can feel good now.
yeah. Finally, the dust fears me.
But then it gets weirder. They don't like this. They get scared by him when he's just doing like a little like, "I'm so happy that I'm so powerful." They're like, "Oh God, stop him!" And then one of them blows dust into his face and he gets knocked out. I don't.
But what is? What's going on?
Once again, he's like, "Can people not fuck with me when I'm casting spells?"
I know,
Even
Every
these
goddamn
weirdos.
time.
I think every single time, like literally every time,
Yeah.
someone has screwed it up.
No wonder he never gets to
Literally
learn
every
anything.
single one. And then they blame him every time. They blame him for it too. What is this? The fuck is this? Like,
Magicus interrupticus.
Wait, doesn't she just like blow dust in his face
Yeah.
to knock him out?
yeah.
The dust
So the
doesn't fear
dust
him
fears
there.
Were
him,
you-
but not that much.
Well, is it magic dust or is it
Maybe it's just
like
I
it's-
imagine it's
or-
magic.
It could just be a
Is that what
different
dust has
substance.
the effect of?
Could just be a
You
different thing
blow real
altogether.
dust in someone's face. Yeah.
Maybe it's like
Well, is it-
Smeef.
smoke or does she get it from
It's
some
magical,
place,
so
or
it
is
can't be
just-
something that's
It's
normal.
magic.
It's Smeef.
Yeah.
Oh, well that there you go.
He blew Smeef at him. Smeef doesn't fear him. Dust does, though.
Smeef.
Or Smoof, whichever you want. Smoof sounds more like
Smoof
poof. That
magic.
kind of matches, I guess.
Poof is a kind of smoky word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, they like, "Let's bind him," which I thought was really odd. I was like, he's a wizard, man. I don't know. I feel like,
just wait till he wakes up.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway,
just let him sleep and then explain. Yeah, you got getting a little bit out of control. We just want to make sure you don't do anything super crazy until your power, like, and everything comes back and the veil goes away. So yeah, we just went ahead and put you to sleep real quick, but we didn't tie you up, because that would be excessive and weird.
And so the Harfoots are here, and they've come up with a plan. Their plan
Oh.
is one of them makes noises, I guess, to distract the witches, while the others go and try and free totally not Gandalf. And I just wonder. I'm like, yeah, okay, but like, what are you gonna do when they catch you and kill you? Because they're way faster, they can track you, and they're magical
Yeah.
beings. Like,
They can spontaneously explode objects into fire. There's like they're just physically they are larger and more imposing. Magic aside, they are just physically superior to you.
yeah,
They
they have a dinner
then you
plate,
add the magic on top of that.
the power of
And
Smeef. I don't know if they're gonna be able
yeah,
to defeat them at all, but
they probably have some kind of weapon.
what we learn is from a little glance that the witches are probably aware that they're here too. This isn't going to go well at all, apparently.
Uh-oh.
So the Harfords
they
get around
smelt them.
to freeing old Gandalf there, and it turns out that's not Gandalf at all. It's a fake. It's the shapeshifter. And he turns. He's not even turned into the lady yet. He's done the eye thing, and it's like, oh no, what's going to happen now that you've done that? And Nori is like getting all spooked, but Sadok is like, I'll grab his leg, you run. Doing a hero thing, you see. But then the ambush happens. The other ladies come from around the corner because this was all a part of the plan, you see. And they grab themselves a throwing knife, and I don't know how to deliver this information to chat. They're gonna take this really badly, okay? Because this is tough. This is probably one of the saddest things I've seen in cinema so far for a long time. But they get a knife, known for cutting, and it's not even a regular knife. It's a throwing knife, or maybe it's both.
Ooh.
I guess it would be both.
Sure.
Wouldn't it? And
You
they
can
throw
a
it.
regular knife, yeah.
Looks as if they weren't aiming for Nori, because it goes right past her.
Madness.
Instead, it hits Lenny Henry right in his belly. No.
Who could have foreseen this being a possibility?
And I think I was actually surprised because I was like, "Wait, what?
I was.
I was surprised too.
Why are you
Didn't see
killing
that
him?
coming.
What's the point?" There's not much narrative juice to be drawn from him dying. I don't, it's like whatever, really.
Sardoc falls down like Sauron.
Or is that actually like how disconnected the writers
vanquished.
are from what they've created, that they think that this is like that they've done enough work for this character to make this a really sad and meaningful death?
Or they looked
I
around
barely
and
know
thought,
him. I
who
barely
could we
know the guy.
possibly,
Yeah,
who could we possibly kill who we feel anything at all about? And they ran up short, and so they thought, I guess Lenny Henry then, because
some death for the finale.
Yeah, Lenny Henry
we
has
need some-
people like him. Some people still like him outside of this, so maybe that'll work.
right, like you're just leveraging the actor rather than the character that you've created.
What's
What else are they
interesting
gonna do?
about trying to play up Sadoc's death here as like the oh no sort of moment, that isn't it sad kind of moment, is that as
Oh
we'll
my
learn,
God.
his death is almost immediately forgotten, and no one.
Yes.
Then it's just like you could like if you stepped out a moment, like if you had to pee, and you came back, having missed the scene where he gets stabbed, or where he dies, you'd be like, so where's him? Where's he at?
I want it to be
What's going
known.
on with him? You'd never know. You'd never know.
I want it to be known that when the magic was starting to develop, the subtitles say whooshing intensifies. Whooshing.
This is kind of whoosh magic.
And something I forgot. When they first got here, they're looking around at the scene and they're like, "What are we gonna do here? What's that?" Like, oh, there's only 2. There was 3. And then they're like, Nori says, "Well, better 2 than 3. Let's go." It's like, hey,
well, it's like I said
dumbass.
when we were watching the episode. It's like, well, I'd much rather fight 3,000 people than 4,000. Let's go.
I just well, so it's weird as well logistically because they were watching them when the scene was unfolding with the 3 of them. Like they showed the Harfoots of watching, and then they lose one. I guess she just wandered off, and then they were just like, "Well, don't know where she is anymore." Like, nice.
You don't have to
4
worry
of
about her.
you.
She's out of the picture.
And then that's
Just
the other
we
thing.
have
It's like
one unaccounted for evil wizard.
that's what I'm saying. It's
fine.
like when I
Fine to go off
say
without a hitch.
there are now 2 instead of 3, it's not that we only have to deal with 2 instead of 3. It's that we do not know where the 3rd one is. Like, I don't know why they were just like, "Oh, fuck it, whatever." Because obviously the twist is the 3rd one is Gandalf. Ah!
Oh my god.
Which again, I don't know how they managed to do without the Harfoots seeing it, but fuck it, whatever.
Oh, the indignity.
So we get a fight scene. It's pretty funny. You get the sort of normal. There's just magic things happening and looks weird. I don't like understand what's happening. But it's kind of funny too because they're very dramatic. The dare I say, like, body acting.
This one in particular, very
Yeah.
dramatic. Definitely a yeah, art student.
Yeah, she probably did this in the sort of when they were hiring, and they like, this is pretty cool. And then she was like, oh, they love this. I'm gonna do this to intense levels. It'll make me look like a magical person, a fantasy person. That's what they do.
Even as they're
She does look
fighting,
like
though,
a
she's
fantasy
flipping him round in midair. Like, at one point, he's hovering on the left, and she just rotates him 180 degrees for
Yeah,
no
that
reason.
shit's funny as
Like,
hell.
They'll get rotated.
But this particular part, I'm trying to snap an A/B repeat here. I remember it very well because it made me, Rags, and Free laugh for a while. It's not even the thing from the thumbnail, by the way. This one's something else.
No, it's not that. That's yeah.
All right, got it. Enjoy this for a while. This... Just the way that she's so fleamy.
You're such a try-hard cringe lord.
You can't just start walking
Like, go
normally.
back to your fucking basement in your with your hot topic nonsense.
I'm gonna
So
get
weird. What is going on? What is
ya.
happening?
This is like a protagonist from a Final Destination film.
What? Why? Like, what does that have to do with Final
Because
Destination?
they're just edgy late 90s, early 2000s-ish sort of like edge to it, you
I don't remember
know?
the main character from Final Destination doing this weird run.
I like the main
I-
character in Final Destination.
I liked him too. Yeah, I liked him.
Not the first one.
Well, the second one was the girl.
The second one was the lady, and third one
Well,
was
this would
the
be a
girl.
hypothetical sort of Final Destination.
What the hypothetical film that doesn't exist.
Why would you
Yeah, like
reference
all
something that doesn't
hypothetical things.
exist?
Would be a
Why
hypothetical.
did you
Yes.
say it was like Final Destination? It's not like
It is
any
akin
film
to
that
a
exists.
akin to a one, but a hypothetical one, but like one.
Okay,
Similar to
I
it.
I
It's
don't know
akin
that
to
I've
a
ever
thing
seen, like,
that
a
doesn't exist
90s
but
edge
could
movie
exist.
That, yeah.
Yeah. They
I don't
could,
even know that I would
absolutely.
associate the way she looks with... Is it just the Eminem connection that you're grabbing there? Because the clothing really
It
doesn't
might
scream
be.
90s to me.
It might be. It's
Whoa.
very
Beach
very
Bunch.
difficult to disassociate the Eminem from the rest of the get up. Well, we have like the metal like strapped to him, like it's a just wearing metal, like the
Beach
chains
Blonde
around
was
the
a
belts
90s
and
thing,
everything.
wasn't it?
Oh, sure. I just mean this outfit. You
I know
it's-
staffs were a big thing in the 90s.
Oh, yeah. I had a staff.
yeah.
So, I think it won't be long before we find the really funny part of this scene. So they're,
There's so many funny things in this clearly very epic fight sequence with magic. We're here laughing at it because it's so silly.
well, I guess it's hard to do wizard fights or something, because you see this, you're like, oh boy, what does this mean? What's happening? And, well, they managed to handle it pretty well in Star Wars, and that's kind of... But look at this. She goes, hurrah! Then he just goes, and turns 90 degrees. Don't do that. I'm not upright anymore. Oh, here I go, spinning all the way back the other direction. Why
Now
are
I'm
you even
going
doing
this
that?
way.
God, the try-hard face on this witch. Holy shit. And he's
It's like,
like,
at least
"Ooh."
when Gandalf and Saruman
Oh.
are fighting, like they're throwing each other into things
Yeah.
and doing damage. It's not just randomly twirling them around in the air.
Oh my god, the faces she's making. What the fuck?
It's legitimately strange.
Do you see Gandalf's face? He's like, what the hell am I dealing
Like,
with?
Are you shitting right now?
Oh, off I go.
Oh.
Very epic battle. My god. She was into this. She was giving it her all. She was like, this is going to be top tier. This is an 11 out of 10 TV show. So sorry to tell you. It ain't. Yeah, so everyone's ran off, right, while he's battling her. So it's like, so where are the other demon witches? Surely something bad is going to happen. And then a throwing knife dodges the Chungus by like an inch. It's so upsetting. We could have lost another character, but they found a way
That's
out
a
of
weird knife.
it. Like a little moon.
How do you... Yeah, it's not even... It's like a shit boomerang. Fringy. How... You... Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm not an expert on boomerangs. Okay,
Well, that's not true, but what... You know, as... You know,
So what is your
this
query,
really crappy
Rags?
boomerang isn't... I just want you to back me up on this.
Well, the fundamental nature of a boomerang is that when you throw it, it returns to you. That's like the fundamental aspect of what makes a boomerang a boomerang. This one just sort of sticks in the tree. Which
I guess
is
a
not,
boomerang wouldn't come back to you
you
if
know.
you threw it into a tree, though, right?
I mean, but why would you throw it into a tree? You know,
Hey,
If you're trying to hit the
that's kinda-
Harfoot in front of it with your
I guess if you were aiming to, right. So, like in a sense, right, the boomerang returns to you because you haven't succeeded. In this case, it hasn't returned to
So would
her
you
because I
say-
guess she succeeded in pinning what's her face to the tree.
Yeah, what makes a
Yeah,
boomerang a boomerang is the
boomerangs-
capacity to return back to you.
It is the capacity to return. Yes, that's like a big aspect of what makes a boomerang what it is. I don't know if this one would return. I think it wouldn't actually. I think it would just
Drop
I
because
think
it's
it
too
would just
heavy.
keep going.
Anyway, she turns and she realizes Sadok has been hiding here, look, under a little thing. And he's fucking ready, okay? Because he got stabbed. He pulled that bitch out of himself. He's about to bring it down. Bring down some justice.
He's
Thing-
about to bring
this-
down the full wrath of a Harfoot.
This is a surprise attack, but before he actually like reveals himself, he blows the whistle that distracted them the first time to announce that he was about to do it.
So, that's it in foot. And she has a reaction to this.
Oh my god, she looks like Yoda when Yoda goes back and
Oh,
goes,
you're right. That is like Yoda. It's just like Yoda. Seriously, one of the funniest faces I've seen in such a long time.
It never gets old. I know it only did 20 seconds, but it never gets old. Oh my gosh. The eyes, the way they bulge out of her
It is kind of perfect.
They
The fact
found,
that like the teeth are
the
hidden.
weirdest looking people.
It's the teeth not being there that really makes it.
Gummy scream. Yeah.
Also, that's gotta cut Sadok's hand really bad, right?
Yep.
Because if that's like a crescent knife and you're using it to plunge the tip into the sharpie bits are gonna fuck your hand up because you need to grip it to push it into a foot. I imagine that's actually quite difficult.
Well, you can tell he's awkwardly got his fingers covering like the top, I guess, sharp end of it, and like that. I think he even knew when he was probably filming that this would be bad to do, but luckily this is a prop, so it doesn't matter. It's these little gifts that you just have to appreciate.
These are what make it not worthwhile ultimately, but you know, still, it's pretty nice, pretty funny.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just like, wait, wasn't there three of them? It's like, I don't even fuck. Whatever. The fight continues awkwardly, unfortunately. I think, by the way, this is like your finale action scene, and it's just wonky as
It's
fuck.
just there was no other one. Yeah.
Like, isn't this so exciting? And it's with characters that we've spent like 5 minutes with these villainous ones, and then we barely know the Gandalf guy. Oh my god, every single time. Look at this lady walking. Can't do anything normally. It's weird jittery movements. I think they would like she was told not to, right? Like, don't do anything like a normal person because you're a mystical, crazy witch person. Okay.
Yeah, this is a fantasy world or whatever.
But yeah, it seems like it's all over. She's. What was weird is that one of them said, "Make him see," and in response to that, she's about to hit him with the staff. I guess, making an angry
Yes,
face.
that-
Look at the face. Oh my.
Do you see? Oh no, it's gonna knock Gandalf down and show him all the pictures of
Yeah.
the holiday that they went on.
God, she's so into this. Anyway, they throw a rock at her, and she's like, "Ow!" And it's like, what? It's a rock. And then like, the person ducks down, and they're
Oh,
actually
yeah.
like tormenting her with just throwing pebbles. Oh god, so hard to watch. So dumb. But they throw enough of them that she drops the staff too, and then Nori takes it
She's just waiting for that. That's part of the plan, I
Yep.
get, or maybe just incidentally. Was it part of the plan to get her to drop the staff?
Yeah, 'cause
or...
she wants to give it to the wizard man who can defeat them with the staff. That's obvious, Rex. How did you
Okay.
figure that out? So anyway, she burns the whole forest down. Because, you know,
Yeah,
As you
as
do.
you do.
a bit awkward. She sets a forest fire here that could likely wipe out the entire thing, though. It's so huge when they zoom out. It's just like, god damn, you're kind of an asshole, aren't you? Whatever, I guess.
When it pans out, there's one bit that isn't on fire, and it kind of looks like she just goes, might as well do this bit as well. I
Yeah.
don't think there's even a hobbit there.
Yeah, never leave a
Finish
job
the
half
job.
done.
Just in case there is one. But yeah, and then you really like Gandalf's waking up with all the trees on fire, and he's like, "Oh, nature, killing it with fire is technically nature too."
Yeah.
I hate this scene because he could help them, and he's just like, can't be bothered at this point.
Well, he
'Cause
says
he's
like
not
might hurt
injured.
you, and it's like, oh, as opposed to us getting immolated. Like, I feel like you should just give it a shot, mate. Like, it might be worthwhile. I don't know. I just don't want to die.
Sorry
Given
for
past
yourself.
experience, one of them would run in the way of whatever it was he was doing,
Yeah.
and then they would scold him for
He's
it,
got
and he would be
PTSD
sent
from it.
away. I mean, why would you bother helping these people? They're clearly ungrateful.
He says like, get away from me, you know, or I'll hurt you. And he says, and this comes up as a payoff. Oh god, this comes up in all kinds of things, right? The idea that your choices define who you are, sort of thing. The standard sort of thing.
Oh,
She says, only you can show what you are. Which first of all is already like, oh, that's a bit clunky. Only you can
I
show
would have
Yeah.
reworded that.
And then she says,
definitely
you
would've reworded
choose
that.
by what you do.
it's
You
so
choose-
clunky.
Oh
It's
god,
so
the
weird.
English is getting
Like,
fucked.
It's really,
stands
really,
out.
really clunky.
Yeah, this one is.
Well, it's just, you know, this is probably one of the least elegant ways that you could convey this
Yeah.
point.
But it's not
mean,
even. It doesn't even come across as being unelegant in the sense of they are not an elegant people, the Harfoots, and they speak very plainly in a sort of vulgar way. It feels just like even then, it just.
Well, I mean, you compare it, right? The Iron Giant's core thing was you are who you choose to be. That's like a way. It's a much more straightforward way of communicating the exact same thing.
Like I said,
Or,
loads of
you
things
know,
go over
the end-
this that choice defines.
The end of Deus Ex, we are our choices. You just so many other ways, but then it's like, what? Only you. What did she say? Only you choose by what you do.
You show who you are with what you choose to do. Oh fuck! I wish I'd written it down. You
gotta
choose by
keep
what
it
you
in-
do. Like, oh,
You
Yeah.
choose
Your
by what
actions
you
define
do.
you would have been.
Yeah, just so many other like it's so clunky. I just
well, and it gets
I
worse
can't
because
remember.
she's saying this in response to him basically being like, "I'm evil, sad face," and she's like, "No.
Because I
You
got told
are-
I'm evil by these random weirdos in the
Yeah, I
woods.
know, right? She's trying to tell him like you aren't anything yet. It's up to you. What do you want to be?" And then she follows that up with, "You're good. I know it's true. You're a good person. You'll choose to do good." It's like, well, that kind of destroyed your first point, didn't it? Like, it's completely up to me to choose, but also do this.
Are they trying to imply that he's kind of come down and he's in like an imprinting stage? So if they hadn't found him first,
Oh
then
god.
he would have been evil if they'd found him first?
I
I
don't
don't
like
know
Wonder
what
Woman.
I'm meant to
Yeah.
make of any of that.
Yeah, I don't know. Good. That would be fucking hilarious if true.
I imagine that they would counter. It's like, well, no, Nori's just like helping him, you know, sort of be the person that he was always meant to be. You know, not that he is a completely blank slate who could have been molded by whoever. He's not Wonder Woman, all right. Like,
Yeah, I
he
thought the idea
can,
was he
you know,
has a personality that's just slowly being regained.
Because
Something.
I figured,
the
yeah.
alternative is if he is just a blank slate, then if the Harfoots hadn't turned up at this precise moment and implausibly won, then the weird witchy people would have elevated somebody who isn't Sauron to Sauron's power level and completely changed the entire future of Middle
Everything.
Earth by creating a new, different Sauron who probably would have been more powerful and beaten Sauron, and then the entire thing changes. So apparently, this is an incredibly pivotal moment in the entire history of Middle Earth.
Yeah, this is an intense string of coincidences. I feel we've kind of glossed over that in the sea of all the other garbage.
It is hard to
Like,
keep
this
track
is-
of them because we've had so many like next level holes and crazy nonsense to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have this shot. She's doing it again. Her, like fleamy walk.
The fleamy walk.
They keep thinking it's really intimidating, but every time I'm just like,
It's so bizarre.
I guess they think it's neat. So good for them. But yeah, he gets inspired then by Nori to do good. Because that's and man.
Oh, the line is
no,
coming.
Yeah. So this whole time, by the way, all of the witches have forgotten about that staff. Which apparently with that staff you can just like easily defeat all of them. When they had it, they were kind of able to defeat him. So you might have thought they'd want to be taking a little bit more care on that one, but hey, whatever. He's got it now. Too late. He puts out all the fires. It's like, all right. What else is happening?
Responsible. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good.
He says, "From the shadow you came, to the shadow you will return." It's like, yeah, that's a normal ass line, I guess. Fine, whatever. And before he
I think they
does,
stole it. Most of the normal sounding lines have been stolen from the
Yeah, I
Jackson films.
figured, I
think
figured.
they stole that one too.
and oh god. So they say, he's not Sauron, he's the other, the Istar. And he cuts them off to say, "I'm good."
Not even I am good. Contraction. I'm
Mhm.
good.
This is like don't do this ever.
It's like the it's a shitty version of like this. It doesn't belong here. The I'm good thing, where it's just sort of really basic. This learning that I am good, and that's a big like it belongs in a Pixar movie, you know. Like it works there, but it doesn't. It doesn't work here. Like
There,
I think
there are
even a
contexts where you can
Pixar
make this
movie might
work.
be overestimating their estimation of the audience. The entire thing with Gandalf is to have the audience asking, "Oh, is Gandalf good or isn't he good?" And we can't possibly just show people the answer to that. We literally have to tell them it in the dialogue. He has to actually shout, "I am good," in order that the audience that they think they're writing for understand that this is the payoff to that mystery. And now we know. It's
or they think that it is what I think what the writers hope is that they have sufficiently been demonstrating to the audience that he has been struggling with coming to terms with his either goodness or his evil, and this is his moment where he finally realizes and accepts that he is good.
which would be fine if it showed
they
that he had any understanding of
that
what
well.
those terms meant, which he doesn't, because he
Nope.
doesn't actually know what good and evil mean when he first hears the term.
Yeah,
I'm
he's basically just
peril.
like a baby when he falls from the sky. It's not like he has an evil nature and he's trying to keep it back or something like that. It doesn't really work with the way that they've presented this character.
And man, imagine like if you knew the Harfoots really well, and you're like, "I've been inspired to do good by them." You'd be like, "Oh shit, what is it? You gonna eat us? Like, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean to
Yeah.
you?"
He's good with in quotation marks.
I do like that,
He's good
though.
on the Harfoot scale.
Good is saving the Harfoots in this case. Okay, right?
No.
Definitely.
I like that with the still image and the contraction, which of course makes it sound incredibly casual. If you hadn't seen the scene and you looked at the still image on screen now, what sort of tone of voice would you imagine that being delivered in? If you hadn't seen the show, because I would look at that and I think he's casually saying like, "I'm good," and then denying like an invitation.
This is
It's
after
just-
he annihilates him. He's like, I'm good.
I'm
Yeah,
good.
you could
Kinda
have
like
it
the
be,
mask.
"I'm praising my own skill," or "Nah, I'm alright, thank you." You wouldn't have expected it to be literally,
Yeah.
"I am morally
Need help? I'm
positive.
good."
I help people because I'm nice." It's just because no, this was genius. Because some of the people in the writing room were like, there are some people out there who won't grasp this, that he's had an arc, that he's understanding things. We have him say, "I'm good." Like, who's gonna make the mistake at that point?
It's all coming together. All the
Because there's
pieces.
someone out there might have said, like, "I think he's bad," and then they'd be like, "No, dude, look," and they pull up the script and they're like, "See where he says I'm good? Pretty sure that means he's good." And then the other person's like, "Oh,
Oh, I must have stepped out or I was doing something else. Okay,
yeah,
I
I missed
forgot
that
that
bit."
line.
But he was evil.
I was too busy being blown away by the incredible CGI.
Yes.
Do you think they
My
even
monkey brain,
understood
yeah.
the mix between saying that your actions define you and therefore the words don't matter and you just do good and you are good, and then he had to tell everybody.
Just announce I'm good.
Yeah, it's like Southland's Mordor. You can't rely on people to infer. It has to be told.
So I thought this was hilarious. He's like, I'm good. Boom. And then this happens. And she immediately goes skeleton mode. And I was like, oh, Jesus. Like, what have you done?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh,
Are you ring
God.
rates or some shit? What the actual fuck is going on?
Is that what that's supposed to be? They are
No,
like,
they can't because there are
Vampires.
no rings for to make them wraiths.
oh, right.
Yet.
Are they
They're
staff
pre-ring
wraiths?
wraiths. They're just
Jesus
wraiths.
Christ, look at these three.
The middle one, she even looks like she's
The
got
one
a
on the
crown.
left is like, is
Dude,
like
the middle
she's
one
in
looks like a sad
she's
skull.
sticking her head out the window of a moving car.
Look, it's a sad skull.
Like,
It's
where did
actually-
she get the
it's-
crown, though?
I was thinking that it's wearing a crown. Like this is the Witch King of Angmar scene. Like the ghost is crowned still, and it's
Yeah.
just they're clearly going for that. But and I've seen people on Twitter say, "What the fuck? Why are they Nazgul now?" And I don't think there are. I can't. The show can't surely have introduced ring wraiths
I think-
before there were rings.
I think
surely
your assumed theory there is the correct one of just, look, like that other thing you knew. Remember?
Yeah.
The one on the right doesn't seem bothered by this. The one in the middle seems sad. The one on the left, like Rag said, is enjoying having the wind blown in the...
Yeah.
I love the subtitle, I'm good, is still there. Just chilling out. Like, I'm good. God, this scene was bad. And they just keep doing it. They can't make a good scene.
It's like beyond their capabilities.
I'm gonna
It's
turn
possible.
you into moths.
I don't know why this is what's happening, but it is.
And if
I
Gandalf
turned you
can
into
do
a
this,
ghost,
then it
or I
just raised the
revealed
question why
you
he
as
doesn't anyway.
ghosts. Like you were ghosts all along, or I turned you into ghost. Because I could turn your ghost into moths. So did I turn you into a ghost? I guess that's
Most
what you
people
do
in
whenever
chat
you
saying, "What
kill
the
someone.
fuck?"
You
It's
turn
like-
them into a ghost.
Guys, do you really think we have the
But
answers
it's
for
bunch
this?
of moths. I have no idea what this means. I don't even know if they're dead. Like I have no idea.
That's true. They might just be like, "Fuck this! Oh,
I'm out of here.
Team
I'm going moth
Team
mode.
Sauron
Sauron
goes
blasting off again."
I hope they're dead because I find them irritating. But I
Yes.
really hope they're not
They
dead.
are funny,
because
though.
I do actually want to understand what the fuck is going on at some point in this show. So if they're never going to bring them back and that's just it, which I suspect is the thing they will do, they'll just be gone now and no one will ever address it again. That's just going to be really, really annoying. I kind of want to know at least what the rules are that they're fucking around with, but we're not going to
I
get that.
thought they'd come back with like other Easterlings and just in bigger numbers.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll
I've-
get like a set of 9 of the... What if we get 9? That would be so cool.
Oh, no.
What if they rode horses? What if they wore black next
What if they
time?
wore black this time.
Like moths don't like rivers. It's all coming
Oh.
together. Someone asked me,
Oh.
does this mean that the moths in Lord of the Rings are these witches turned into slaves by Gandalf?
That'll be funny. I just don't even know what they want us to think from this, because it still says I'm good. What's going on there?
Really hammering it home.
Oh, wind whooshing. There you go. But yeah, I don't know exactly what they want us to draw for this, but holy fuck, Gandalf, that was a pretty powerful move you just did there. I hope
Well,
you use it in
what I
future
was-
when you need to.
We'll never see that again.
What I was told was that going out of your way to try and kill orcs isn't good, but it's good to kill witches.
Yes.
Well, no,
So
Yeah.
that's a little confusing.
remember, turn them into moths.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
because if Galadriel's like, you didn't kill those witches, right? He's like, no, I turned them into moths. Like, oh, good. You don't want
just
dark
reduce
deeds
their-
to darken your heart.
Moths only have a lifespan of like a week.
Yeah, it's just, I haven't killed them. I've just ensured that they will die of natural causes imminently.
But they'll enjoy the life cycle, you know? They'll have kids, and they'll have kids, and gorgeous, it's wonderful. Circle of life. Oh no, Sadok's dead. And this is a really weird scene.
Wait,
because
well, yeah.
Very weird scene.
nobody
You gotta run
suggests
it
the
through.
magical man that does amazing things might be able to save him.
Or medicine, or resting, or lay there, we'll go get help, or I know the herbs of the forest, or
Yeah, they don't try to do anything. He basically says, like, I don't wanna. I'm alright, actually.
I don't want to live.
This show is cringe. Oh.
This show is so shit. I would literally rather die.
See, he's not even. He doesn't even seem to be in pain. He's not dying. It is just a case of voluntarily checking out.
It really feels like he opted to leave because he'd been stabbed, and that's an option you have as a character in a fiction. It's like, I can just go now. That's the rules. Bye. I don't want to stay. Even to the point of him saying, like, I'd like to see the sun rise. And then the sun just rises immediately. Just like, well, there you go.
Oh, I thought that would take longer.
I stand unshaken.
So
Except not at
beautiful.
all potent at all. I just don't know why he's accepted this. He's just resigned to death.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just over.
and that's it. That's him. That's his
And not
character.
only is he resigned to it, but everybody else is too. They just like passively accept this rather than.
Well, I
trying
guess
to
he
help
wants
him.
to die. So I mean,
Yeah, he's just.
you're the
He's chill.
boss.
To be fair, dying here is probably better than being left behind by the Harfords. So
That's true because
Yeah.
Slow death
God
by
knows that they
bees,
wouldn't help
yeah.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, but so them, by the way, saying he is the East Star. That's like the East Star are the wizards, right? Is that another?
yeah, they're the history.
Yeah, so
It's a collective.
we're close to a full confirmation of exactly who he is, but I would say the closest we get is his, I think, last line in this episode that a lot of people were not happy with, and we'll get to it. It'll be
Mhm.
great. Back to Numenor plotline. They even, so we're running out of things to fill this episode with, and so they have this shot of one of the sailors just slow motion walking over the ship. It's just like, why? It's like, well, you
Because
needed
it
to-
will take longer if we put it in slow motion.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's filmmaking. That's the art of filmmaking. The language of filmmaking. What does that tell you? What is this saying in the language of filmmaking?
And we go below deck and see that Elendil's
So
talking
to
to Muriel. And he's trying to move around the ship by memorizing all the steps to go different places. And he says, "You're doing well." Then she says, "Patronize me again like that, and I will take your ship."
So Muriel's a prick, and I'm glad she's blind.
I
Fuck
just-
you.
They always do that with this show. They never
Why are
do.
you shit?
Never have a piece of dialogue where I go, "Oh, that was neat. That says a lot about them, and that fits the thing." And just
And-
like,
And nothing has happened between this scene and essentially the one before where he said, I should have left the elf in the sea. But he has entirely changed his whole position on elves just for this boat. For no
Yeah.
reason.
oh fuck, what does he say in total here? He's like, "You once asked me why I pulled her from the sea." And he says
Yeah,
something about what his name
mine-
means.
Yeah, my name
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
just mean
because
someone
his
who looks
name
at the
means
stars or
something.
something like that. But the other meaning of his name is elf friend.
Mhm.
Elf.
I
So,
did
you
what
know.
I did because my name means a thing.
Yeah, that's good.
They wrote that and they had him say it, and it's so stupid and it hurts his character so much. Did you do it because it was the right thing to do, because you felt sorry for her, because she reminded you of someone, because of no, it's because my name means elf friend. So if I see an elf, I better help him because I don't want to have an ironic name.
It's just because you had the whole exchange with Muriel in episode three, I think it's 3, where she says your name has a second meaning, doesn't it? And he says yes, it's elf friend. They have the whole argument when he explains, well, he pulled her out because the sea is always right, and he did what he thought was right, which at least affords him agency and a decision
Yeah.
and something that you can then critique. And then you have that weird exchange where she says, if that's what you wish or whatever it is. But if you then just reduce it to, nah, I did it because my name says a thing.
When she says,
actually, it's not contradicting his character. It actually just takes character away from him entirely.
Yeah.
That just means he's predetermined by linguistics.
Well, and she says in response to all of that, like, my father once said about faith, that you should expect, like, there will be a price, and that you should, like, be unwavering. And then he's like, well, sometimes the price is quite a bit. And she's like, yes, it is. And he's like, well, may as well continue having faith. As if to say, my faith in elf friend is costing me a lot. And it's like, yeah, well, this sunk cost fallacy, no point in stopping now. Like, you've already paid the price. Like, what is this? What are we learning from this? You have to check
They
the
haven't-
meaning of your name and follow whatever it says?
I don't think the show hasn't done this properly at all. I don't think the faith part isn't. I don't think it's supposed to be about his name. It's not faith in his name and the meaning of his name. So the point of the faithful, which is the term has popped up in the show before, and in relation to both of these characters. And the point of the faithful is that they are supposed to be faithful to the Valar, which by extension means faithful to the elves, because the elves are the firstborn and they are the closest in line to the Valar. And so the faith aspect, I don't think is supposed to come across as, well, my name says so, therefore I must. But because it's just dropped in the word faithful, really without context and not particularly memorably, that's how it does come across when he says it in this line. And she's one of the faithful as well. So the point they're supposed to be, I think, be hinting at is back toward this factional arrangement that exists in Numenor. But because the show is just so incompetently written, nobody would actually grasp that unless they'd read the lore stuff that the show has discarded in all other respects.
Have they even shown the other faction?
No, apart from Pharazôn has a band of sort of plebs who are very hostile to the elves, like the anti-immigrant lot, but they haven't been defined really as a faction, and I don't think they've been named as the Kingsmen either. So it is just, we've had mention of the faithful. That's basically it. I think that's what they're referring to here, but it hasn't been properly explained or set up, so nobody would know.
So they
It
set
all
up
makes total sense.
earlier in the episode that black sails means the king has died, and then a couple scenes later they're like, black sails, boys, the king's died. Next season
boy.
there will be a fight for power. It'll be as good as House of the Dragon, I'm sure of it.
Look at all those ships that they didn't send to invade Middle-earth.
I know. And I can't believe how these people would feel about the fact it's like, wait, one is coming back, everybody is wounded, and the queen has lost her fucking vision. How did you guys fuck up so badly in a couple of days?
Can you believe a volcano exploded?
And they're like, no. You're like, oh, well, that actually happened.
Oh, well, it did. You trust it. We will all confirm that all of our stories are straight.
Yep. And then there's an explosion in Celebrimbor's forging place. Turns out, even with their most powerful tools, the Mithril is proud, and they can't get it to merge with other metals, despite their incredible force. And my god, the fucking way they suggest this, I hate this so much. Like, you present this as an issue. The metal refuses to merge with other metals. Like, oh, that sounds annoying. It's like, so how do we do it then?
Oh.
Like, well, and he's like, we need more time to figure. He's like, we don't have time. And then Galadriel's like, perhaps we've been pushing ourselves too hard. Which I don't know how that helps, like, anything right now. But that clues Halbrand in to a particular piece of wisdom. Perhaps we're pushing the metal too hard. And instead of trying to crush it together with giant whatever the fuck we're doing, it should be drawn or coaxed together.
The metal is likely, unionized, and so you gotta, how it goes.
It's actually baffling because they keep trying to make it so that it's Sauron's little decisions that allow these rings to be made. But right now, we've already had the absolute dumbassery before. But this time, it's how do you merge metals? And it's like Celebrimbor was literally smashing them together like a Barbie and Ken doll, just like, come on, do the thing. And then Sauron's like, maybe we should melt them together. And like, isn't that what you normally do?
I mean, I assumed they were
Yes.
melting them, but also doing it under pressure. But I thought they were trying to imply that the mithril is almost semi-sentient. Like the One Ring is meant to have...
Kind of. You get that impression
line.
because you said coax the metals, and like, what?
Yeah, and it's
But like,
proud.
why wouldn't you try melting them together? Isn't that something a normal smith would do?
Yes, but we've already established that the Master Smith Celebrimbor is a moron. And is this tied to episode 1's stuff about the experiments in the very far northern fortress when they find out, because I think they use the line, don't they, about the forces beyond this one. And so this is sort of Sauron's moment of realization as well, I guess. So you could kind of excuse it on the grounds that he's put a lot of work and research into this, and so he's jumped to this conclusion because of that past work and experience where other people might not have done because they hadn't done that work. But
my whole issue is that this is something that Celebrimbor would try. It's like How do we
Yeah.
fucking hit a hole in this wall and we have 3 tools, a hammer, a chisel, and I don't know, a blanket, and you're like, well, try all 3, see what happens. It's like a video game at this point. Like, this is not complicated. I don't know why it keeps solving these
Find
problems this
ingredients
way.
to discover new recipes.
Also, I'm not a metallurgist or anything like that. I would assume, though, that if you're experimenting with trying to get different metals to bond for an alloy, you would probably start at lower pressure and lower temperature and then work your way up rather than just start at maximum pressure. And if it doesn't work, just carry
To
on.
the point where it explodes.
Yeah, and it kills a whole bunch of people. So anyway, he comes down to tell Galadriel the good news. But the thing is, they're gonna have to make something smaller than a crown. You know, something smaller, but kind of like a circle.
A bracelet.
Like a maybe a breaker bracelet, maybe something else. I don't know. Hey, whatever. And then she's like, "Hey, tell me who you are." And he's like, "Whoa, what do you mean? You know exactly who I am." She's like, "Nuh-uh, who you really are." And he's like, "Oh, Galadriel, I don't know
I'm
what
Kevin.
you're talking about." And then she like tosses the. That's hilarious, by the way. Like she tosses the thing, and it's like slightly in front of her, as if to imply, "Come and pick it up." And then she explains what it is after he's looked at it. Like just an awkward, like, "Are you gonna tell me what that is? Or are you gonna?" Then he goes over and picks it up anyway, right? To have a look. Just funny, because just be
Look at
clear.
all these people who aren't related to you. I'm like, all right.
Okay. And yeah, so she's exposed him live in 4K that he's not in the
Get
line of
wrecked.
men. And he says, "Well, I did tell you I wasn't." And then she was
Which is
like,
a fair
It's a
response.
fair point, yes.
"It is entirely a fair
could've-
response."
He could have just said, like, is it so bad for, a humble smith to want to be something greater, to be a king or something like that?
Ooh, yeah, but he's retarded though.
That's true. If you do factor in that he is retarded, then it does make sense that he goes, actually, I am spooky. Ha ha ha.
But it's not just him, because apparently... Okay, so she's found this out now, and, okay, big reveal. But he was in the Southlands a little while ago.
Yeah.
And
Fighting orcs?
they were told that their king had returned. They're the people who know whether they have a king or not because of broken lineage. And yet when they were
they're
told the king
that
was there...
stupid. They're
Well, yeah,
so they'll just be like, oh, all right, he's our king.
Yeah,
That's it.
It's like no one
If
thinks
they're
to
just told
mention...
this is your king.
But surely someone would have mentioned, hang on a minute, the king died like 1,000 years ago. He had no children, so that can't be.
These
They
people
must
refuse
know.
to bathe. They don't know anything.
Why did they
But
never
then-
replace him?
Yeah, well, what was the arrangement in that region in the preceding, subsequent 1,000 years? But then you had angry white teenage kid in episode 1 shouting angrily
Knife
about the
ears.
return of their true king. So
Oh yeah.
I'm not even sure the writers remembered or knew ever what was going on here. But the people of the Southlands should have been in a position to say, when he was presented to them as their true king, the descendant, maybe actually this guy can't be our king. Sorry.
Couldn't he say he's a bastard and that no one knew about him?
I missed that. If he did, it's possible.
No, couldn't he say it? I mean,
Oh, couldn't he?
He could, yeah.
Hmm.
I'm just saying, like, so think about the motivations of him right now. Does he just want to tell her he's Sauron in this scene? Or is he seeing this as
I
I'm
can
cornered, I'm gonna have to
only-
tell her?
I guess he wants to because he isn't cornered. Whether or not he thinks he's cornered, I guess is
I'm
I
just trying
think
to
he
tell
sees
if he's
this
an
as his
idiot or not.
opportunity to lure her to his side.
Yeah, I would argue he's a little too
did
early on
but
that
he did
one.
it in a he did it in a super creepy way. He
Yep.
did the
They always do it that way, Rags.
Steel,
Every time. Every time a villainous character tries to tempt a hero over in something shit, he shows them a pillar of skulls and says, "Look, this can be yours." Like,
Wahaha. He never tried. Yeah.
so annoyed. Yeah, there's this moment I thought was just kind of funny where she's like, "But you saved me on the raft." He's like, "You saved me on the raft." It's like, well, you both. Whatever.
No, she didn't save him at
Mhm.
all.
I was
The
gonna
only
say, I
thing
didn't
she
even
did
think
on
that
that
in.
raft is like give him a hand up to get back on, which I'm sure he could have done on his own.
Then she says, "You convinced Muriel to save the men of Middle Earth," and he's like, "Well, you convinced her." Then I was just like, "Yeah, that's true." And I think Galadriel knows that. She was pushy as fuck. Like, unless you're
Is-
talking about that final speech that he gave that we never saw.
Is the fact that he actually really did save her life when she went overboard on the raft, is that ever going to get brought up? Like she kind of owes him a little bit, or does that mean anything?
was a
Was
manipulation.
that never?
Wasn't anything
Oh.
reasonable.
Oh, okay.
And she's like, you
Alright.
fought beside me. That he's like against your enemy and mine, which I don't even understand as a clarification. It's like, isn't that the implied thing? By you fought with me.
Yeah, orcs are both of our enemies. That sounds weird for Sauron to do. To kill orcs.
Well, no, he's
I
fighting
guess are Adar's
Adar.
orcs.
Yeah.
Which
Because
is
Adar killed him, essentially. Stabbed him.
And yeah, she's like, tell me your name. I think he says, I've been awake before the break of the first silence. And
I guess that was a long time ago.
it's probably a long
whatever.
time ago, yeah. And then he says,
Yeah,
I've had
sure.
many names. And I'm just like, why would you? Could you just said your name is George?
Some have called me.
I just
I'm
don't understand why
Steven.
like
Steven.
reveal the big
Immediately
potatoes.
goes evil.
Yeah, he even plays some evil music in the background. Why would you
He
do that?
does. He tells the creators of the show to play the evil music, just in case you were confused as to his true nature.
What a like! I just wanted to point out, by the way, we've always been breaking down these episodes with this knowledge already, but like, how absurd! Like Adar is Sauron. Oh no, he's not. Oh, okay. Well, Gandalf is. No, he's not. It's Halbrand. Oh my god!
It was that guy
Oh my god! Oh my
whose
god!
story was going nowhere.
I just don't understand. Like, for anybody who had no idea that was coming, how does that come across? You just be like, what? That's Sauron? Like, yep. Okay. And so, to clarify next, Sauron has the ability to make you hallucinate very vivid dreams to the point of, like, you being immobilized, presumably, right?
I guess that's
Ah,
what's happening here.
I guess.
Yeah,
He has
because
loads of powers in the lore. He can shapeshift. He can turn into werewolves and vampires. I don't think he's got sort of mind.
How many
melding abilities,
werewolves?
but he had quite a lot. But he could turn into one.
Yeah. All right. Over a dozen?
I wouldn't. I don't know. Probably yes. He had a whole
Probably
fortress
an
of them on an
army.
island.
All right. That's fair enough. All right. I'm just checking. I'm just curious.
So, puts her in Dreamland back with her brother, and he's just like, you can calm down now. Great. It's all over. I think she's like aware that this is bullshit, but she doesn't do much about it for a while. Lets him speak for a little bit. I think it's like Sauron trying to convince her that he's actually a good guy, which is difficult, I suppose.
I guess he's trying to convince her that he isn't evil anymore.
Yeah. Says he's
Which I'm like,
seeking a
seems
power
to
not to
be.
destroy Middle Earth, but to heal it. Then why? How come you guys are all super dark and evil? What's that about? The music and the stomping, burning.
I guess he isn't yet, or he isn't necessarily.
I thought he already
'cause
had
we
the
haven't
Sauron
really
outfit earlier, right? Remember
we
in like episode
did.
1?
That's true. Yes. But I guess they've kind of forgotten about that, or whether the argument is actually that okay, well that was his. And if you go back to like the Silmarillion, for example, he sided with Morgoth not because he actually agreed with what Morgoth was doing in the sense that he liked evil, dark, fiery stuff. He did it because his first and abiding love is this sense of like cosmic order, and he just thought, well, Morgoth wants this, and he can get it more quickly than I can. I'm not actually evil. I just think that this is the most efficient way to do what I want to do in terms of establishing order in the world. And it happens to be that Morgoth then turns him evil after that invitation. Obviously, we've got none of that in this show. It depends how much they want to backfill in subsequent seasons as to whether they do that. And I get that's the only way I've been able to sort of read his subsequent. I'm not evil. I just want to heal the world.
Yeah.
I'm not a dark force. I'm value neutral essentially. I just want order. He's the ultimate technocrat. And I don't. It's just really weird trying to read in. And I think going back to the thing you said earlier, like people who didn't know what was coming, how would they have taken this? It is weird because I think they've deliberately they've not given him any motive. It's not that they've given him motive to be good. This isn't a choice between good or evil. It's just a case that, well, if we keep him completely blank, then we can do whatever we want with him. It will jar when the audience sees it, but at least then it allows us to get to this point without doing too much work as writers. But it makes very little sense, if any at all.
And it goes against everything we know at this point because he's like, I want to heal the earth. But his last plan was to blow up the volcano and make all the land dark
don't
and a land for
understand.
evil to Not what was it? Not
Adar's
just live in,
plan.
but prosper or something like that. So
That was
Well, it's-
Adar's plan.
It is Adar's plan, but
No,
I'm pretty
that's-
sure Sauron is the
But
one
it's
that
also
constructed
Sauron's
all of
plan
it.
too.
Didn't he set it all up, Sauron?
yeah, it was Sauron's plan that Adar completed.
Yeah.
From what I thought.
And Adar did it because he wants to have a place where the orcs can be chill. 'Cause he likes
Should have
orcs
just
the whole
stayed where they
bunch.
were before, I guess.
Now, I have a theory.
Oh
okay.
god.
He says, you killed my brother. And then he says, Galadriel, why would you say that? And it cuts back
You
to
have
it.
done that, you'll
And they were
still-
like, when you say you killed my brother, you're going to want to be feeling a lot here. You're feeling a lot. There's a lot of feels. So we're going to need you to cry. And then they filmed it, and she wasn't crying. And she was having trouble with this. She was like, ah, fuck, I can't get the tears out. And they're like, we can do the thing. We'll cut away from you. And we'll cut back. We'll have the little squiddy bottle. And we'll get a couple of tears going. It'll be fine. They didn't put it in her right eye, though. Instead, they squeezed 3 tears into her left eye and nothing in her right eye. And so it just looks super awkward to me. I don't believe this is a genuine set of tears right now. I think this is an awkwardly put.
No, her eyes aren't red.
No,
she just her lids aren't really. It's totally fucking.
Can you see
fake.
you've got one sliding down just a little bit, one really far down, then there's one in the middle at the top. I don't know if it comes through very well on this video, but it looks like someone squeezed in this area and 3 dropped out all at the same time. That's very rare for tears to do that, by the way, at least as far as I'm aware anyway. They don't just like 3 come out in different directions of your eye at the same time. And nothing in your other eye? That's just strange to me. Yeah, it doesn't light up. Someone said CGI? If you're gonna CGI tears, why would you do it this way?
Because
Man,
they're
it
bad.
could be. It actually could be. Yeah.
But like, if you're gonna CGI it, wouldn't you want to try and make her eyes match? As Rags just said, you want that little bit of redness in there.
I mean, like, I don't know.
If the director just said add tears, maybe.
I mean, I could believe it's the
was
squeezy
just-
bottle.
Either way, it's not real, and this is a failure of acting. So I don't know how much I could blame you for not being emotionally attached to this scene, but
Because someone said, yeah, you just put
Really
eye
know
drops
what
in
there
their
is to
eyes.
latch onto.
The camera isn't rolling. To me, it really seems like they put it in one eye and forgot the other, and then they just went with it.
That's got to be awkward though. Like if you have to use eyedroppers, right? Like that's kind of. I would presume that would be kind of awkward.
yeah, I have
you
to use a lifeline.
You want to be able
sort
to
of,
cry on
when I'm
cue as an
actress.
actor, right? That's like a meme of like it'll get
like
you
you
points.
prep yourself. You
it's
think
the
about
meme,
sad
right, where,
things.
like when you can't act, you do the like face and you like sort of, but no tears come out.
Yeah, meanwhile, a
That's
lot of
kind of
actors,
meme.
like Daisy Ridley is an actress that can just like start crying as if everything is
Some
absolutely
people seem to be
miserable.
able to do it on command. Yeah, like they can just do it instantly. I guess I imagine it's a little bit awkward. It's like, oh damn, like I need to use like an eyedropper, you know? Like, it's a
Our
little bit-
protagonist can't cry for her essentially
Well, I mean, I would
motivating for
say-
the motivating death behind her.
I would find it difficult to fault anybody because it's like, what is there to latch onto with this character to like really fuel that? Like, can you even fully understand like what the point is or what they're going for with this character? You know, I don't know.
Jesus Christ. Rings of Power Season 2 will tell a more canonical story, according to the Lord of the Rings showrunners. There may well be viewers who are like, this is the story we were hoping to get in Season 1. In Season 2, we're giving it to them.
But how
Oh,
can they
the
do that, given
past.
that they fucked up the entire
you
premise in
fucked the
season 1?
foundation. So now, how do you
Now
build on
will
a
be
foundation
canonical.
in a canonical way? Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
It's like it's screwed. Like,
Well,
I don't
Yeah,
know
like,
what
if-
you-
listen, guys, the first floor was really unstable, but the second floor is going to be really well done.
It would be like if
it's
they made a
kind of-
Halo Season 2, which I assume they are,
Yeah,
right?
and then
yeah, it's
I
filming.
was actually gonna say if it was with Halo Season 2 and they're like, we're gonna be more faithful, it's like it's too late.
It's too late.
It's too
You
late, yeah.
Fucked all the foundation.
You've
like,
already
you have
poached
to-
it. Yeah.
You have to restart. You have to. And I mean,
Yeah,
if
you have
we
to
talk about
restart or
Halo
you
as
have
well,
to commit to your version of Halo, which is
Halo
crap
5
that no
would
one
be an
likes.
example of that because Halo 5 destroys everything, and then Halo Infinite they try to ignore as much of it as possible, but it's like you can't though. It is your canon. You've
And they could-
established it. You have to follow through.
They could only do that if they actually like meant it. But they already proved when they did things like 5 responses to fan criticism, and they were arseholes about it all the way through. They were just sarky. They were having a go at people. That was one of them said, "Oh well, you know, Tolkien didn't actually write this, or if you can show me where the hairstyles are written." And so they clearly don't care. And I think they're willing to just say whatever they think they need to say
Yeah, it's
to
kind
try and
of
calm people down.
it's kind of like when, we're going back to our roots, like with this new game or film. It's like, are you though? Or are you just saying that because that's what you think people want to hear? Similarly here, like we're going back to canon. It's like, well, depends on our definition. It's just worthless. You screwed it up. Like you can't. It's really tarnished. Like
To get your story
the
straight before
foundation
you,
is
you know.
crap. Like, when you go from here, you've just got nothing to work with.
And it's not even as though that they can repurpose the material they have used, because part of the problem is part of the many lore breaks that there are is the creation of established characters in this show who they will have to run with, who cannot exist in this period of time. Like Elendil and Isildur shouldn't be a thing. I'm not even sure Elrond is really born by the time this series starts. He actually I think he marries Galadriel's daughter. Is it a daughter? I think. There are characters that you've got in places and in regions and territories like Numenor. It should not be where it is doing what it's doing at this period of time. But you've established these things. You can't go more lore relevant in season 2, given that it's not just that you've discarded things in season 1. It's that you've created things where they cannot yet exist, and you will have to follow through with those things. So, no.
That just sounds like, it just buzzwords. You're sort of saying what you think people want to hear, but it's impossible. At least, like, it's impossible to reconcile.
Going
And
back to our
it'll
roots.
create them little defenders as well, so that if anyone starts criticizing it from the previous season, you'll get people, well, they said they'll follow the canon more next time, and so it tries to head off.
No. What they'll do is next season will be shit, and then people will criticize it for being shit, and then they'll say, "What do you mean? This is what you wanted. It's more canonical."
Like this is what you wanted, right? Like when people said the Rise of Skywalker.
The Rise of
it's like,
Skywalker, yeah.
Last Jedi, so this is what you wanted. It's like, man, this false dilemma or false dichotomy that you're presenting here is pretty funny. You're only supposed to accept shit or another version of shit. There's no world where it can be good and what you wanted.
There's the other bit of it as well, which is that I've had people tell me, well, you only hate it because you're a Tolkien nerd and you're obsessed with the lore. It's like, no. Like, you could make it lore relevant if you wanted to. The major problem with this show isn't just that it breaks with the lore, it's that it's so awfully written. And like, you could make it more lore accurate if you wanted to. You could introduce new characters or new devices or new places. But if the writing quality remains as it is in season 1, it's not going to be any better and probably will be worse because of the uses or the misuses to which you're putting the lore relevant material. So if you want to fix anything, get basically competent writers first and then maybe look at expanding the lore accuracy. But
we don't value
if it
writing
wasn't
enough.
anything like the lore, but it was written really well, I doubt many people would actually complain at all.
I think people are ultimately receptive to good stories, and I think
maybe like inspired by Lord of the Rings or inspired by da 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 da, and it was a really good story. People would be totally fine with that if it was good.
You may well have conversations where people would have preferred for it to be more. I mean, it's the same with fucking Halo. Like, the main problem with it is that it's just bad on its own terms. It's annoying that you then discarded better material. It's like it adds insult to injury.
Yeah.
You made something worse. You had the material there that was stronger, and you discarded it because you thought you could do better.
So anyway.
Yeah. Oh, you've got the scene up, man.
Yeah, they're doing a big
faces
old
are
shout
just
at each other.
really...
The main thing I want to highlight from this conversation I find really funny is she's basically like, he's like, I thought we were friends. And she's like, you're a friend of Morgoth. And then he's like, you're being mean.
Wow,
I want to be
association.
I want to be a good man. She's like, nothing can redeem you. And he said, but you said I could. And then she goes, yeah, but you deceived me. And he goes, yeah, but you said anything could work. I just think this whole dynamic is hilarious. She's legit listening to Sauron say, I could be a good guy. Then she's like, nah, you're super evil. Like,
He's
why
never
would
You're
you
gonna be evil forever, and you could never change.
Why not entertain this, Galadriel? Just be like, okay, be a good guy then, prove it.
Well,
Instead
He
of
was
being like
actually
that,
honest with her
or
the entire
evil matter.
time.
What's that, sir?
He was actually honest with her the entire time. He said he wasn't the king of the Southlands. She forced him there. He wanted to be in
True.
another island. She brought him here.
Yeah, and he
everything that's
actually still
happened,
fought with
she was
her.
in control of.
And he actually did everything she told him to do, and he managed to fix Celebrimbor's problems. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah, like,
I know that she's holding
level-
against him that he's done a bunch of stuff, including killing her brother and everything, but he's basically just saying, like, yeah, I regret all of the past stuff. You said that we have evil deeds in our past and we can be redeemed for them, right? And she's like, no.
Yeah, he only came back when he was like, well, I want to find peace over here. I want to leave my past life behind. And she said, no, you can't. There will be nothing for you here. You have to go back.
Yeah.
So,
And he
like,
saved
this is
her.
all her fault. Yeah.
You'd be dead without him. But surely that balances the scales somewhat with the whole brother thing, right? Also, there's this shot. I think that
everybody, like, this is one of the ones on Twitter, right, that people are praising.
cinema.
It's a little too predictable at this point, like the kind of things that just get praised in like film and television, Twitter.
I'm just saying, man. Rings of Power viral praise involves a screenshot or maybe someone saying "yay" about like a concept that's barely in it. Meanwhile,
As
Rings of
for
Power,
any-
sorry, House of the
Mhm.
Dragon goes like trending after the recent episode because of a particular actor's performance and across all of the episodes and what that story means coming to a close and old clips of him
about.
talking about it.
Whereas in this case, what is one to say about this imagery, like that is longer than a paragraph?
What is one to say about this that isn't what it is?
Right, that it's a shot of Sauron and Galadriel's reflection on the water, and you think it kind of looks cool. Like that's
Yeah, what else is there?
Because what does this symbolize in terms of the relationship that they have and how it was developed over the course of the season? What does it have to say thematically in relation to, you know, the core themes of the show, which I couldn't tell you what they are. I have no idea what the point of the show is in terms of its core themes.
Is it even that dissimilar to Dark Ray in, say, The Last Shadow or something like that? I mean, it's not.
Yeah, and at one point during this, when she gets mad at him, she says, "I should have left you on the sea," which really doesn't make sense. It's like, did he saved
You didn't leave.
He saved you.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
fact,
he
it
did
was the
save you.
Numenorians that really made that choice.
I'm getting some
whether to leave.
Kenobi Vader vibes. You've come here to destroy me.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe they wrote that.
Yeah. So yeah, they get really mad at each other, and they create several good thumbnails.
Wow, you gotta
outing.
show this, right?
Yeah, I will. Got that bit where his eyes are going evil now.
His face is going evil.
Yeah, he's
too.
getting an evil face because he's getting all angry. By the way, this is caused because he sells her on the idea that he's access to power, she's access to light. Together they can save Middle-earth. And then she says, save it or rule it. And this is where he fumbles. He says, I see no difference between those things. Instead, he should probably have said, save it. I plan
Yeah,
to
but
save
again,
it.
that would
Save
be
it.
lying to her. I don't think he's ever lied to her. He's just
In that
telling
case-
her his worldview at this point.
Yeah, but like, for one, I'm assuming that that's going to be something of a like he's deceiving, right? Isn't that his whole thing? I thought that was the whole point.
I don't think he wants to. I think they're going for that whole, you know, I could rule anyone else, trick anyone else, but with you, I want to be honest. I want you to do it consensually, kind of thing.
Because I was going to
that's the
say, I'll
kinda going
grant
for
that. On the other hand, is this so bad that he's saying we can rule well? That's so bad.
Yeah, we could be. Yeah, how many people, how many peasants across the planet want to be king? And that's not an evil thing. That's not a bad thing. Why is it bad to want to rule? It's like all these kingdoms have a king.
He's suggesting
Like,
that she
you've
makes the
talked to-
decisions,
you've
by the
talked to
way.
him.
He provides the power, she provides the light, implying that she's the one that will make sure that he stays good rather than bad.
He
This-
also offers to make her McQueen as well, which is
yeah, he does often.
slightly disgusting. But it's
Oh,
well,
God.
she's already rejected the idea of going back to Valinor in order to return to Middle Earth, in order to exercise her will upon this place anyway. She might have done that in the name of saving it. She might not have done, and she suggests that she hasn't. So that's already exercising agency without real moral purpose. And then she's going to go on to essentially be a queen in Lothlorien anyway. So all she's it's unclear what precisely she is rejecting here and what the difference actually is that she
The
sees
elves have
between
a
ruling
king.
and The elves have a high king. They also have a couple of kings, and
Everyone
the
is
men
a
have a king.
king.
There are lots of kings in this world. I don't understand what she thinks the difference is between ruling and saving Middle Earth. I mean, the point of a king, a good king, is to attempt to,
Oh
save or
fuck!
to
Of
preserve your
course, her
country.
whole goal was to install a king.
Save Middle
Yes.
Earth and install him
Yeah.
as king. And oh no, he wants to be a king. The person I'm installing. Uh-oh.
And she left
Granted, he's
Valinor
sick.
specifically to rule, didn't she?
So
In the law, she did. In the law, she left Valinor because she wanted a kingdom of her own, and she refused to go back because she wanted to continue exercising her free will. I don't think the show's established that, but in the law, yeah, she wants a kingdom or a queendom, I suppose, of her own.
ugh. So they shout at each other, as you can see.
Very fun.
Amusing. I don't see how people aren't giggling when they see this. Oh god, look at the spit. Oh, I think that might be CG spit. Look at those eyes. Oh, he's gone so evil.
Oh,
Look
his
at
eyes
how
are like
evil
snake
they
now.
are. Look at him.
Oh,
They're
she's
so
angry
evil.
too. Look at her go.
I'll put on my evil eyes.
Oh no, the blade stopped and now she's drowning. Rip. May remember this time where I saved you?
Yeah, this time that's not happening.
I'm gonna get you this time because you've been mean to me.
Yeah, by the way, I saved your life. I put myself at great risk to save your life. You're welcome, by the way.
Oh god, there's so much stupid left in this episode too.
There is
To be fair-
actually, unfortunately.
The Harfoots is like 10 minutes of just literally nothing you can skip
Yeah,
past.
that's actually true. We'll get through that bit fast. It's more so the
Wasting
when she gets
time.
back into real world. God, it's like I'll try and go through slowly-ish because there's a lot in terms of how this breaks down chronologically. But yeah, she wakes up in the special little river outside of Celebrimbor's little building of orgy building, and Elrond's there, and he's like, "What the hell is going on?" She tries to kill him, of course, because she's Galadriel and she's a very strange person. That's how she greets people, I think. And she's like, "Prove you're Elrond. Where did we first meet?" I want to stop right there, okay? What have we learned about Sauron? Like, well, he can access your deepest and most meaningful memories. He can even make you hallucinate anything he wants, seemingly. So, first and foremost, how do you know this is real? Anybody have
Yeah, how could you
you-
possibly know that?
You shouldn't know this is real. He's supposed to be able to shapeshift, that's one thing, but now they've introduced, as you say, there's this memory sharing dynamic. But the only, if I were working very hard on the writer's behalf, I'd say, well, if he killed her brother, then at least he knows something of, well, no, because he wouldn't have known that it was her brother. So, oh no, he would, because she told him. I get maybe because he had direct involvement with her brother's death, you could just kind of force your way to saying he has at least some knowledge of that, whereas he would have none of Elrond's backstory. But I think that's complete compensation.
Well, someone said it's because it's not glowy. It's like, you know what? That could be it. When he drags you into a little simulation, it's all glowy. But question number 2, because I don't think we could solve that first one. Anyway, 2. Why would you ask to grant like some piece of information from the past when, number 1, Elrond might not remember? Like, there could be a
Yeah.
chance.
It'd be awkward.
It would be really awkward. You'd be like, "Oh fuck! It was like a birthday
I don't
party.
remember how I met
it was
plenty of
it was
people.
it was that
So
kid."
long
Like
with
ago.
1,000 years
the-
ago, goddamn.
Yeah. Meanwhile, would Sauron know? It's like, more than likely, yes. He seems to have full access to your deepest and
To your
darkest memories.
Yeah.
So why would you even bother? How does this help you? Like, Sauron could be like, "Oh, we met at the summer glade. You were dancing, or whatever the fuck." And she's like, "Oh, thank God." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm Elrond. Yeah. Definitely."
Why'd you say that, Elrond?
Why'd you laugh, Elrond? He's like, "What?"
I
What?
just
What are you
was
talking
thinking
about?
of a funny.
I didn't say
there's
anything.
Something funny.
I was just talking to myself.
Yeah, you wouldn't get
I
it.
like to do that. Yeah, I'm Elrond.
So
And
yeah,
it's also worth noting that Elrond doesn't seem to react that much to Galadriel nearly fucking
Killing him,
stabbing
yeah.
him. Yeah, like she doesn't seem
seems
to care, and he doesn't
pretty
bring it
chill
up
with
later.
this.
From that.
well, yeah. So it's especially insane because he does clear this up, I guess, but he doesn't ask her why she's freaking out or why she was in there.
Yeah,
In a sense
exactly.
that he gets an answer that's satisfying at all. I don't know if it's too early to say, but she doesn't tell people what happened here.
Which is why in the world would you not tell anybody what happened here?
I just
Like what what possible reason is there to not tell anybody what happened?
The show's reason, which isn't good, but it's what they use, is there's a line where he says something like, "You can't tell anyone because how could you tell anyone that you created Sauron?"
That's not even true.
But
Well, it is
didn't-
because she brought him back. He wanted to stay in Numenor and leave everything behind.
No, but I mean, like, any reasonable person would just be like, that was Sauron? She's like, yeah, I know, crazy, right? He was lying the whole time.
Yeah, like,
Oh yeah,
what
yeah.
world are they going to blame her for that? Like, how could she possibly known this?
And you know what? It's too late. It's a responsibility.
It's
She
too
needs to
late,
tell them
exactly.
because he's been directly involved with the creation of these rings, which should give you pause for thought. Like, wait, why was he so invested in doing this if he's our greatest enemy?
And could you imagine if like them not realizing that? Like if that, like the consequences of them not realizing, mostly, everybody else not understanding like what they've set in motion.
Yeah,
And
it
because
causes
she
the
didn't
literally
tell
the
them.
one ring to be able to take over.
Exactly. Yeah. Like imagine, and it's because she didn't. That would be really bad for her character.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, first of all, I think it would be in character for her to tell them, but secondly, that it's immoral not to tell them. It's incredibly important.
Oh,
It's like,
yeah.
but they might think of me
Absolutely.
worse. Like, don't be selfish,
yeah,
Galadriel.
Also, first off,
Exactly,
they
you
already
have to
do.
accept it. You
First
have
off, they
to
already do what? Sorry.
accept the consequences. What?
They already think
she's
they already think the
terrible.
worst of her.
Oh, right, yeah.
I mean, they don't, but we do. I mean, and plus, yeah, you got to tell Elrond, surely. Like, even if you don't think people will believe you, you still tell them
Oh, I thought
because
this
they
was...
might. But
So she's
also,
like...
you have to tell Elrond.
She's desperate to get to Celebrimbor because she needs to know if the rings have been forged or not. And I was amused by this, right? Because she sees Elrond, immediately demands proof that this is Elrond. Then she walks around and she eventually gets to the tower, sees Celebrimbor, and talks to him as though he's definitely Celebrimbor. It's like, oh, we given up on the
Yeah.
whole Sauron could be anyone thing? Okay.
Because
Like, pathetic. She did it
Things
for
do
one
that.
person, and then she gave up.
Yeah, that just seems to be a thing where writers forget that characters don't know who is the shapeshifter.
Yeah.
So they act as if the writers have the characters have the writer's knowledge on who is or isn't the
Well,
shapeshifter, whether it's imitating voices, whether it's, changing your form, physically.
It wasn't shape-shifting though, was it? It was dream world. So once she's out of the dream world, she assumes she stayed out of it, kind of thing.
And so for those wondering, how could she possibly get away with not explaining this? Well, Elrond, the fucking spineless loser, says, why is it that you're saying we can't speak to Halbrand ever again? Where did he go, and what happened in that river? And Celebrimbor is as well, like, what the fuck happened there? And she says, Elrond, you once said you'd never make the mistake of not trusting me. You'd never make that mistake again. He's like, oh, you're making it difficult to keep that promise. So basically, don't ask me.
And
Like,
ironically,
okay.
in this moment, I half wondered whether Galadriel was actually Sauron in
Sauron,
disguise
yeah.
at this moment. Like you have the thing dynamic at play. Like maybe because there's a hard cut
Yeah.
between the last time we see her. Maybe it's this is actually him, and that's why they proceed with the forging of the rings, and she's deliberately not telling them anything about him. I thought that could have made a really interesting show. So of course that's not going to be what happened.
Fuck, I just realized the one time Elrond keeps a promise is the one time he shouldn't.
I think
much.
they're playing into the whole Galadriel is evil idea, because I think in season 2 they still want her to be going after Sauron, and they still want the will she, won't she kind of love thing between them.
Oh god.
Man. Oh.
I don't want to have to
Wow.
watch that. I got a 2-year
Well,
buffer period, I guess, but still.
Yeah, because this is pure
Yay.
dark, and they even get Elrond on side, like right at the end. So
So, they give up on asking her what happened. They just don't care anymore. They're like, oh, whatever. When it's just like, what incredibly important news. I have confirmed that Sauron is not only alive, he was with us for a while. Like, gather all the information we can. Try and get spies. Tell people what Halbrand looks like. That's one of the many potential ways you'll look. There's so much stuff to do. It's so important. But no. I want to keep it a secret. I don't want people to know I'm fucking useless. Everyone's useless. I was like confused when I was first watching this. I was waiting for the scene where she would explain it. But just no. And then something really fucking strange happens. So Celebrimbor says, should we proceed? And she says, no. And he's like, oh no. And then she says, we must make 3 rings. 1 will always corrupt. 2 will divide. 3 will give balance.
Your logic is impeccable.
That's incredible.
Fucking stupid show.
That's incredibly stupid.
I've never heard such a harshly dumb interpretation of what those numbers can mean. You could have said 1 will provide leadership, 2 will provide balance, 3 will provide chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, she's never played PlanetSide 2, obviously. That was the
just can't
idea that
believe it.
3 different factions
Or
will balance each other out.
StarCraft.
Yeah.
So she's under the impression that you need 3 because when 2 people disagree, you'll have a third person to sort it out, as if nothing else could ever happen.
What if 3 people get corrupted?
What if 3
What if
people
1?
disagree?
It's already bad if 1 gets corrupted.
Exactly.
I don't
By
understand-
definition, if 2 people side against 1 person, by definition, you've got imbalance.
I do love that though. 1 is corruption, 2 isn't. It's like, why? Why can't you have 2 of the
people
ones?
be corrupt?
So fucking dumb. And you were planning on crowning Gilgalad. It's not gonna be 1. Fucking hell. And yeah, she says the powers we forge today must be for the elves alone, untouched by other hands. Wasn't that the plan?
Well, yes and no. So none of this should be happening. Obviously,
I agree.
there are so many. I do. Where do you even begin with the issues? Like there are supposed to. I think there is it 19 rings in total. Sauron is present for all of this because by having a hand in creating the rings of power, multiple of them, 19 of them, Sauron is then able to make the 1 ring and use the subordinate rings, the 19, to control all the races of Middle-earth. So that includes the men, and he tries with the dwarves as well. All of these are made at roughly speaking the same time. There's sort of it's over a period, obviously, but it's not like you make 3. And then at some point in season 2 or 3, maybe we get around to making another 9 for the men and 7 for the dwarves. But because Sauron isn't there anymore either,
Yeah.
how do they even introduce these for the purposes to which they're put?
You want to know? End of season 2, the dwarves will get them. End of season 3, the men will get them. End of season 4, the 1 ring will be forged, and then end of season 5, it'll end with someone going, and here is born Bilbo Baggins. Look at this cute little baby Baggins.
That might actually do that.
I wouldn't be fucking surprised.
I wouldn't be
I might
surprised
actually.
either.
Honestly, like this moment, it breaks the entire setup for the Lord of the Rings. Like the whole point of Sauron and his bid to corrupt all people, the creation of the ring wraiths, the reason the rings exist in the first place is here just completely discarded. And everything else they've discarded, what they've made in its place has been abysmal. So I'm really looking forward to seeing, or not, how they will actually, even try and create the rest of these rings and still manage to tie it in with the Jackson films, which were at least sort of faithful. Like there are so many connotations as well to the way in which they've screwed this up. There's too many to mention. The entire setup for the Lord of the Rings is at least threatened by this scene, if not completely demolished.
Yep. I've seen a lot of that sentiment from a lot of Lord of the Rings fans. It's like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. Anyway, to make this character-based in some way, Celebrimbor's like, hey Galadriel, in order to make the 3 rings, we're going to need some gold and silver of exquisite quality. And obviously being one of the highest-ranking elves, the literal boss of the smiths, and I've been sent here specifically to make the most important materials ever, I have none of that. We're going to need your dagger.
How
Thank
did you know
goodness you
one?
had
Have
it,
none
or
of
else we
that?
wouldn't have the Rings of Power.
You have none of that.
Unfucking
Yeah,
believable,
none.
but okay. Like, whatever
Yeah,
you
Not a
say.
single
fucking
person
believe
brought
you,
another
yeah.
dagger
Nope.
throughout all of
They were just
history.
worried They were just worried she'd stab somebody thinking they were Sauron.
Well, they just would have been
so
fucked.
they needed to get
if
that dagger
she-
away from her.
Had she actually gone to Valinor, they'd just be fucked. They'd be like, oh, damn, she took
They
the
would
only
be. It's
dagger.
like,
No Rings of Power.
That would've been awesome.
Except that, of course, like all the swords and daggers and armor of all the elves who came over from Valinor in the first place would have been made of pretty much the same material. So there's no reason for him not to have more of this. Just find a
Does it
sword
have to
from
be
some
gold
other
and
guy.
silver?
Well, no, because apparently they just chucked the whole thing in, so it can be steel as well.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I
what was
don't
the
know.
rest of the stuff in there? That
Ooh.
wasn't one dagger's worth. That was like a whole molten thing. They chucked it in, or sorry, coaxed it in.
So anyway, we're back over to the Harfords.
Hooray!
Yeah.
At least this will be over quick. It won't drag out.
I fucking hope
Basically,
so.
just bye.
So, they're like, Gandalf's like, I gotta go to the rune place to remember more stuff. And she's like, oh, is the East Star your kind? He's like, when that name was said, I felt like it was right, or some shit. And then he says, in your tug, oh fuck, I hated this. In your tug, it means wise one. Or, ... wizard. It's like, fuck. Just
Yo,
shut
that's
the fuck
totally
up.
wizard, Mrs. B.
It's so cringy. They're like proud of themselves. That's their I am Iron Man moment.
I am wizard.
I am Wizard Man.
I am wizard.
It's not. History is the Elvish word for wizard, and the Harfords
Wizard.
don't speak Elvish.
Yeah, they do.
So-
Shut up. It totally makes sense. What would you
They
know?
do.
Oh, fuck. And that's the thing. It's like the episode insists to continue. Like, couldn't you just stop? And it's like, going. And she's like, oh, sounds like a little bit of an adventure. And then he's like, well, alone, it's a journey. Because adventures have to be shared. No.
No.
just no. So if you go anywhere on your own, it's a journey. If you go anywhere with a person, it's an adventure.
What is that? Like, this is just you just made that up.
You just made that up.
And as we were watching the episode, I couldn't help but remember The Hobbit, An Unexpected Journey.
Well, yeah, but that's just Bilbo. There's no other characters.
That's true. There's only Bilbo.
Otherwise, it would have
He was
been
the only
called an
one who went
unexpected
alone.
adventure.
Unexpected, yeah, adventure, yeah.
Hero's journey is always done alone. There's never anybody else
I
tagging
just-
along.
I can't believe they wrote that. Did
And
someone,
so it is-
why would they write that?
It's unbelievably consistent. Whoever wrote all these lines, fucking same guy or same 3 people. Like,
He sat down for one. He was just in this one room, just coming up with all
Like,
of these brilliant
oh, fuck.
analogies.
you know, have you ever noticed like journeys are always one guy and adventures are always more people? And then someone else is like, yeah,
And then he looked around and there was no one there, but he was hallucinating people agreeing with him, and so he wrote
And
it
he's like,
down.
what about all of those adventure games where the single player like just goes through and goes on an adventure? It's like, well, no, those should be called journey games.
No, whenever you're having fun, you're never alone.
A journey
something.
game is when you play as one person, and an adventure game is when you have a party going with you.
Do you love journey games? I love journey games.
Journey games are so
Journey
great.
games
But
are great.
they're really
yeah.
they're lonely. Sometimes you want to go on an adventure as opposed to a journey.
There's so many lines. It's just same shit all the time. They say something. They think
Yeah.
it's profound, and we're all sitting here like, "What do you mean? That doesn't make sense." Do you guys remember how much trouble everyone had with that opening of episode 1? The stupid boat shit with the stone. And it's kept true for every single episode since. There's been at least one in hyper cringe sentence that just doesn't make any fucking sense at all. And you can tell when they made it, they thought it was so clever.
I thought it was incredible, brilliant, profound.
And oh, it's so funny. She's like, "We're gonna be heading downhill," and then Chungus says, "You're holding the map upside down." Cool. This, by the way, is very important that we see this. Not anything else we need to wrap up this episode.
It's hilarious. This is the comedy. Now, this is the end of the season. We got to end things on a really high, fun note. And the Harfoots are they're just so fun. They're just so fun. And so we got to have that map thing.
And there you
So
go,
that-
Rags.
Need to,
They said nobody goes off trail, nobody walks alone. Oh, it's better when Sadok said it. There it is. They recognize that he's dead now.
well, the whole map thing
It is
to
the
make it.
acknowledgement that he's dead, or it's the acknowledgement that he said a thing better than someone else.
Yes.
He's
No funeral, no burial, no putting flowers on a grave, no grinding up to make sausage or whatever the fuck they do. Just done. He's gone.
that was the map thing. He was the map reader and the pathfinder. So they've already turned his death into a joke because someone was the woman, incidentally, who sent him off in the first place, has managed to make a joke about the fact that he's dead, and now she has to read the map. Essentially, that's what's just happened. So that's classic Harfoot.
And she's always right, but in this
Really?
time she was wrong. It's like they're only in joke.
Pretty good stuff, really. Pretty good.
I don't think. Are we ever going to see the Harfoot people again beyond the main lot? Obviously.
Hopefully not.
I hope not, but I could see that happening again. Yeah, I think I could actually. That eventually they'll come back, and it will be like this big triumphant season 2 finale of Nori reuniting with the Halfwoods.
There's like a big battle, and suddenly just the Harfoots come over the hill as the reinforcements and save the day.
The Battle of Five Armies. Make
And
it
they're all
6!
screaming, "Nobody walks alone," or "Nobody." what is that saying? Nobody. Yeah, nobody wanders alone.
They throw apples.
Yeah, as you do.
These
I can't believe
spears
how much
carved from the
time they
shin bones
wasted.
of their friends.
I cannot believe how much time they wasted on the
Well, yeah,
Halffoot storyline.
If you take all that was accomplished with the Harfoot story, all that we got was a young Harfoot lady finds a weird guy from a meteor, and then they go off, and
Yeah,
that's
kind
it.
of.
That's it.
Like, it's-
That's all that happens with all of the Harfoot stuff. That's
Yep.
it.
And you think
Their
about the
little
combined
journey-
screen time, of all
their-
those scenes. Like, how much screen time did they get? Like a feature film, possibly.
Probably, yeah. Their
This
whole
show wastes
migration
so much
thing, the
time.
Stardock, the fat one, the family
there was
stuff
the-
getting left behind. It's all none
Nobody
of
goes
that.
off trail, and then she goes off trail, and then she regrets going off trail, but then she ultimately chooses to deliberately
she's
go off trail
vindicated.
again.
That's right. Vindicated for going off trail, and that's it.
And
that
she
took
will
2 hours.
inspire Gandalf's love for the hobbits. Because Nori is
Yeah.
fucking awesome. She is a great, great girl who's just out there for fun, adventure, and goodness. Remember, she convinced him he's good.
Not female Bilbo, not female Frodo.
That was actually the one thing that did surprise me. I was convinced that female Sam was going to go with female Frodo, but that didn't happen.
I was surprised. I thought they would keep her around because I thought that they would bank on her being comedic relief.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she will come back. Maybe she's the one who'll come back in season 2. Like she'll
Maybe,
run
yeah.
and or waddle rather and catch up with them.
Be like, I couldn't leave you
She'll roll after
behind.
them.
I couldn't
Oh.
do it. You're so wonderful, Nori. I went off
Other
trail.
Harfoots.
You're going off trail. I'm going off trail. The wizard's going off trail. We're all going
terrible.
off trail.
And they'll nick the
And it-
line where she says, "If I take one more step, it'll be the farthest away from home I've ever
Oh
been."
god.
Oh my god!
I'm
Don't you
addicted to
dare.
consuming flesh.
Don't you dare!
Stay away. Start with the sticky fingers all over things that don't belong to you.
She'll proclaim her love of potatoes, much like myself, but
They are good.
So
Talk
I've been
about
letting
her
it play in the
gaffer.
background and keeping an eye on it. I have nothing to say about any of this. She's just saying goodbye to everyone, and it takes 10 years.
yes,
It's like they think that they've earned this.
we care. They think we care
Well,
about
that we
their
care,
shit
yeah,
characters.
that we even care about this. Farewell. I couldn't care less.
Nope.
You're terrible people, and I hate you.
Mm-hmm.
If it, the only to the extent I feel an emotion, it's relief for her that she's getting away from them.
Yep.
She
I did
won't get
like that.
eaten or whatever. Yeah.
It's like she's just decided that no, I should stay on trail, I should stay with everyone and stop running off. And her family just turn around and go, "Can you please piss off? We don't want you here anymore."
I would
Go
find
with that
it
guy.
a little suspicious that she's like, I'm going to go on a solo adventure with the crazy, creepy hobo from space. Is that okay, Mum and Dad? Yes, go. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, this is. Follow your heart. Yeah, follow your heart, and you will. Yeah, definitely, you should do that. It'll make you happy. We wouldn't want to, stop you from being happy.
The dad's like, oh, no, don't. Oh, you're going already.
Oh
you go.
wow! Can you leave? I mean, you could leave as soon as you want. We wouldn't want to keep you.
Oh, you might want to leave soon because the sun's going down. You want to
Yeah,
find a
yeah,
good
how about
camp,
this-
you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You don't want to go at night, on account of it being dark.
Could be rainy.
So, Oh yeah, rain's bad. Rain's how you get the sick.
The bats. Yeah,
Yes, the bats. Old Bulger Biggletoe. He got sucked dry by bats 1 year.
When
got
locked him
left
in with them.
behind. Yeah, left
It was
behind.
weird
Ooh,
because
yeah.
there was clearly
Yeah.
half-foot teeth marks all over him. It's like, no, bats, bats.
No, it really was bats. Yeah, it's coincidentally that. Yes.
So then we get
Very strange.
the biggest payoff of the season, the moment we were all waiting for. Me, Rags, and Fringy cheered when it happened. So
I clapped.
just
when I
before
saw it.
Nori gets out of there, oh my god, we get a slow motion hug from
Yes.
Chungus right here.
I like how they said goodbye and then they said goodbye again in slow motion.
As someone in chat just said, I cried. I did. I couldn't hold it back. This was incredible.
I cried.
They've been through everything together. Just wow, you know. And as was just mentioned, she did say goodbye earlier, but that wasn't quite the same. This is different. This is slow motion, which makes you feel more, if you know what I mean. It's a filmmaking technique you probably don't know, where you can see something slower and it'll make you feel things that are different than regular motion. Because we saw them hug in regular motion, which isn't not really as cinematically fluidly eccentrified in their elocution, if you understand what I'm saying. It's a little bit complicated.
In slow motion, it doesn't. Well, you have the opportunity to remember and to relive all of the many deep and meaningful conversations that took place between these two characters.
Well,
like, why do you
yeah.
keep going off the trail, and why are you so unlike all the other Harfords, and why do you insist on going on adventures? And along those lines, just very, very meaningful and profound conversations that added so much to both their characters.
Well, do you remember when Nori woke up and she was just eating stuff, and then she said, "Go look at how much food we have." That probably one of my favorites.
And that will stay with me for at least a day.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why she's so grateful. She's like, yes, one less person mean more food for me. Thank you.
She's very thankful. Great stuff.
I like the idea that they go back to them in season 2 and it's just Podge sitting there picking her teeth with the bones of
Apparently they were
I
fattening me up
survived.
to eat me, but I ate them.
Oh,
jeez.
like, Harfoot life is like a BR. It's just the last person alive with.
They all like split into big old groups until it just gets down to the last two. Yes, they have a very emotional goodbye, and it's so emotional. They're crying. They're both crying. She says, "You'll come back, right? You promise?" And she's like, "I will." So I think it'll be incredible at the end of season 5 where she finally comes back and these two can share a bigger hug that's even in slow motion with many tears.
She rides in on an eagle.
Oh, definitely, yeah. An eagle that has a sword in its mouth. It'll be Sauron's. It'll be like, I defeated him. Definitely dead. So, scene is still going.
It is like a 10-minute scene.
It just keeps on going. Everyone remembers this being so long that it caps out and beats the construction of the Rings of Power, their total construction time in the form of, real time. I just can't believe that's true.
Including Sauron's manipulation into
And the
entire
explosion,
thing.
like the fail attempts, it would still cap it out. It's like, how is this possible? This is called the Rings of Power. Like, what? But they just knew that we were all highly invested in this. Scene's still going, by the way. I've just let it play. I was curious how long this would last.
Wasn't there that line of dialogue that I just saw there when he says, "Are you sure?" And she says, "I've never been more certain than ever." And the next line of dialogue is, "If I look back, I couldn't leave."
Right. Maybe that's supposed to be quirky.
Well, they have some kind of mind control powers over their victims.
So I will say, they highlight the fact, a little bit confusing as to exactly where they're supposed to go, It's like, what direction? He's like, "Are you sure it's that way?" He says, "Well, there's a sweet smell on the air this way." Like, well, that doesn't tell you anything, does it? And he's like, When in doubt, Eleanor Brandyfoot,
Mm-hmm.
always follow your nose. This pisses off a lot of people because this is them being like, this is Gandalf. And it's like, no, it's not. This is a crazy hobo. Stop. Put it away. Sit down. You're going crazy with power. Okay, you need to stop.
There's a sweet smell this week. You're standing next to an apple tree.
Yeah.
So that probably has something to do with it. And Gandalf, actual Gandalf, says that in Moria,
Yeah,
where they're not in an open random field, there are quite
it makes
clearly
sense in Moria.
delineated. Yeah. But-
There's 3 directions, and he smells fresher air in one of them, right? Meaning it's closer to an exit.
Maybe he's like a shark and he can smell blood from like 300 miles away.
I don't know why smelling sweetness would mean that that's where he needs to go. Is the place you're going sweet? Is that...
No, 'cause it
Maybe
can't
it just
be.
means fresh air. Like the Harfoots are in one direction, and he's like, if we go over here,
There is an
finally get away
odorous
from the stench.
fungus over here. I don't know what it is. It could be your friends. Like, oh.
It's like, they're going to Nirn, which is next door to Mordor. It's not a sweet smell you're looking for.
Well, then they'll find out halfway through season fucking 4. They're like, oh, we need to go to Mordor.
Like a massive erupting volcano on your eyeline might have been a good clue, but I think we're too far away, apparently, even though we're not. So,
Well, hey, maybe the volcano smells sweet.
well, it's cold, so it could also smell sweet, yes.
Yeah. So they melt her dagger. Very sad. It represents her vengeance pact with avenging your brother, right? So it's very, very sad. Very sad.
Mm.
Then,
What will she be without it?
yeah, nothing. Nothing. And so they pour the mithril in it. That melts. Pour that out and make the rings. It's sort of like this realization of like, yeah, we're seeing it, and we're gonna see them all. They're gonna make all the fucking rings eventually.
And this mithril was so fussy that it wanted only like gold and silver from Valinor, but as long as you include a bit of steel, it doesn't really care about that. It's fine.
It's not even separating it out. Just lob the whole thing in there.
Yep.
Who
No.
cares about
Impurities.
impurities?
Coaxing it in.
They're coaxing it.
Okay, coaxing. No, they are
Coaxing.
coaxing the whole thing in.
I don't like how
Never
he
mind.
drops it into and it splashes. Like, bro, place it in. Jeez.
Coaxed it in.
You gotta coax it. It'd be funny if
it
they
over
like
there.
put it on the table near it, and then they hope that it crawls over because it's like, do you want it? Yeah. Just go grab
And
it.
as someone said yesterday, when it's spinning, it kind of does look like the Eye of Sauron because they drop it bang in the middle.
That's
Mhm.
great. They like their eye imagery. As do
Except,
we
like,
all.
They've done it so often that it loses all of its force. So they did
Yeah.
it with Gandalf when he lands in an asteroid. So what are we to make of the eye imagery in universe now?
Knowing
Given
that
that
he's
apparently it just-
Gandalf, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that doesn't make any sense anymore. At least, and now, yeah, it's supposed to be thematically linked, I suppose. But if you've used it and overused it so often, in universe, just everything just naturally form an eye if it needs to look impressive. Is that how this works?
Yeah, so they create 3 that are very distinct in the sense of it comes across as like the gold, silver, and steel like they went separate directions, but all have mithril in them or something.
He chucked all the mithril into one pot.
That's what I mean.
So now, Grant, I'm no blacksmith or metallurgist or anything like that, but wouldn't they all be the same color when they came
That's
out?
what I thought. But I don't know. Maybe put food coloring
don't-
in the 3 splits.
I
once they're in
legit
there.
don't know if there's something you could do. I just don't know, but I would assume if it's all poured from the same source, it would be the same color.
Yeah. Also, as the rings are being forged, something very dramatic is happening, and it's kind of hilarious. It feels like a music video. Elrond's like walking around, and then he walks toward where he found Galadriel in the river. And he's like doing a big think around the area, and it's like, oh, what are we gonna find? He looks down, and he sees that thing that described that the line of men was ended for Halbrand's like the kings of the Southlands or whatever. It's just
Yeah.
in the water, and it's caught on some like reeds, implying basically that it would have been lost to everyone if only it hadn't hit those little reeds, and so that Elrond could pick it up. And now,
It's a good
if you
thing it's still readable.
oh,
you know?
excellent, yeah, it's not like the water would have destroyed it by now for sure. It's totally fine.
Yeah, the ink and everything on the page.
Yeah. It's right there. How unfortunate. Yeah, and so he reads it, and legit, I immediately was just like, okay, this won't change much, right? It'll just mean
Ah,
he knows that Halbrand would have not been the king of the Southlands, which you could probably have
Not by
inferred
blood,
already
yeah.
with the fact that Galadriel has said he is banned from this place. Like it's doubtful she would have had that perspective if he was still legit.
He lied about being king, which is weird. You seemed to be quite the advocate for him earlier, but that's fine. That's fine.
But
Maybe you didn't tell me that either.
the way they film this, it's as though he's racing against the creation of the rings. Like he's trying to get to the top of the tower before the rings are complete or something. I found it very strange. I wasn't sure exactly what they were going for. But
No, I think that's accurate. Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't have to have these confusing little montages if they didn't spend 36 minutes with Nori saying
Yep.
goodbye to the fat hobbit.
And so yeah, Celebrimbor's like, "Woohoo, we did it." She's like, "Woohoo, we did it." And Elrond's like, "Ooh," and he's holding the scroll. And I legit don't understand what they're trying to tell me. Like, what does he now know? What is so like? He's like, "I know that Halbrand isn't actually the king of the Southlands."
Of royal blood.
It's not like he
Southland
knows
blood,
he's
yeah.
Sauron, though, right? He wouldn't have inferred that too.
I don't think so.
Please tell
He
me he
couldn't
didn't.
Surely he couldn't know. Which means
Yeah,
it's a
but-
possibility in this show, but I mean,
He knows-
couldn't, right?
That Galadriel has been acting weird. He knows
Yeah.
that Halbrand basically gave them the ability to make the rings in the first place.
Yep.
And so he probably knows they've been made for an alternative reason in some way. And he'd be suspicious of Galadriel because she hasn't told anyone, but she must know.
Well, but that's kind of my whole issue with this anyway, is when she's like, "Just trust me, bro." It's like, no. Tell us what's going on. What's Halbrand doing? What's he up to? Be honest, you annoying person. And then it's like, well, I found the scroll, so you're going to have to tell me now. Couldn't she still be like, well, he's just not the king of the Southlands, yeah. So just a normal guy. Don't worry about it.
He's just a normal guy, but he wants to be king and he seems to be all right. And the other, I mean, they're clearly okay with it.
Surely you could get away with that. You could be like, he lied to me that he was the king of the Southlands. He was just some normal guy who wanted some power. He was also a smith. I told him to get the fuck out. Okay.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah,
what?
Because she's kind of kicked off against them. Because didn't she say something like, even if he ever does appear, then we shouldn't even talk to him?
Yeah, she said don't treat with him at all. Which you could still argue is what her perspective would be if he had lied to her about his lineage to try and gain power. It wouldn't necessarily mean, like, I can't see why Elrond would be like, "Is he Sauron? Don't lie to me." Just seemed like a jump to me, but I don't know. We'll have to see. That'll be for season 2 to show us. But they're the rings, everybody.
Yep, there they are. Just, do you have any favorites? What's your favorite?
I can't believe, like, is the implication that if they had a decent amount of mithril, that the rings would be better because they'd be pure?
I assume so. The more mithril, the better, right?
So, like, if you were to, you could turn that mithril vest into, like, a load of rings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Like Frodo's vest, mithril
Yeah.
vest.
And then, fuck
Oh
that,
yeah, it's far
actually.
more
It's like,
powerful than all the rings.
you
of
don't even need a
power.
ring. You're
Absolutely.
wearing it all, which is the equivalent of the rings, right? So, can't you just, does Frodo have little laser beams he can fire or something?
Probably
He
he just
believes in
never
himself.
Probably,
he
just never
didn't get enough
tried.
things to like level up to get that ability. But
Right.
He
but
has to-
that's the problem with turning mithril into this kind of magic device, which it isn't. Is that it just there are so many questions about all, like, you know, in Return of the King, the tower guards at the Tower of Icthelion, their helmets are made of mithril. So can they like shoot lasers from their helmets, for example?
Yes.
Yeah, as long as they say the magic word, they have to go melon, and then it
No,
just
I think that's just
laser
Speak
beams.
friend and laser.
Friend and laser eye.
But yeah, the rings of power have been created for the elves now. That was a great journey, wasn't it? It literally happened in the space of like half an hour of episode. It went from being like an impossibility to happening complete.
And even that's a really dodgy decision. Sauron wants you to make a thing with the mithril. And when he first started, it wasn't going to be multiple rings, it was just the one. But, you know, he wants you to make rings with mithril.
Yes.
So she thinks she's scuppered what she doesn't really know is his plan, but suspects is a plan by having 3 instead of 1. Wouldn't you think that, I mean, what's her reasoning there? Has she
No
not just,
idea.
as far as she knows, tripled his chances of success? Given that the forging of any ring is going to be something he wanted to see happen. Would it not have been more sensible for the elves just to say, you know what? Well, maybe the risk is too great and we should all just go back to Valinor instead. Would that not be the safer option?
She'd have to convince them that, she'd have to
I
convince
still
them
think
about
it's
the Sauron
retarded. She
thing
didn't
and
just
that
tell them Sauron's behind all of this. Is she that worried that they'll be like, wow, you suck, you didn't spot him earlier?
What
Anyway,
if she had told them it was Sauron, then they wouldn't have made the rings because they thought it was too risky. And so they would have gone back to Valinor, but now she's so like revenge driven even more that she wants to stay. So she's willing to have these rings created so they don't leave. So she can get revenge.
Which makes her worse than
I was
Sauron.
about to say,
Yeah,
Jesus Christ,
I'm
how
not,
much
I
do they want
think
to
she's
damage her
evil.
character? I mean, they've been pretty thorough so far, so.
Yeah, I mean, the show opened with her literally just wanting to leave someone behind in the snow who's 5 foot behind her. So she's not against sacrificing people to get revenge.
But she'll learn by the end of season 5 to be a better person or something. And she'll go back to being normal.
Probably in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. So then we get this
yeah, we see
shot.
how
An eye of Sauron.
Oh, how clever, how quaint,
And look, there's
yeah.
Mordor in it, and lightning. God, this show's so cool. Mordor's the thing from Lord of the Rings, if you guys didn't know. There's a big volcano.
what?
Why is there
Oh,
lightning?
that sounds like a dreadful place.
As if volcanoes make lightning?
Yeah.
They can do.
Doesn't
I
lightning
think the
like that?
writers.
I mean, that could have come from the thunderstorm above it, I guess. I don't even know what's going on in this place. It all seems very evil. I guess lightning's evil.
It's an evil place. You know how it goes.
I think the writers think they're being very clever here because so Sauron is kind of a satanic figure, and the modern conception of Satan comes from Milton's Paradise Lost, and in Paradise Lost there's a section on describing Lucifer setting out from heaven, which closes into this wild abyss where he stood on the brink of hell and looked a while pondering his voyage for the narrow frith he had to cross. And I wonder if in this scene they haven't thought we're going to be really clever and be Miltonian about this, and we're going to have Satan standing on the brink of hell pondering his voyage as Sauron looks out over Mordor.
Really cool. See, now this is a shot that they should teach
Film school.
in
Yeah.
Filmland. Someone just said,
That's-
how did he get there? He flew, obviously, with wings.
Someone said, "How dare you stand where they stood?"
I love that meme. It's great.
Oh, it's gonna be shit. Can you
Mordor was
believe
created
that?
by a sweaty hobo. It's unreal.
It's legitimately incredible. I would have never guessed. You know, we'll be doing this, Mahler,
Yeah.
Fringy. We will
Yeah.
be talking about this show for 10 years.
I know. In 2032, it'll be like,
In-
finally, it's over. 2032.
In 2032, we will never
Still.
escape this hell world.
Not gonna lie, it
But
feels
it's
pretty good to be
fun.
done with season 1,
Now,
though.
I know, it really does.
It's dead.
over, and we're not looking back.
Fucking
Yes.
worthless piece
it'll be
of shit
EFAP
show.
1000, and we'll be talking about Rings of Power for EFAP 1000.
Fuck
But
yeah.
yeah, that shows it sucks. Bad.
Really bad. Terror bad. The worst of bads. Bad.com. It's so bad.
Yeah, I think I'd be happy to say it's terrible at this point. Like,
I
yeah,
think it is
it's,
terrible because it lacks any redeeming qualities apart from like the occasional visual, I guess. But like,
yeah,
what does that
and
mean?
sometimes
It
the
doesn't mean
soundtrack.
anything.
Well, in
Oh,
service
I
of a
can't even
terrible
remember the
script.
soundtrack.
There are a couple that I remember, but for 8 hours, like it's not a great ratio. So really,
Mm.
anything that would be worth praising is aesthetic, because from a script, like I don't know what I would praise in the script at all. Dialogue is pretty consistently poor. The characters are non-existent, or they are contradictory, and even for as thin as they are, they're contradictory. I don't know what themes any of this is meant to be in service of. And the world building is piss.
I would even say the performances are pretty lackluster, except for a couple of like
I think
handful of highlights, and those highlights are only highlights in the context of this show.
Yeah,
like,
I was never.
relatively speaking, you know.
Yeah, I was never really impressed with anything. There might be a few things, but they don't come to mind right now.
Yeah.
The dwarves is the only sort of
Yeah,
subplot that I'm
Yeah,
even
Durin.
the
slightly
actor for
interested in.
Durin, even his dad.
Durin.
The
Yeah.
performances are quite good. The characterization by the standards of this show is all right. There's at least some kind of character relationship at play there.
He's super contradictory, but he has a set of traits that are endearing.
Hmm.
Dare I say? It's the closest thing that they get to making something in terms of writing out. The Harfoots were fucking abysmal, man. What was that? And then the Elfman plotline with Bronwyn is so funny. It's just God in those last 2 episodes. Like, where did they go? It's like they went to Happy Land. Shut up. You're like, okay, bye.
Do you think we'll see him again?
Yeah, I think
guess
so.
they
But they
will-
ran
will
out of
visit
story for
Pelagia.
him. Like, they legit didn't know what to do with him in the last 2 episodes. They were just like, I don't know. We'll see him next season. We'll figure something out. Because obviously
Yeah,
his
I
episode was episode 8, right? No, 6. Which was the war one? Was it 7?
That was sick.
Do you not count the one where he's in the digging the trench, the prisoner one?
Oh, I meant like, didn't we spend like almost all the episode with the fight episode? You know, like he was in loads of it. That's how they balanced it out. They tried to make it
Maybe.
screen time equal.
Maybe.
They probably
the
filmed them at the same
conventional-
time.
I don't
Probably
know.
did. The conventional thing to do though with like a final episode is that you want to try and round off or at least cliffhanger pretty much all of your major plot threads, right? So
order.
you don't just ditch half of them in your last episode and assume people are going to remember them in 2.5 years' time
What do you
when
mean?
we go back to
They
them.
said that he went to a happy place.
Oh well, that's fine then. Yeah.
So did Bronwyn. So did Theo. They're all in a happy place. Done.
Not Galadriel though. She jumped off the boat.
No, she's in an unhappy place. She's always in an unhappy place. So, who's your favorite character, everybody? Durin.
Durin probably.
Probably Durin. Yeah, I get Deeza's up there. I kind of
Yeah.
like her.
I would have said Deezer up until they turned her into a potentially
was
psychopathic,
weird.
greedy.
Yeah, if she incites a war within the Dwarven Empire, like, holy shit.
Yeah, I didn't know you were capable of that. Jesus Christ, Civil War. Jesus, you out for
A
blood.
lot of people are mentioning Homer as a favorite. Yeah, that's fair.
Homer,
was good.
well, that goes without saying. He's just almost disqualified because he's of course the winner.
We
Right?
don't want to
Not
include the
counting
people that
Homer.
are just going to, trounce the list.
I liked the horse. The horse showed some loyalty.
I did like the horse.
Yeah,
I
the
like
only good person in the show.
I like both the
I
lava
like the
horse and the
stone that
fire
sank.
horse.
Fire
Yeah,
horse
stone
was
that
good.
sank.
I like the
Um,
crane horse. Yeah.
Also the
yeah.
crane horse.
You're right.
Legit
Yeah,
though,
crane
what would
horse.
your answer be for worst character?
Oh, fuck. Oh. It's gotta be-
Damn.
Elrond.
No,
Mm.
not mine.
Probably
I'm probably-
Galadriel's up there for me.
it's almost cheating to include Galadriel just because she's in it all the time and she's so just unqualifiedly
He's
bad.
so awful. A lot of people
Um,
choosing Galadriel in chat.
Yeah, I think if Galadriel's in it, she'd annihilate everyone.
Yeah.
If we discount Galadriel, chat, who is the worst? And you can't pick Harfoots. You have to pick a character.
No, that was going to be my
Specific
next
character.
one. I was going to chose the one that was always right.
Oh yeah, I guess you could go for her. I said Isildur, Nori, Old Lady Harfoot, the Queen. She's pretty bad.
See, Nori's one of my favorites, but that's just because she's like not evil. That's what it comes
Yeah,
down
I think
to.
I agree. I think like she actually, amidst this like gaggle of characters, she's probably pretty high up.
Nori, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, she
because
doesn't.
she's like nice.
She's
and
kind of an
friendly
idiot
and helpful.
sometimes, but her idiocy is nowhere near
Yeah.
as bad as a lot of characters.
That's exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
Like I think she could be entertaining if she was
If there was
Like,
better
well, like,
dialogue,
left alone.
I
yeah.
can believe the actress is capable too. She seems to be able to make some expressions. She's stuck in a terrible script.
worst character. The one at the Palantir at the end, because all she did the entire show was walk around and stare at things.
Oh, that puts her up at the top though.
Okay, yeah, you
didn't-
can take that angle with it as well.
She
Yeah,
didn't infuriate us. What
the
about
less you say, the better you are.
Celebrimbor's pretty bad, I think. He's like often the complete opposite of his standing, you know?
I
So
think,
they did
yeah,
some serious damage to him.
that applies to Gil-galad as well, though. I mean, so much of
Yeah.
what's happened is because Gil-galad is just an absolute idiot.
And I think Elrond is a
Uh,
fair mention in terms of just
I
he's
think he's a
a
fair
lying piece of shit throughout the whole show.
Yeah.
I think for sheer like contrived pointlessness, I would be tempted to nominate Isildur's sister, just because she is just there as wallpaper. Except because there's no other way they can depict what's happening in the scene she's in, like with the dying king and the Palantir.
I just don't even remember
And-
what she did enough in this season. Like,
Yeah,
what
She literally
what she was
stared at
doing.
things,
Yeah,
and then she suggested that they don't go to war, and that's it.
she was so fucking right. She's gonna be like, "Wow, guys, I told you." Oh, they could actually make it interesting when they come back, you know, the power struggle and all kinds of criticism for having made the crazy decision to go out there and all the men they've lost, you know. Like, if an actual showrunner took over, they could still make a show out of this garbage. They could try, but they won't.
the character I'm most envious of has got to be Demented Vegetable King, just because he's
Dead?
asleep for most of it and he can't remember the rest of it, and then he
Now
dies.
he's escaped from it, yeah.
He's out, yeah. Well, yeah. All right. Well, that is Rings of Power season 1.
Yay!
It is
It's
complete.
over.
Wow.
We did it.
Pretty incredible.
I was gonna say, so we got some plans. We're gonna have to figure some things and move some things around. I'm not gonna be able to be on stream for much longer. I've got to do another render and upload of Final Destination 3. I'm running out
Ah.
of days to be able to get that sorted. So
Ah,
what we've got
Exciting.
as a potential is myself, Rags, and Metal would like to talk about Scorn. So that's gonna get possibly recorded on Wednesday. I think that'll be the idea. We'll release it maybe a day or two later, and then we will be doing the She-Hulk stuff on the Saturday, which is a day or two after that, which is essentially the same thing again. And but it'll be an hour and a half, right, in total, not 2 hours, as in the footage we're
of
covering.
material to go
Yes.
through. Yeah.
We'll be doing episodes 7, 8, and 9. And yeah, we're hoping to have Rakita Law, Jay Longbone, and Nutsa on. We're gonna talk some She-Hulk. I think you guys have wanted us to for a while now. But the Super Chat catch-ups are still releasing. I'm trying to get one per week out, and we're still recording more. But we are like well ahead of schedule for EFAPs, and we're about to record a bonus one now for Scorn as well. So we're gonna try and possibly interchange a little bit and have maybe some longer gaming ones, or you know, this, that, and the other. We're gonna have to figure out some plans to balance it out. As you guys have probably been able to tell, this past month and another month to go probably, EFAP has been it's been pumping. All right, lots of stuff has been coming out. I see you guys have been enjoying the Final Destination and Karen EFAP movies. I'm glad you are. They were rather fun. Very glad how they turned out. You've got 3, 4, 5 still to come. As well as I'm going to try and stream Soma, more than likely on Halloween night. And I'm going to stream with Metal the Quarry ? Horror game from the people who made Little Hope, because we apparently hate ourselves. And I want to do God of War 4 before God of War 5 comes out. They are all my plans alongside just getting on with regular work. Well, it was I think that about covers all the things that you should be expecting as they progress. I was gonna say, Rags and Free, was there any you wanted to add to that? We will then talk a little bit about the guests here, and then probably about make sure people realize about the plushie, Rags, to grab a Rooney, and then we'll probably end this. So, yes, was there anything that Fringy, Rags, you wanted to mention about videos or upcoming things that are happening?
Well, I suppose, yeah, just the plushie
is the big one, I suppose, the big thing. I've got some stuff in the works that I'm kind of waiting on to finish, which should be done in a couple days. So I should have videos up again to put to work some new stuff I have. But other than that, no specifics on things.
Mm-hmm.
Just would really appreciate it if you gave the plushie a look. Maybe it's something you will really enjoy.
Well, yeah, we'll be talking about it for as long as it's available. We'll let you guys know. Lots of people sometimes have to, grab an opportunity for a bit of money to be able to grab it up. So you do have a bit of time before you run out. But of course, this will be your only chance for this instance of the
Indeed.
rags.
That's right.
2.0.
If you don't get it now, it will be gone forever.
Was there anything you wanted to talk about, Frankie? You released a new video relatively recently, didn't you?
Yes, I released a new video this week about difficulty settings in video games because, hey, you know what? Very, very, very late to the party on that subject. But hey, yeah, if you haven't seen it and it sounds interesting to you, head on over to my YouTube channel. As for anything else, yeah, like it's back to work on the next one will be the next big critique, which yeah.
Won't take
A lot of
time.
work to do. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to thank the fuck out of Gary, Disparu, and Little Platoon for joining us tonight. You guys, I think this has been quite an adventure. You were with us for most of the Rings of Power episodes at this point. It was only like the first two, I think, that we covered with Metal rather than you guys. I'm trying to remember how that all went, but we'll likely have you guys on for coverage of some stuff here and there in the future, but I would happily lock you in for the rest of Rings of Power as when that comes out, whatever fucking century it does. Not exactly looking forward to it.
If I'm still alive for it, I'll be in.
Excellent. Well,
Yeah, luckily it's 2 years away.
while you're here, why don't you let people know what it is you get up to, why they should subscribe, and then they get there. Either one of you can go first. I leave it up to you.
After you.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Disparu on YouTube and Twitch. Bit of an end of an era for me at this point, as I've covered Rings of Power for so long.
You don't know what life is like without it.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, I think I started the whole Rings of Power stuff at 2.8k subs, so it's been a hell of a journey. And She-Hulk and Rings of Power have basically been my channel for the last couple of months, so it's going to be interesting to
Have you got?
see where we go from here.
Is there another shitty show that's coming out you're gonna cover?
Oh well, the next sort of the bigger thing that I want to cover is going to be the finale of the Doctor Who. This
Oh
one,
yeah.
Yeah, she finally leaves, and unfortunately, it may get a lot worse after that. So that's going to be an interesting situation to keep an eye on as more details come out for that as well. But yeah, first we've got a 90-minute finale with her, finally taking her last breath of the show. So that's going to be. I'm sure it's going to live up to the same quality standards that we've expected from her so far. But yeah, on Twitch and YouTube, apart from that, I don't know, I go to more culture stuff. At the moment, it is going to be sort of the fallout from She-Hulk and Rings of Power, as for some reason, neither of the showrunners seem to be able to keep
Shut
their
the
mouths
fuck up.
shut,
Yeah.
which is what would be the same thing to do in this scenario. So there's still a bit more fun to be had with these shows before moving on to more sort of culture and news stuff, like I do in between the reviews.
Gonna cover Wakanda Forever.
Oh yeah. Anything big that comes out, I'll cover.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It's TV series that I like doing the most because the weekly reviews are something I really enjoy. Once they're finished, it's something that it's an incredible pain to sit there for 12 hours or whatever it is to go through them each day. But once they're finished, it's easily my favorite videos that I do.
yeah, man, you've had what sub count are you up to now?
95.8.
Oh shit, you're gonna do something special for 100.
Hooray!
Yes. Hopefully.
Well, hey,
I'll have to
you've
do some kind of stream for that, surely.
You've come over here a bunch, helped us out all kinds with keeping company and breaking this down. So if ever you want, well, I presume any three of us, but especially want me over for any, jump on. keep you company, especially for a celebration stream. You should totally do it. Grab up some folks. Talk about how fun it is to be a full-time YouTuber. I assume you're a full-time YouTuber at this point.
Yes, start of Rings of Power is when I officially sort of went over there.
Good for you, man. I heard the same thing has happened for you as well, Little Platoon. Gone full-time, right? Experimentally?
Not yet. Almost imminently. It's kind of been a little bit crazy because my channel isn't a year old until the end of this month, I think it is. And sort of sitting there, I think we hit 100 subscribers in January, and now I'm sort of in this position where I can actually do this full time, or at least for a little bit. So I handed in my notice a couple of weeks ago, and I'm officially leaving the day job on November the 18th. At which point I will be a full time internet person, which is slightly terrifying, but kind of enjoyable because I'm going to be I'm not done with Rings of Power yet. I've still got episodes 3 through to the finale to review properly.
Yeah.
You'll be making them when the
so-
second series comes out.
Yeah, I might. I'm probably still going to. Actually, it will be nice. The reason I decided to junk the day job was it's been financially sustainable sort of since it hit like 60, 70,000 subs. But it was just a case of looking at all of this massive workload and think I'm never ever going to get this finished unless I take the risk and go full time. So from November 18th, I'm full time. We'll hopefully have all of Rings of Power done by the end of the year, and one more She-Hulk video, and Black Panther 2 Wakandan Boogaloo, or whatever that's called. And then whatever else is coming up. I might try and do a couple of like supercuts in December, I think, and then take a couple of weeks off just because I've been working 2 full-time jobs and working like 9:30 a.m. till 4 a.m. for the last year, so I'm basically dead. And then in the new year, the plan is to sort of expand. I've got a friend who wants to sort of join up, and we're going to do like 2 personal channels. I've got one already, which is sort of links are in my community page. And we might try and expand into a politics one as well, because we started doing that way back when. And then otherwise just carrying on with the current stuff. So all of the delightful cultural media, film, entertainment brilliance that we are pleased to enjoy every month. And we'll see how it goes. And I might end up back in part-time, I don't know, but at the moment it's been a scary, weird, surreal level of growth that's sustainable. So fingers crossed it carries on. But I know I did the sort of the fawning stuff I think the first time I was on here, but I just want to say again, thank you for having me on, because I've been watching you guys for ages and it's just really weird to actually have been here for this joyous Rings of Power experience. But without you guys, I wouldn't be in this position. So yeah, you take some sort of like moral credit for me imminently becoming an online person.
Oh, we appreciate knowing that. Seriously, it's great to know we could inspire, because like you guys both fantastic content creators. I'm very happy for you both to be able to take it full time. You've earned the fuck out of it. So obviously good luck to your future, and obviously for Little Platoon.
Absolutely.
It's very, very good for us to know that we could have been helpful in any way to the startup of a channel as enjoyable as yours, and we will be excitedly seeing what else you do next. And of course, like I said, we'll happily bring you back on subjects that seem suitable, and I'd say you have a guaranteed slot for Rings of Power in the future, because I imagine we will keep covering it. We get a 2-year cooldown or whatever, okay, so we can calm back down.
Let those brain cells grow back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like your brain naturally kind of suppresses pain. So by the time it comes around, we'll be like, it wasn't that bad. I'm sure it'd be better.
Yeah, season 2 will be better. Yeah.
I said before we hit the record button, I thought that the Rings of Power was making me sick. I am now riddled with flu, having just gone back through all of that. So it's confirmed. Rings of Power is sickly, but I will be enjoying coming back for it.
Well, I'm trying to think if there was anything else. There's the plushie, those channels, links are all in the description. All of what I said is the stuff that's on the way. But for now, we're going to have to jump out, unless there's anything else anybody wanted to say.
I'm good.
All good.
Pretty quiet. All right, then. Thank you all so much for the kind donations, the company, the back and forth. I saw the Wongers took over for a decent chunk there, but they were eventually defeated by Rings of Power cringe. Not even the Wongers could hold it back. But yeah, hope you all have a very good night, and we shall see you for the next Spooky Ween EFAP, whatever it may be. Probably Scorn. But all right. Doodle pip, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
See ya.
bye.
See you later, everyone. Toodaloo.
catchphrase, isn't it?
It was very subdued this
He was like,
time. Like it's as if the energy had been sucked out